Warhammer x LOTM, The Black Emperor by author Jiao Chao Mo. Chapter 76 to 125. Chapter 76. Huang Laohan rewards my proactiveness seeking first subscription. Why? The human emperor asked, puzzled. I haven't done anything for the Imperium yet, a celebration shouldn't be held for me. I am willing to lead the Legion to conquer lost human colonies. Only when I have achieved sufficient glory will it be time for me to return to Terra for a celebration. Ning Lu had no interest in going to Terra to build prestige, a round trip would consume too much time. He also knew that it was the early stages of the Great Crusade, and his Rongguang Nuang was likely not yet completed. He couldn't directly ask about the progress, so he could only say this. As for when his achievements would be sufficient, it would naturally be when his legion's flagship was built, and he could accomplish two things in one trip. The emperor looked at Ning Lu, his gaze full of appreciation. Ning Lu's proactiveness greatly satisfied him, given his tight schedule. Good, very good. I will provide you with support. I am preparing a Rongguang Nuang battleship for you, still under construction in the shipyards of Mars, but I will provide you with a powerful vessel, a relic of the glorious ancient human civilization. The priests of Mars brought your data to me, and the best armory artisans in the galaxy forged your armor on the moon, which is now aboard your progeny's vessel. A smile appeared on the emperor's face as he spoke with a slightly teasing tone. I know you like all sorts of unique items. I will also open my flagship's private vault to you, you can choose one item from it. This is a reward for your proactiveness. I hope you won't disappoint me. Ning Lu felt a clear digestion. His unintentional actions had actually fulfilled the requirements of playing the briber once again. The feedback from gaining benefits had a more noticeable digestion effect than before, and he felt he had reached a new node. He hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise. The battleship Huang Laohan mentioned should be a Dark Age of Technology battleship, which would undoubtedly be a powerful vessel. However, Ning Lu valued Huang Laohan's vault more. Born in the 8th century BC with the power of a deity, his flagship's vault must contain many good things, and he would surely find high-sequence magical potion ingredients. In a great mood, he said with a smile, "My lord, please allow me to host a banquet for you, to announce to my subordinates and to all of Vostronia our return to the Imperium." Granted. Ning Lu immediately sent a message to Yelena Kurnikova, prepare a grand banquet, of the highest specifications. Notify all high-ranking officials of Vostronia to attend the banquet. I have important news to announce. On the other end of the communication channel, Yelena was reprimanding the head of the intelligence department. Two powerful, conspicuous outsiders had actually come directly to the monarch's palace, and she, as the head of the cabinet, had not received a report. Now, hearing Ning Lu's words, she had a faint feeling that something major was about to happen. As you command, my king. Order my factories to craft a throne from gold. I have already sent you the design. The commanders of various legions and the patriarchs of various hive city families, having received the notification, arrived early at the ceremonial hall, dressed in black formal wear. They were surprised to find that the throne, symbolizing the monarch's unification of Vostronia and adorned with 33 crowns as spoils of war, had been moved from its highest position on the platform to stand sideways on the left. On the right, there was an additional throne. It was slightly smaller but cast from gold, and surprisingly, it was positioned higher than the monarch's throne on the left. The guests were all puzzled. There was no one with a higher status than the monarch in Vostronia. Only a few well-informed individuals had already received news of the two outsiders during the night Kyle shift. Under the palace dome, the golden hand of the black clock turned to the hour symbolizing the night Kyle shift. The chimes rang, and three figures emerged. Everyone's eyes curiously scrutinized the two outsiders. The man in the golden robe, though the shortest, exuded a mountain-like aura of majesty that even overshadowed the two giants. Ning Lu, both in physique and demeanor, surpassed the other giant. Everyone curiously examined the other giant. Compared to Ning Lu and the other person, he didn't give off a feeling of being unapproachable, but when their gaze touched the lifelike multi-headed serpent on the right side of his cheek, they still felt uncomfortable and immediately averted their eyes. Alpharius stood behind the golden throne, and the emperor sat down calmly. Ning Lu stood before his throne, feeling that the briber potion had digested a little. He scanned the crowd, taking in their curiosity, apprehension, and worry. Before the banquet begins, I have a major announcement to make. His voice filled the entire banquet hall, and everyone held their breath, listening. All of us in Vostronia and Sea Cradle share one homeland, Terra. We ventured into the stars, establishing human colonies, and the warp storms isolated us. During the period of warlord strife on Terra, the Lord of Mankind rose. He unified the human homeworld and resolved to reunite the scattered humans across the galaxy under a single Imperium. He turned and looked at Huang Laohan. Now, the Lord of Mankind, the Emperor, has arrived in Vostronia. I have sworn allegiance to him, and now you, too, should swear allegiance to the Master of the Golden Throne. Ning Lu spoke slowly. Everyone, hearing Terra, Lord of Mankind, and Emperor, was struck by a series of informational impacts, their hearts filled with shock. After a moment of stunned silence, they looked towards the Golden Throne. At this moment, the human emperor also presented himself in a perfect image to everyone. In each person's eyes, what they saw was their own ideal perfect image. They instinctively knelt on one knee, as Ning Lu had instructed, following the Vostronia custom. We swear allegiance to the Lord of Mankind, the Emperor. The Emperor's face beamed with a smile. I accept your allegiance. Rise. He said admiringly, you have done very well under the leadership of my progeny, Ning Lu. Henceforth, you must continue to strive, remain loyal to Ning Lu, and forge new glories. Let the banquet begin. Let us enjoy this moment. Yelena habitually looked at Ning Lu, and after seeing him nod, she pressed the communication bead in her ear. The banquet begins. Everyone silently moved to their seats, they had not yet fully processed this sudden change. White-clad chefs pushed trolleys covered with ice sculptures, entering in a continuous stream. The air was filled with the fresh aroma of seafood intertwined with other ingredients. Crystal-clear oysters lay on crushed ice, their flesh plump, paired with special lemon juice and herb sauce. With a gentle slurp, the sweetness and tartness intertwined in the mouth, awakening every cell of the taste buds. A colorful sashimi platter, with the delicate pink of tuna, the rich fattiness of salmon, and the sweet tenderness of sweet shrimp, each slice was cut as thin as a cicada's wing, elegantly arranged, pleasing to the eye like a work of art. Huge lobsters stood proudly, their shells vibrant, their flesh firm and springy. Steamed to preserve their purest freshness, they were adorned with minced garlic and chopped green onions. Sweet shrimp, frozen into ice spheres in liquid nitrogen at -196 degrees Celsius, burst into amber flashes when dropped into Whitler's Vort. The guests found the food tasteless, they were all still pondering what joining the Imperium of Man would bring to Vostronia. 11 work cycles later, the massive fleet led by Horus warped out of the warp, arriving in the Vostronia star system. Chapter 77, Horus loses his sole favor. Bucephalus, the human emperor's flagship in the early stages of the Great Crusade. The magnificent golden battleship stood in the air, a giant made of gold and marble, with a winged eagle standing at its bow, and its hull covered with a huge city of statues and war temples. The hull and flanks gradually tapered, forming a spear-like tip, while the engine units emitted a cold blue glow. Imperial officials and officers welcomed their master, the human emperor, aboard the flagship. Another object of welcome was Ning Lu, the second Gene Seed Primarch to return. The arranged gun batteries on the keel spewed dazzling light, and 11 rounds of bombardment illuminated the entire Vostronia star system. The chroniclers dispatched by Chancellor Mikado, not yet officially recognized by the Empire, recorded this glorious moment with cameras, data slates, or paper. 811. M30, the human emperor found the 11th Gene Seed Primarch in Vostronia. The scribes were more rigorous, they recorded diligently. 30, the human emperor found the 11th Gene Seed Primarch in Vostronia, he was the second Gene Seed Primarch to return to the Empire. The first digit of the imperial calendar quantifies the accuracy of time, with 0 representing Terra, the standard reference. 9 is the final level, applicable to areas that did not use the imperial calendar before. The 2nd to 4th digits divide a planet's orbital period, or 1 stellar year, into 1000 equal parts, 001000, to mark the time of an event's occurrence. The official return time of the 11th Gene Seed Primarch was the 811th year of the 30th millennium, the 133rd stellar millesimal year, with the largest time error compared to Terra time. Ning Lu followed Huang Laohan, and behind him were Howard, Bukayo Arshaven, Thierry Vieira, Chesney, Rolslev, and others. Considering that the human emperor did not like psychers, he did not allow Malina and Arsena to accompany him. The human emperor said to Alpharius, who was holding a long spear, "You take Ning Lu and the others to the dining hall first." He then said to Ning Lu, "I will talk to your brother, you will see him later." "As you wish." Ning Lu replied with a smile. He had already sensed a powerful presence rapidly approaching by spaceship. He had already guessed the identity of the newcomer, Horus, the first son to return according to official imperial records. Ning Lu knew that when Lehman Russ, originally the second publicly returned Gene Seed Primarch, was found, Horus was unhappy about no longer being the only Gene Seed Primarch and found many excuses to try to convince Huang Laohan that the barbaric brother was not to be trusted. Huang Laohan comforted and persuaded Horus to accept his brother, and thereafter always played the role of a good elder brother, helping many brothers adapt. Apparently, Huang Laohan now had to wait for Horus and talk to him. Ning Lu followed Alpharius towards the dining hall. 16 stellar minutes later, the circular viewing gallery surrounding the dining hall's dome. The human emperor and Horus looked through the curved tempered glass at the dining table 60 meters below. Bald Horus, his golden armor reflecting light like a morning glow under the illumination, the surface of his armor covered with numerous runes, and a vibrant red cloak draped down his back. Horus scrutinized the Vostronia people with the most critical gaze, and only after 16 seconds did he speak. "I know the Reapers, I have always commanded them. They are cruel hunters, acting on their killing instincts. The Vostronia people are different, they lack that sharpness, they are bound by reason." He showed his white teeth and said with certainty, "These two groups of people will not become battle brothers. The Vostronia people are not suitable to serve you." The human emperor was amused by Horus's clumsy excuse. He laughed at his son's jealousy. "Horus, the Vostronia people understand war with guns and cannons, they conquered this star system under your brother's leadership. They have also conquered worlds in another star system, the stars are no mystery to them." Horus mused. He was no longer alone. He shouldn't have cared about this, but he did. He was uneasy and extremely distressed. Sensing his son's struggle, the human emperor placed a hand on Horus's shoulder. This touch made Horus's soul tremble, and love surged into his heart. He resisted as much as he could, but he could not refuse it. "I understand your disappointment." The human emperor gazed into his eyes. "You and I have fought side by side for several years. It's very natural for you to feel this way." The human emperor's humor continued to increase appropriately. Horus was intoxicated by it, just as one is under the sunlight, even if the light emitted by the Lord of Mankind would burn him. "This is sibling rivalry. But I need him. We also need him. Competition between brothers is encouraged because it drives you to work harder." The human emperor's voice suddenly became powerful. He was still smiling, but his tone was tinged with majesty. "However, I will not tolerate discord between you. You must cooperate. You must learn to fight together." Horus's will knelt under the pressure of the human emperor's attention, and worry enveloped him. This new brother would also be able to do the same, and he would no longer be unique. "You're going to give him a legion?" Horus asked the human emperor. "Father, forgive me, but is this wise? I also gave a legion to the gang lord of Corsania. That was your birthright, and it is his too." The aura of wisdom emanating from the human emperor made Horus feel ashamed for questioning. "If I cannot trust you to learn how to work together with others, to lead them as my eldest son, then I have overestimated you in the past." He said these words kindly, but the thought of disappointing his father terrified Horus. "I will not fail you, Father, he swore. I will befriend him. I will help you teach him. Horus walked towards the dining hall, and at the same moment, Ning Lu, who had been listening to their conversation, also stood up. Moments later, the two Gene Seed Primarchs met in a luxurious suite. I am Horus, Gene Seed Primarch of the 16th Legion, the Shadow Moon Wolves. Just as Horus wondered if the brother taller than him would speak High Gothic, Ning Lu spoke. Ning Lu, Gene Seed Primarch of the 11th Legion, I know they were formerly called Reapers. Ning Lu's voice was standard, the fastidious Horus could not find a single pronunciation issue. You want to change them? Horus raised his eyebrows, beginning to try to cast aside narrow emotions, and said in a calm tone, that's not an easy thing. You will see. Ning Lu said as a matter of course. You don't have much time. I know. I wish you success. Horus turned and said as he reached the door, Cesic and Sanchez, I can smell their blood, they're here. Chapter 78, Reaper. Ning Lu walked out of the luxurious suite and looked at the two Reaper in red armor with scythes branded on their breastplates. They both had neat short hair and deep black eyes. The two Reaper carried crimson helmets on their left arms, revealing the smooth, yellow skin of their necks. They looked like miniature versions of him. They were not equipped with bolt guns, but instead used chainswords and bolt pistols. Open black lens bracket rogue. Close black lens bracket. As Ning Lu observed the two, his Gene Seed Primarchs also looked at their Gene Father. The moment they saw their Gene Father's face, it was as if they had seen a god descended, and their minds went blank for a moment. They subconsciously loosened the weapons they had kept a tight grip on in their right hands, and their desire for slaughter temporarily calmed down. Unlike when they met Horus, where they only felt the power of the Gene Seed Primarch, they felt much more from their Gene Father. They didn't yet know how to describe this feeling. After they came to their senses, they subconsciously gripped the weapons at their waists. After finding strength from this, the two Reaper walked towards Ning Lu. Horus, who was on the observation deck reporting to the Emperor, turned his head, vaguely anticipating something to happen. A moment later, he saw the two lower their heads and kneel on one knee at the feet of their Gene Father. Father, I am Cesic, Reaper Lord of the 1st Company. Father, I am Sanchez, Reaper Lord of the 7th Company. They pledged their loyalty to their Gene Father without even thinking, Horus said. I expected more resistance from them, they are very proud. When I handed them over to you, your Gene Seed Primarchs were no different. The Emperor said, his golden eyes watching the encounter unfolding below. Come in with me, Ning Lu said to his two Gene Seed Primarchs as they stood up, then led them into the dining room. Howard and the others put down their wine glasses, which they had barely touched, and rose from the dining table. They looked at the two Terrans, and the Reaper also looked at the Vostonians. The mutual observation and assessment lasted for a moment, and a hint of disdain flashed in Cesic's eyes as he spoke to Ning Lu. Father, your Gene Seed Primarchs are waiting for you, they hope you can go to the Jagged and meet with them. Ning Lu looked up, and Huang Laohan said with a smile. They have waited too long. You should meet with them immediately. When your ship arrives, I will summon you again. Yes, my lord. After Ning Lu finished speaking, he left with the two Reaper and his subordinates. Inside the transport ship, Ning Lu looked at the two Gene Seed Primarchs opposite him and spoke. Tell me about the current situation of the 11th Legion. Cesic was prepared and immediately spoke. The Legion currently has 11,433 Reaper, all gathered in the 33rd Expedition Fleet. Ning Lu nodded slightly, satisfied with this number. Generally, during the Great Crusade era, the number of Legion members changed at 2 points. One point was when the Emperor conquered the Moon. The Moon had been the center of human genetic research since the Dark Age of technology. After the battle from which the Shadow Moon Wolves got their name, the Emperor occupied the research facilities of the Selena gene cult, allowing for the large-scale production of Astartes. Most legions grew from a few hundred to tens of thousands. Of course, there was also retaliation from the Selena gene cult, who poisoned the Emperor's children's gene seed, nearly wiping out the 3rd Legion. The other point was when the Legion met its Primarch. On one hand, apothecaries could extract genetic material from the gene seed Primarch. The Emperor's children were only able to obtain pure gene seed and avoid extinction precisely because they reunited with Fulgrim. On the other hand, the world where the gene seed Primarch fell would become the Legion's home world and a recruitment ground for new soldiers. With both a source of new recruits and a sufficient number of gene seed, most legions would steadily increase in size, reaching tens of thousands, or even over 200,000. Currently, the 11th Legion is at least not one of those sparsely populated legions. While Ning Lu was thinking, Cesic continued. We initially served as the Emperor's blade, delivering devastating blows to the enemy. At that time, we strictly followed the Legiones Astartes, which formed the basis of the Astartes organizational structure. Later, when Horus returned to the Imperium, we were assigned to the command of the 16th Legion's Gene Seed Primarch. He still strictly implemented the organizational form of the Administratum, so the Legion's organizational form did not undergo major changes. The biggest change is that, influenced by the Shadow Moon Wolves, we further developed the application of tactical squads, with rogue squads accounting for more than half. Upon hearing this, Ning Lu understood why Horus knew so much about the Reaper. His core tactical thinking, the application of rogue squads, had permeated the 11th Legion. He also understood why the two used bolt pistols and chainswords as their weapons. Sanchez, who had been silent, unsure if Ning Lu, who had just returned to the Imperium, had read the Legiones Astartes, spoke to his Gene Father. The Shadow Moon Wolves organizational structure has two layers, companies and squads. The Shadow Moon Wolves companies range from dozens to hundreds of individuals, with each squad consisting of 10 or 20 people. The Reaper establishment is fixed, each company has 1,000 people, and each squad has 10 people. Cesic suddenly spoke. Currently, the 11th Legion has 12 companies. We lost hundreds of Reaper in a previous battle against a worm-like Xenos named Tagara. Ning Lu nodded slightly. He knew that the Shadow Moon Wolves, including the later Sons of Horus, unlike other legions that adopted a three-tiered command structure as their numbers grew, always maintained a two-tiered organizational structure. In certain campaigns, he would organize companies and independent units according to mission requirements, appointing temporary commanders, senior captains. Cesic looked at Sanchez, and the Reaper Lord understood. He spoke. Among the Solar Auxiliate cooperating with the 11th Legion, there are 4 regiments, the 11th, 33rd, 111th, and 333rd regiments, totaling 4 regiments. Cesic only spoke after letting Sanchez answer about the mortals he didn't care about. The 33rd Expedition Fleet consists of 1 Emperor-class battleship, the Jagged, 4 Retribution-class battleships, 10 cruisers of various classes, and 23 frigates. As soon as the Reaper Lord finished introducing, the transport ship approached the Jagged. Ning Lu looked at the Crimson Emperor-class battleship. He could already sense that thousands of Gene Seed Primarchs were waiting eagerly below. A moment later, Ning Lu landed in the Jagged's docking area. He saw the surroundings filled with Reaper in red armor, each excitedly looking at him, their Gene Father. Ning Lu, surrounded by the crowd, arrived at the strategic conference room on the bridge. 11 captains and 31 lieutenants knelt on one knee and swore allegiance to their Gene Father. Father, I am James, Reaper Lord of the 2nd Company. The Legiones Astartes stipulates that each company has 3 lieutenants, each leading 3 squads, and the Reaper organization is also like this. In previous conquest battles, the Reaper lost 1 captain and 5 lieutenants. Ning Lu looked around at everyone and said with a smile, "We still have a lot of time together, no need to rush. You should prepare your briefings first. I will speak with you individually later. Now, I need to arrange for the Vostonians who came with me." 2323, another chapter will be updated at a fixed time. P.S. The Legiones Astartes was not created by Guilliman, it is not the Codex Astartes. Chapter 79, The Collective Choice of the Vostronia Warriors. After the officers withdrew, Ning Lu summoned Howard and the others. He stared at them. You now have an opportunity to become a superhuman being. I believe you already know what they are called. They are known as Astartes, extraordinary warriors. Howard and Bukayo were pensive, and the brawler Thierry's eyes lit up with fighting spirit. Seeing this, Ning Lu knew they couldn't clearly distinguish between the extraordinary and the Astartes, so he used his telepathic ability to send a thought pulse to everyone. Over several years, Ning Lu had cultivated all the regiment commanders into extraordinary beings of different paths, after assessing their potential and loyalty. The ability I bestow upon you, you must understand it, comprehend its true meaning, and truly put it into practice. He explained the acting method in an obscure way, then continued. You cannot withstand immense changes all at once, you must proceed gradually. Although the improvement is relatively slow, the future upper limit is higher. Ning Lu only told them part of the reason, the other part was the need to collect potion materials. Finding potion materials in the vast galaxy is infinitely more difficult than on a single planet. He continued to send thought pulses to everyone. I grant you different abilities, not limited to combat. The Astartes, modifications are combat-centric, even brain modifications are for enhancing combat power. He will allow you to rapidly increase your combat power, which would take several advancements of the abilities I grant you to achieve. Ning Lu spoke vaguely, he couldn't yet determine at which sequence a combat-focused path like Twilight Giant would possess combat power comparable to an Astartes, let alone other paths not specialized in combat. Besides rapid combat power enhancement, becoming an Astartes has another benefit. After your modification, you will have a lifespan of thousands of years. Before advancing to high sequences, the lifespan of extraordinary beings is not as long as that of an Astartes. By transforming into an Astartes, extraordinary beings will have more ample time to advance. Ning Lu finally stated the cold truth in a serious tone. Astartes modification is best started in childhood, and even then, there's a risk of modification failure. All of you have passed the most suitable age, and the possibility of dying during the modification surgery is much higher. Moreover, once modified, you will have no opportunity for rest, endless war awaits you. Therefore, he emphasized again, I hope you consider it carefully. This time, I give you the opportunity to choose for yourselves, make your choice from your heart. Not just you, but also the warriors under your command, I grant them the right to choose. Ning Lu spoke from his heart. They had followed him all this way, and he hoped to continue leading them to establish his own kingdom in the future. But Ning Lu didn't want to force them this time. The population policy had already shown initial results, the Legion could recruit children from Vostronia. The Gene Seed Primarch decided to give them a chance for self-choice, as a reward for their achievements. As soon as Ning Lu finished speaking, Thierry resolutely said, My king, I am willing to undergo the modification surgery. Even if I die, I will never regret it. Me too. Howard, Bukayo, and Chesney spoke almost simultaneously, and then Rolslev and the others also reacted. Ning Lu's gaze swept over Rolslev and Chesney. They had the highest probability of modification failure, as both were nearing 40. Rolslev was even the one with the lowest potential among them. He became a regiment commander and a warrior, only because he was the most capable among those who started following him in the lower nest. Ning Lu did not offer further reminders. He clearly felt the shining, resolute will emanating from everyone, glowing brightly in the sea of souls. No one would give up, a reminder now would only cast a shadow in their hearts. Now was the time to encourage them. The Gene Seed Primarch stepped forward to Chesney, placing his large hand on his shoulder. I believe in you, you will surely endure the baptism of the modification surgery and undergo a transformation. At the same time, Ning Lu's mind seeped into the sailor's blue mental gate, leaving a suggestion in his mind. You will definitely pass the gene surgery. Chesney felt Ning Lu's concern genuinely for the first time, and he said excitedly, I will not let you down. Ning Lu then gave each person the same encouragement, using extraordinary eloquence, with each encouragement and implanting the same suggestion in each of their minds. After several years of study, he was already a psychic master in the field of mind, capable of mobilizing psychic power and techniques beyond a mental master. Implanting thoughts into the minds of 39 regiment commanders, he felt no fatigue. Among them, even the most perceptive, midnight poet, Bukayo did not detect the Gene Seed Primarch's actions, they only felt their conviction grow stronger after Ning Lu's encouragement. Ning Lu looked around at everyone, and after sensing their conviction, he nodded in satisfaction. Now, your task is to inform the warriors under your command about the transformation and risks, and confirm those who voluntarily accept the modification surgery. Remember, do not force anyone, no matter how much you value their talent. I grant them the right to choose freely. Everyone assented, and after excusing themselves, they returned to carry out Ning Lu's orders. Vostronia, Exemplar City, the second tallest nest tower was the Ward family's nest tower. Night Kyle Shift, Howard handed the data pad to his butler Kaminsky. Execute the property distribution plan as stated, distributing the property among my 6 children. The title of Count will be inherited by my eldest son Fabian upon his coming of age. My lord, Kaminsky's eyes were filled with tears, please reconsider. No need to reconsider, my mind is made up. From now on, the affairs of the Ward family have nothing to do with me, I will follow my lord. At the same moment, in the sea cradle, Chesney frowned as he looked at the bronze-skinned 4th Company commander in front of him. Joseph, you are already 44 years old. Undergoing the modification surgery carries great risks. Regiment commander, you are also nearing 40, yet you have also decided to undergo the modification surgery. I have already had 2 children, continuing the Martinez family's bloodline. His eyes shone. I also want to become a superhuman warrior, to follow Lord Ning Lu's footsteps and journey to the stars. Jagged, Ning Lu received reports from the various regiment commanders. He was shocked to discover that, apart from the 5 regiments stationed in the Crystal Mirage, all 29 other regiments, totaling 73,311 people, chose to accept the modification surgery. The Gene Seed Primarch randomly selected 3 people from each regiment and communicated with them, confirming through his superhuman perception that they were all willing. Open black lens bracket my warriors, they actually all chose to follow me, close black lens bracket. Just as Ning Lu was moved, a fleet jumped out of the void. Its flagship was a battleship built in the 22nd millennium. That era was the golden age of humanity. Chapter 80, Huang Laohan's Treasure Vault. Ning Lu, summoned by Huang Laohan, came to the Bucephalus again, filled with anticipation. The Emperor led him to the observation deck of the bridge, pointing at the battleship in the void. It is a Relic-class battleship. From now on, it is yours. Open black lens bracket. It's actually a Relic-class battleship, close black lens bracket. Ning Lu knew that currently, only Huang Laohan likely possessed Relic-class battleships in the galaxy, and he had originally intended to give them to the Dark Angels. The greatest advantage of these ships was their range. Against most battleships, they could kite their enemies, using their advantage to sink enemy ships without taking damage. Only Astarte's capital ships and vessels of similar class could inflict damage on them through their comprehensive performance. The only time he knew of a Relic-class ship participating in battle was during the Horus Heresy, when the Dark Angels heavily damaged the Night Lord's fleet. As Ning Lu pondered, he felt a sensation of digestion within him, and his spirituality became more vibrant. Open black lens bracket. This is the feedback from the previous bribery, close black lens bracket. Having obtained a powerful battleship, the Gene Seed Primarch solemnly promised the Emperor. Thank you for your gift. I will not disappoint you. Ning Lu again felt traces of digestion, but only slightly stronger than when he had poured tea. Through several instances of bribing Huang Laohan and receiving feedback, he summarized a pattern. Open black lens bracket. To role play, it's not always necessary to actually bribe with items, especially for someone like Huang Laohan who lacks no wealth. I offered to conquer worlds for him as quickly as possible, which he urgently needed due to his lack of time, and this pleased him. However, if there are only verbal expressions without actual results, his satisfaction decreases, and the digestion effect worsens. If there is a reward feedback, the complete bribery process is fulfilled, and the digestion effect is better. Close black lens bracket. As Ning Lu finished summarizing the bribers' role-playing rules, he heard Huang Laohan speak. My son, come, let us go to my treasure vault, and choose the items you desire. Ning Lu followed Huang Laohan with anticipation, walking up the stairs. A moment later, the two arrived on a platform built of gold. At the end of the stairs stood two golden armored custodians. Ning Lu also noticed that at the end of the platform, in front of the golden gate, stood two more custodians. Custodians, like Astartes, were the result of genetic modification, but they were also different. They were not standardized products but personalized ones. They were the guardians of the imperial palace and the golden throne, and also the emperor's personal bodyguards. The custodians knelt on one knee, saluting their master. Ning Lu followed Huang Laohan to the golden gate, and his pupils contracted. Neither his superhuman physical senses nor his subspace insight could clearly perceive what was inside the golden gate. He could only confirm that directly in front of him was a giant statue. Huang Laohan raised his left arm to shoulder height, tapping his finger on the runes of the gate. As he withdrew his arm, the golden gate rumbled open. Ning Lu immediately saw the full face of the statue. It was carved from gold, a majestic lion. He is my trophy, a symbol of power of a techno-warlord from Terra. His power is illusory, but this statue is a work of art. Come, let us enter. After Ning Lu and the Emperor entered the golden treasure vault, the gate rumbled and closed automatically. The Emperor smiled, looking at the Gene Seed Primarch. You may choose freely, but I will not advise you. It is entirely up to your own discernment. Once you have made your selection, I will tell you its origin and function. All right. The Gene Seed Primarch responded, looking around. The entire golden treasure vault was like a palace. He wants to test my discerning eye, perhaps an assessment of my perceptive abilities. Ning Lu strolled to the left, where he first saw a seemingly ordinary spear, its length merely matching that of a Gene Seed Primarch. However, the Gene Seed Primarch frowned. Through subspace insight, he could see faint, colorful light emanating from it. He also felt an ominous premonition and a deep unease. Ning Lu instantly confirmed that this outwardly unremarkable spear was a genuine artifact, the Jushan spear. Huang Laohan forged it in the Age of Strife, in his first underground fortress, and poured some of his own power into it. Another weapon, called the Spear of the Sun God, was forged alongside it, carried by custodian Captain Constantine Valder. Ning Lu knew that Lehman Russ, after passing the Emperor and Horus's test in the Fire Wheel War, sacrificing a third of his space wolves and annihilating the Orc Empire, received the Jushan Spear and Wolf Fang Fortress as rewards. Because the Cursed One had infused his power into it, the Wolf King immediately felt the curse contained within it upon acquiring it. The Wolf King lost it countless times, yet it always returned to Russ's side. The Gene Seed Primarch imperceptibly curled his lip, moving on to the next item without a hint of reluctance. Open black lens bracket. I wouldn't want it even if it were given to me for free. Don't give it to me in the future either. Not to mention the curse, who knows if Huang Laohan can observe me through his creations. Close black lens bracket. The Emperor saw Ning Lu walk past the Jushan spear, and a hint of disappointment flashed in his golden eyes. Ning Lu examined the items one by one. He was not in a hurry to make a choice. Since the Emperor had not set a time limit, he would look at everything before choosing. The Gene Seed Primarch was greatly impressed. The most precious treasures in the vaults of the Vostonian kings didn't even qualify as stepping stones in Huang Laohan's private treasure vault. He had only walked halfway and already seen 18 weapons that could be called artifacts, the black sword Sigismund would eventually acquire. He found spiritual fluctuations in 16 items. They were potion materials. Ning Lu thought back for a moment but couldn't match them to the potion materials on the blasphemous slate. They were all mid-sequence, even high-sequence materials. Open black lens bracket as expected. There are potion materials, and they are all high-grade. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu's eyes lit up. If he had the ability, he really wanted to directly rob the incredibly wealthy emperor. Just as he marveled and envied, his spirituality was suddenly touched. Ning Lu's pupils contracted. It was a gauntlet 11 meters away from him, shimmering with dazzling silver light, as if crafted from pure silver. He immediately averted his gaze, pretending nothing had happened, maintaining the same speed as before, and continued to look at items one by one. After examining 5 more items, he finally stood before the silver gauntlet. Ning Lu gazed at the item, seeing 22 golden runes on the back of the gauntlet. They were seamlessly integrated, forming a golden scale overall. The moment Ning Lu saw the golden rune scale pattern, his black eyes narrowed. The scale pattern gave him a sense of familiarity. After a second of silence, he remembered what it was. It was part of the symbolic representation of the judge pathway, with only the golden scales, without the ring, wings, or other elements. Ning Lu almost decided to take the gauntlet, but he only lingered a little longer than he did with other items. He then proceeded to examine the remaining items in the treasure vault one by one, making a full circle before returning to the Golden Gate. The Emperor's golden eyes fixed on him. Have you decided what to pick? Your combat power is formidable, perhaps you should choose a weapon to fully unleash your strength. Upon hearing this, Ning Lu immediately grew wary. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Chapter 81. From today on, you are the Order Shadows. Open black lens bracket him. What does Huang Laohan mean, hinting that I should choose a weapon, Jushin's spear? Not a chance. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu smiled. That's right, I want to choose a weapon. He mischievously took a step to the left, paused for 2 seconds in front of Jushin's spear, then strode towards the silver power fist. I want to choose it. The Emperor's golden eyes flickered with an almost imperceptible hint of disappointment. He smiled, seemingly considering Ning Lu's choice. You only get one chance. Are you sure? I'll give you another chance to choose. No need, I've already chosen. I'll take it. The disappointment in Huang Laohan's eyes deepened, so much so that Ning Lu, relying on his keen perception, could sense it. He pretended not to notice and turned to look at the power fist. The Emperor stepped forward. Even with his disappointment, he kept his promise to the Gene Seed Primarch and introduced the item. This power fist was also obtained during the Unification Wars. Its original owner was the techno-warlord Gimerez. During the battle, it released an invisible force field, binding a squad of custodians. After I killed Gimerez, it became part of my collection. I discovered that it would occasionally emit golden light, and surrounding objects would be affected by some force, becoming more. His golden eyes flickered, and the Emperor instantly thought of the appropriate word. Regular. Objects around it would arrange themselves according to some inherent regularity. More than a dozen weapons in my vault once left their positions and rearranged themselves by size. Later, I set up a runic force field, and no more strange things happened. As the Emperor spoke, he deactivated the runic array. His golden eyes swept over Ning Lu's left hand. Gimerez's left arm was cybernetically modified, likely to wear the power fist. It fits you perfectly. Ning Lu picked up the silver power fist and put it on, immediately feeling a peculiar sensation. Huang Laohan was right in front of him, so he didn't investigate further and put on the power fist properly. Ning Lu spread his left palm, then clenched it tightly. The size was perfect, and it moved freely. Let's go, the Emperor said, taking the lead and walking out. Ning Lu followed beside him, suppressing his surging spirituality and his curiosity about the silver power fist. Then, he heard Huang Laohan speak. I've spoken with your brother, Horus. He will help you adapt, and you will operate together. When he believes you are ready to command a legion, you will independently command the 33rd Fleet in battle. Ning Lu nodded. He knew that every Gene Seed Primarch's return involved this process. The 3 main individuals who taught the Gene Seed Primarchs to adapt to the change were the Emperor, Mikado, and Horus. Horus and Vulcan were personally taught by the Emperor, while Russ studied under Mikado. Because the other two had other important matters, Horus took on the role of instructor most often. Sanguinius, Fulgrim, and many other brothers all studied under him. Horus built friendly relationships with most of his brothers during this process, which was also one of the sources of his immense influence. Now there was Ning Lu as well, and he didn't object to the emperor's decision. Ning Lu said, "I will prepare as quickly as possible." The emperor nodded in satisfaction. As the two walked out of the private vault, Ning Lu looked back with a lingering gaze. As Ning Lu walked towards the landing pad, his communicator suddenly rang. He opened it, and Wojciech's voice sounded. "My king, according to your command, the armor has been specifically adjusted. You can put it on now." Ning Lu had seen the armor crafted by the artisans and was not satisfied. He had discussed the improvement plan with Wojciech, who was then responsible for communicating with the accompanying artisans. After a brief thought, he decided to return to the Jagged first, don the armor, and then proceed to his new flagship. Along the way, he issued an order to Howard, instructing him to dispatch 29 regiments to the Relic-class battleship. As a powerful capital ship, a behemoth not yet occupied by warriors, it could accommodate over 70,000 people. 1 standard hour later, on the Jagged's foundry deck, Ning Lu, attended by numerous technical artisans, donned the armor specially crafted for him. The entire suit of armor was jet black, with the exception of a red cloak, and had not yet been adorned with excessive decoration, save for an emblem branded on the chest. On the chest was the symbolic representation of the Black Emperor pathway, composed of chaotic dark black arcs, wings, spikes, and an abstract crown. The emblem on the chest was similar to the background color. An ordinary person might mistake it for a shadow if they didn't look closely. Cesic and the 12 company commanders standing nearby naturally saw it clearly. Ning Lu had already spoken with all the legions, and now he decided to announce the 11th Legion's reform plan that he had been brewing, transforming the Reapers into his own legion. As you can see, starting today, the Legion's power armor will be repainted black. Wojciech, show them the emblem on the chest. Wojciech held the data slate against his chest, and the gazes of the company commanders looking at him made him feel pressured. The company commanders clearly saw the emblem on the chest. Compared to the one on Ning Lu's chest, it only lacked the abstract crown. After a moment of silence, they spoke in unison. "As you wish." Ning Lu strode to the front of the group. He adapted to the armor as he walked. He looked down at them and continued to lay out the reform plan. "All the Legion's ships and vehicles will be repainted. You are no longer called Reapers. From today on, you are the Order Shadows." The Gene-Seed Primarch noticed that the company commanders were momentarily stunned. First Company Captain Cesic directly asked, "Father, why change the Legion's name? And what does Order Shadows mean? An empire must never be founded on slaughter. Slaughter is merely a means. What's more crucial is the new order we bring to each world after conquest." Cesic instinctively wanted to refute. The Astartes were the Emperor's angels of death, and the 11th Legion even more so. When he looked into the Gene Father's dark eyes, he felt a mountain-like pressure. Cesic's lips, which had just revealed his teeth, instantly closed as if attracted by magnets. He slightly turned his head, avoiding the Gene Father's gaze, and thought to himself. Open black lens bracket, it's just the Legion's name. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu keenly perceived that Cesic, along with 3rd Company Commander Sarmiel, 7th Company Commander Sanchez, and 8th Company Commander Robin, all frowned. They didn't object, but they hadn't accepted the concept he was conveying. He didn't question them aloud. The Reapers had been regarded as a butcher's knife, and old habits were hard to change. Nor would Ning Lu, like Korax, banish his cruel progeny to the edge of the galaxy. He decided to subtly change them over time. He continued, "But battle and slaughter are indispensable, so we are the Order Shadows. We will, like shadows, envelop our enemies. Order will emerge from the shadows." Ning Lu stated part of the reason, the other part was that he wanted to bind the entire Legion to the Order Shadows. Order Shadows pointed to the Black Emperor. The livery and the Legion emblem on the chest were all means of establishing this connection. Hearing Ning Lu say this, the 4 company commanders who had been slightly displeased earlier also relaxed their brows. They said in unison, "We are the Order Shadows. We use slaughter as a means to bring order." Ning Lu nodded in satisfaction. He continued, "Convey my philosophy to the warriors of your companies and complete the preparations." Subsequently, Ning Lu and Wojciech boarded the transport ship and headed towards the Relic-class battleship. The other 3 transport ships carried the 11th Legion's apothecary, medical equipment, and other supplies. Chapter 82 Void Hunter. On the transport ship, Wojciech reminded Ning Lu, "My lord, you should name the new flagship. Afterward, we will inform the Imperial fleet." Upon hearing this, Ning Lu looked away from the data slate. After a moment of thought, he said, "The advantage of a Relic-class battleship is its range, so let's call it the Void Hunter. It will be like a hunter, delivering a fatal, precise blow to enemy ships." Void Hunter, Wojciech repeated, then continued, "A fitting name." Ning Lu noticed a flicker of hesitation in Wojciech's eyes and asked, "You have more to say, speak freely." Upon hearing this, Wojciech's gaze instantly became firm. "My king, I also wish to undergo Astartes modification." "Why?" "After you bestowed strength upon me, I realized that the world is not composed of simple 0s and 1s, as the servants of the Omniscient claim." Wojciech's eyes sparkled with light, and his voice was full of longing. "I want to explore secrets. I hear that becoming an Astartes grants strength and a longer lifespan to pursue these secrets, and it also allows me to serve you better." Ning Lu thought that the Astartes Legion also needed the presence of tech sergeants, so he agreed to Wojciech's request. "Good," he said after a moment of thought, "the overall management of the shipyard construction will be entrusted to Rosicky. After your modification, you will go to the Mechanicus to complete your tech sergeant training. Though their knowledge is not complete, it should still be learned." "As you command, my lord." Wojciech smiled and said with joy. Ning Lu cast his gaze out the window. The Relic-class battleship was even larger than the Jagged, a true void behemoth. A moment later, he was in the docking area, listening to Howard's briefing. "My lord, 14 regiments have completed disembarkation, and 5 regiments are currently disembarking." "Sir, how should the modification order be arranged?" Ning Lu, having previously reviewed the data on the data slate on the transport ship, knew that the 11th Legion currently had 23 official apothecaries and 10 intern apothecaries. He had already planned the modification. All regimental commanders and Wojciech will undergo modification first, then the first rank of each regiment will be modified in turns, and so on. The sooner the modification, the better. Naturally, the regimental commanders, who are extraordinary, will go first. Howard glanced at Wojciech beside him and somewhat guessed his thoughts. "As you command, my lord." After Howard left, Ning Lu sent a message to the Legion's chief apothecary Mikel, asking them which deck they had chosen to set up the equipment. A moment later, the Gene Seed Primarch saw Mikel and the other apothecaries, whose eyes were filled with fanaticism. "Father, before, we could only watch those shadow moon wolves expand rapidly, but now it's finally our turn." He almost habitually blurted out Reaper, only to correct himself just in time at the end. "We, the Order Shadows. Do you need anesthetic? Although the extraction process won't be too painful, it will make you more comfortable," Mikel said, raising his left arm. The apothecary's medical equipment differs from the medical kits used by other Imperial forces. It is connected to the power armor's backpack and secured to the armored left arm, forming a complete composite system. Ning Lu noticed that the liquid in the syringe in his hand was gray. Mikel said proudly, "This is my specially formulated anesthetic, extracted from the lantern grass of the feral world of Sebastian. Just 1 drop can fell a horse. When I perform surgery on my brothers, I can control the temporary paralysis time of their superhuman bodies by adjusting the concentration." He looked at his father, who was like a deity before him, and his tone suddenly became somewhat uncertain. "I think, perhaps it can briefly relieve your pain." "No need." Ning Lu disliked the feeling of losing control over his body, even for just a moment. "Begin." The tech acolyte immediately began to remove the upper half of his armor. He lay on a specially designed operating table. "Father, we have begun." Seeing Ning Lu nod, Mikkel signaled the other apothecaries to begin. The apothecaries raised their left arms, operating the specialized extractors, and the needles pierced the sacred body of their father. Ning Lu felt a tingling sensation on his skin, like a mosquito bite. He frowned slightly, letting his thoughts wander. Open black lens bracket extraordinaries of Sequence 9, Sequence 8, and Sequence 7 do not inherit extraordinary characteristics. Extraordinaries of Sequence 6 and Sequence 5 naturally inherit some extraordinary characteristics. High sequence extraordinaries can freely control whether and how many extraordinary characteristics are inherited. This is also an important criterion for sequence division. Gene extraction also falls under the aspect of inheritance, so I will not pass on extraordinary characteristics to my gene father descendants. Close black lens bracket. As he pondered, Mikkel spoke. "Father, our work is complete." Ning Lu put on his armor and said to Mikkel and the other apothecaries, "Do your best to ensure the safety of all lives undergoing surgery. If you find any abnormalities, stop immediately." His subordinates, who had risen with him, were different from others. He used his prestige as a gene father to demand this of the apothecaries. "As you command, father." Mikkel and the others bowed in agreement, and Ning Lu then turned and left. He arrived at the bridge and found that Rosicky had already arrived and was discussing shipyard matters with Wojciech. Seeing Ning Lu, both immediately bowed in salute. After a moment of thought, Ning Lu said, "The shipyard will be built on Vostronia's satellite, Grey Moon, as Wojciech suggested. The plan is sound. Rosicky, you will build it according to Wojciech's design." After his inspection confirmed Rosicky's loyalty, Ning Lu began to cultivate him into an savant. "My king, please rest assured, I will do my utmost and not disappoint you." Ning Lu's eyes flashed. "The moonstones on Grey Moon, when played with, can relieve me from heavy pressure." He spoke using language that described the function of prayer beads, and Rosicky immediately understood. "My king, before construction, I will find every moonstone on Grey Moon and present them to you." Ning Lu left the two to continue their handover and walked to the command throne, sitting down. Open black lens bracket Vostronia is my base, and I need to leave troops to guard it. Moreover, I need to recruit new soldiers, selecting from among the children. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu recalled his previous meetings with each officer. The person he left behind could not be someone as cruel as Cesic, that would only throw the home world into chaos. After a moment of thought, he decided on the candidate. The captain of the 9th Company, Thomas, a descendant who inherited his psychic talent in the spiritual aspect. Thinking of this, Ning Lu sent a communication message to Thomas, and the 9th Company captain answered the summons. The Gene Seed Primarch looked at his Gene Father descendant, whose eyes shone exceptionally brightly, and said, "Thomas, are you willing to remain on Vostronia and select promising children?" "Father, I am willing to stay. Even if I lose the honor of fighting alongside you, I will do what you need me to accomplish," Thomas said without a moment's hesitation. "Very good," Ning Lu nodded in satisfaction, "you will have the opportunity to fight alongside me. But for now, only you are suitable for this role. I can only entrust the home world to you." Upon hearing this, Thomas was instantly illuminated as if by the sun. He said joyfully, "As you wish, my father." Ning Lu and Thomas discussed the recruitment standards, plans, and proposals in detail for 5 days. Afterward, he received a report that the officers had changed their armor's livery as per his request. Ning Lu decided to depart immediately. He sent a message to Horus, and an enthusiastic voice came through the communicator. "Ning Lu, my brother, please come aboard my ship for a detailed discussion." Chapter 83, Big Brother Horus. The vengeful spirit was an astonishing sight, even the largest battleships paled in comparison. The gigantic acceleration cannon on the ship alone far exceeded the length of most other warships. After Ning Lu's transport ship docked, he and 1st Company Captain Cesic walked towards the waiting Shadow Moon wolves. He sensed his scion behind him, and his body tensed instantly, as if a hunter had encountered another powerful hunter. Ning Lu looked ahead at the Shadow Moon Wolf, who carried his helmet under his arm. Most striking was his black hair, bound in a silver sheath, forming an upright topknot, like a palm tree growing from the crown of his head. He also had wide-set eyes and a prominent nose, strikingly similar to Horus, and wore golden white power armor. The Astartes with the topknot stepped forward. He bowed slightly, showing respect to the Gene Seed Primarch. "My lord, I am Ezekiel Abaddon, first company captain of the Shadow Moon Wolves, here to greet your arrival as ordered." "Abaddon," Ning Lu mused, "you have achieved many victories." Abaddon thought the Reapers had reported to Ning Lu, and he smiled at the praise for his achievements from a Gene Seed Primarch. "My lord, thank you for your recognition." Only then did Abaddon turn his gaze to the Astartes behind Ning Lu's right side, and he immediately noticed Sessek's change. His armor had changed from crimson to jet black, with only the crimson scythe on his right shoulder pad still hinting at their former identity as Reapers. "What, Lord of Reapers, are you preparing to collect corpses behind us?" Faced with Abaddon's taunt, Sessek, already feeling restrained, had his eyes fill with crimson. "Abaddon, want to fight?" Hearing this, the topknot-wearing Astartes' lips curved into a smile, and his eyes glinted with sharpness as he clashed with Sessek. "Good, but I must first complete the task my father entrusted to me." Ning Lu frowned. Astartes, as fighting machines, would instinctively test each other when they met. Interrupting the tension between the two, he disapproved of such meaningless duels. "If you want to compete, then compete in the next battle, who kills more enemies." After speaking, he looked at Abaddon. "I imagine you don't want to keep Horus waiting too long." Abaddon withdrew his gaze. "Please follow me." Sessek suppressed his fighting spirit and followed Ning Lu, walking forward. A moment later, Ning Lu met Horus on the bridge of the Vengeful Spirit. "My brother," Horus immediately stepped away from the strategic table, smiling, "I hope you and your scions are getting along well." The Gene Seed Primarch keenly noticed that, compared to their last exchange of pleasantries, sincerity now dominated his words, causing Ning Lu to ponder. Open black lens bracket. After Huang Laohan's prodding and adjustments, Horus has decided to play the role of the big brother, close black lens bracket. "Horus, of course, I get along well with them." As he spoke, he clapped his large hand on Sessek's left shoulder. "See, Sessek looks quite good now." Sessek's instinctive resistance immediately dissipated upon feeling the Gene Father's touch. Horus glanced at Sessek. The defiant first company captain of the Reapers was docile, like a pet stroked by a Terra Noble. "You are ready. It's time to begin our journey. Before that, I want to introduce you to my advisory team." 3 Shadow Moon Wolves emerged from behind Horus. Horus said with a smile, "My council of 4 kings are all shaped by the moon. You've already met Ezekiel, he is the full moon." Ning Lu knew that the council of 4 kings consisted of the 4 most outstanding Astartes from the Shadow Moon Wolves and the future sons of Horus. In addition to their company captain duties, they served as Horus's most trusted advisors, residing daily on the Vengeful Spirit. Ning Lu was also planning the unique organization of the Order Shadows, but he would only begin forming it after Howard Fend and others completed their modifications. Tariq Torgadon, the gibbous moon. Ning Lu's gaze swept over Kaishan and Manos, lingering for a moment on Torgadon, the tallest among the council of 4 kings. After seeing many Order Shadows and Shadow Moon Wolves, he noticed that his scions were slightly taller, but not as significantly as the height difference between himself and Horus. Open black lens bracket. This means my height of 411 units is partly derived from the barbarian, and this sequence amplifies my physique. Close black lens bracket. While Ning Lu pondered, he and Sessek walked to the strategic table. Horus also turned his gaze to the holographic star map and spoke. "I imagine you would prefer to lead your scions in conquering the worlds around your homeworld. Therefore, I will leave them to you." Ning Lu nodded slightly, sensing the goodwill Horus extended. He was both hoping to be a good big brother and using his influence to affect him. "The target is here, we call it the Ape-Man system. This Ape-Man system is very special. Its 4 planets have varying environments, but all are high-gravity worlds, populated by Oghren. Before being summoned by Father, I had just begun conquering one of these worlds. The 10th company is there now. Ning Lu looked at the 4 brightly lit green worlds on the star map. Oberon, he narrowed his eyes. Open black lens bracket excellent, their arms are the primary material for the barbarian potion, close black lens bracket. The expeditionary fleet then set sail. Ning Lu remained on the vengeful spirit. After returning to the human empire, the addition of the navigators meant he no longer had to personally worry about warp travel. The arrival of the astropaths also allowed him to maintain some contact with Vostronia. On the vengeful spirit, he learned everything about the human empire from Horus. Horus discovered that Ning Lu learned, understood, and assimilated knowledge from all aspects at an astonishing speed. Upon arriving at the Ape-Man system, the expeditionary fleet calibrated their time with the 10th company, estimating that this warp journey had only taken 16 teradays. Upon hearing this news, Ning Lu couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This was the benefit of returning to the human empire. Warp travel was safer and faster. The 10th company had already completed the task Horus left behind, conquering 1 planet, with 3 more planets awaiting conquest. Horus lightly tapped his finger, zooming in on the largest of the 4 planets. This world is primarily a grassland environment, where Oberon herd mammoths and other creatures for food. He looked at Ning Lu. Although this brother learned all sorts of knowledge at an astonishing speed, how would he perform in actual combat? Could he lead the 11th Legion? Horus still harbored doubts, and he decided to observe him during joint operations. We will go to this world together and let those barbarous Oberon know what true power is. How about it? Good, Ning Lu nodded slightly. He decided to begin reorganizing the Legion's conduct in this battle. I will return to the Legion for a pre-battle speech. We will rendezvous on the ground. The Astartes modification surgeries on the Void Hunter were still ongoing, and no one had yet completed their ascension. While traveling on the transport ship to the Jagged, Ning Lu pondered which company he would personally lead in the upcoming conquest battle. He glanced at Sessek across from him and shook his head slightly. To establish a new standard through reform, it was best to start with what was easy. As Ning Lu thought this, he already had a candidate in mind. Chapter 84, The Glory of Fighting Alongside the Gene Father. Jagged, Bridge, Strategy Room. Aside from Thomas, the other 11 company captains were all gathered here, and the sound array master sent signals to every ship in the 33rd Expedition Fleet. Order shadows, auxiliary army soldiers, the foolish minds of the Oberon barbarians cannot feel the illumination of the Imperium's light. Today, we will bring them the light of enlightenment. Ning Lu looked at the company captains, pausing for a moment. His tone shifted from impassioned to authoritative as he presented his demands. Order shadows, you are no longer a reaper, slaughter is not your pursuit. I demand that in battle, you are not driven by the desire for slaughter and rage. Maintain composure, use your talents, discern the enemy's weaknesses, and kill with 1 strike. As Ning Lu spoke, he perceived the reactions of the 11 company captains. The most resistant were Sessek, Sarmiel, and Robin. Sanchez, who had previously been as resistant as them, seemed to be deep in thought. Everyone looked at Ning Lu with anticipation. They all hoped to be the first company to fight alongside their Gene Father. This was an honor for every warrior. Sessek held his head high. As the first company captain, he believed the glory rightfully belonged to him. Facing their expectant gazes, Ning Lu slowly spoke. Adams, your 4th company will fight with me. Upon hearing this, Sessek's rage surged. He turned to look at Adams, who was the calmest among them. Only the longing in his eyes revealed his own desire for this glory. Yet, he became the ultimate winner. The first company captain subconsciously gripped the chainsword at his waist, his eyes filled with fury. He had been overlooked, he had not received the glory befitting his status as first company captain. Adams felt Sessek's substantial rage, like a bolt gun, shooting towards him, but his expression remained unchanged, still as cold as ice. He stepped forward, his right fist striking the Legion's shadow emblem on his chest. The warriors of the 11th Legion were simply and vividly called this. Father, I will prove your choice is wise. Ning Lu nodded. He had communicated with this company captain, who most clearly inherited his prominent straight nose, and knew he was a calm person, without emotional fluctuations. The Gene Seed Primarch guessed that if he weren't as cold as his expression on the battlefield, he would have surely been ostracized among the Reaper previously. But he also keenly noticed one aspect of this progeny's icy logic: unconditional execution of his commands. He and his company were the best choice. The other company captains, feeling a sense of loss, returned to their respective warships to launch their attack operations. Ning Lu took a transport ship and landed first on the unnamed Oberon planet, which could be classified as a grassland world. As he exited the ship's cabin, he wore a silver gauntlet on his left hand, with a bolt gun mounted on the inside of the arm as per his request to the tech sergeant. This was an inspiration Ning Lu had gained from Guilliman, who also used a power fist, the Hand of Dominion. At his waist hung a power sword matching his use. Since his left arm's fighting style leaned towards brute force and directness, he chose a more agile weapon for his right hand, one that could fully utilize skill. As soon as Ning Lu landed, he received coordinates from Horus, and then Adams arrived with 974 warriors. The Oberon had no anti-air capabilities, so the 4th Company did not perform an orbital drop, instead rapidly deploying via transport ships. Most conspicuous in the 4th Company were 5 black-painted Mikado heavy tanks. These tanks had been active on battlefields even before the unification of Terra. Unlike the 2 main tank models of the later Great Crusade, the Predator and the Sicaron, the tanks widely equipped by the early Astartes legions and Solar Auxilia were named after Mikado, the Emperor's most trusted individual. Aside from 3 adjutants, all Order Shadows were seeing their Gene Father for the first time. The moment they looked at the Gene Seed Primarch with excitement and fervor, they froze, doubting if they were dreaming. Ning Lu smiled slightly at this sight and spoke. "My children, you will grow accustomed to fighting alongside me. Now, let us embark on the journey of conquest." Immediately, he led the way towards the enemy target. The Mikado heavy tank's temperamental engines roared to life, crushing lush green grass into dust in their wake. Adams immediately followed, and the Order Shadows quickened their pace. They felt as if their power armor and bodies had become lighter. Moments later, Ning Lu looked at the crude stone city built from giant rocks ahead. According to the Augur Matrix's life signal scans, this stone city was the 3rd largest Oberon settlement, with a population exceeding 10,000. The Oberons' appetites were as vast as their physiques, making a settlement of this size quite remarkable. Ning Lu was curious about what this Oberon tribe fed on. The Shadow Moon Wolves, led personally by Horus, were targeting the 2nd largest settlement. According to the battle plan, after they each completed their attacks, they would coordinate to capture the largest Oberon settlement. Ning Lu opened the communication channel and spoke on the 4th Company's company channel. "Before the battle begins, I remind you, be calm, discern weaknesses, and kill with one strike. Do not disappoint me." Ning Lu did not seize command from Adams, he merely provided guidance. Hearing Ning Lu speak, the Order Shadows felt a little nervous. Just then, Adams, who had already thought about how to execute the Gene Father's command, spoke. "All squads, strictly maintain combat formations and attack in an orderly manner. Mikado heavy tanks, act as the vanguard, with other squads attacking around them." Adams' words gave the warriors of the 4th Company direction. Under the command of their adjutants and captains, they quickly formed combat formations around the Mikado heavy tanks. Ning Lu nodded in satisfaction. Adams had not disappointed him, he had set a feasible standard for the Order Shadows. He moved first, activating his energy field generator. The power fist glowed with dazzling golden light, attracting the gaze of all Order Shadows. They noticed that the silver gauntlet, unlike the blurred, blue energy field emitted by ordinary power weapons, radiated a brilliant golden light from the Gene Father's power fist. The Order Shadows' gaze followed the Primarch. The Gene Father instantly arrived before the stone wall and unleashed a punch. Golden lightning tore through the sky. Boom! A thunderous roar, like a bolt from the clear sky, echoed across the open grassland. The entire Oberon tribe heard this tremendous sound. Adams saw that after the Gene Father's punch created a breach in the thick stone wall, he charged into the city first. His battle intent surged, his expression remained grim, but his voice carried a hint of fanaticism as he shouted loudly. For Ning Lu. The Order shadows shouted in unison, for Ning Lu. The driver's shouts made the Mikado heavy tank's machine spirit roar with excitement, crashing into the stone wall with a thundering sound. The main cannons roared, large caliber shells trailing dazzling white light as they struck inside the Oberon camp. The Astartes poured through the breach, forming combat formations, and began their attack. Chapter 85, Potential Weakness Induced by Acute Perception. The Oberon charged at the enemy, wielding clubs, iron hammers, and other weapons. In their simple minds, the bigger they were, the stronger they were. Hundreds of the largest Oberon, armed with iron hammers and residing in the center of the camp, rushed towards the most conspicuous Ning Lu. The Gene Seed Primarch raised his left arm, aimed at the head of a charging Oberon, and pulled the trigger. Conventional propellant pushed the bolt out of the barrel, and then the rocket propellant ignited, propelling the bolt forward. The hardened adamantium warhead, designed to penetrate most armor before exploding, effortlessly pierced through the Oberon's unhelmeted large head as if shooting into tofu. With a bang, the fuse detonated, and a significant portion of the Oberon's body vanished with a thud, as if swallowed whole by a monster. Simultaneously, 15 Oberon charged at Ning Lu. The Gene Seed Primarch drew a power sword from his right hip, activating its energy field generator. He did not use his full strength but instead demonstrated efficient killing techniques to his sons. Ning Lu executed 15 thrusts in an instant, following Osber Via's 16th principle. The Order shadows, who inherited their Gene Father's acute perception, caught his movements. Each of Ning Lu's swords pierced an Oberon's throat, and they seemed to grasp something profound. More Oberon surged towards Ning Lu. In their simple minds, as long as there were enough of them, they could kill giants taller than themselves. Ning Lu felt no pressure from the elite Oberon. There wasn't even anyone who could make him test the extraordinary abilities of the bribers. As he slaughtered the Oberon, he focused his attention on the 4th Company warriors, observing their condition. A moment later, the Gene Seed Primarch's brow began to furrow. He had discovered something amiss. Ning Lu concentrated on the squad guarding the perimeter of the leftmost Mikado heavy tank. The Gene Seed Primarch observed that after 4 rounds of bolt pistol fire, Oberon corpses lay scattered around, blood dyed the earth, and the scent of gore filled the air. Ning Lu noticed that the eyes of all 10 members of the squad began to tinge with blood. He focused on one warrior and then saw his pupils gradually dilate, with blood-red color slowly seeping into his eyes. His nose twitched, sniffing the bloody scent in the air, and an expression of longing appeared on his face. His ears vibrated with the roar of the chainsword, their frequency gradually becoming consistent. Open black lens bracket is this, a negative effect caused by acute perception, close black lens bracket. Ning Lu couldn't help but form a conjecture, his thoughts racing. Open black lens bracket. The 11th Legion was erased from all records, so they must have committed a grave error. I haven't found any genetic defects in the Legion, so the root cause is likely a consequence of acute perception. Combining this with what I've witnessed, I can deduce, as the slaughter progresses, the warriors of the 11th Legion, due to their acute perception, have their desire for slaughter, as killing machines, stimulated, and it becomes increasingly uncontrollable. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu once again expanded his perception, focusing on the entire squad. Immediately, his warp sight detected that their desires for slaughter were intertwined and mutually influencing each other. Like resonating musical notes, they amplified each other through vibration, growing increasingly intense. Upon seeing this, the Gene Seed Primarch understood. Open black lens bracket. Acute perception applies not only to the environment and enemies but also to battle brothers nearby. Feeling the killing intent of nearby brothers will also intensify one's own bloodlust. The entire team's desire for slaughter will gradually strengthen. Close black lens bracket. Just as he realized this, the rogue he was watching suddenly let out an excited roar. He broke away from the squad and charged towards the nearest Ogren. A flicker of disappointment crossed Ning Lu's eyes, simultaneously confirming his judgment. Open black lens bracket. It's highly probable that due to acute perception, the original 11th Gene Seed Primarch and Legion were influenced in some way, leading to their downfall and ultimate punishment. Close black lens bracket. As Ning Lu pondered, more and more Legion warriors broke away from their squads, engaging in bloodthirsty slaughter to satisfy their own desires. The entire company instantly disintegrated into scattered individuals, each fighting for themselves. The Gene Seed Primarch was disappointed by his son's willpower, but Ning Lu would not abandon them. He let out an earth-shattering roar of anger towards the sky. The extraordinary ability of Sequence 8, Howl, did not stun the Astartes, who possessed superhuman physical qualities, but it briefly vibrated the brains of the Order Shadows, temporarily diluting their bloodlust. Ning Lu's authoritative voice resonated through the Vox channel. Control yourselves, do not be controlled by the desire for slaughter. His voice echoed in every Order Shadow's helmet. The rogue he had been watching regained clarity in his eyes just before colliding with the Ogren. The Gene Seed Primarch's dim gaze suddenly brightened. The Order Shadows, who were not superior in strength, did not directly engage the Ogren's attack. Even when the desire to fight overwhelmed their reason, the Gene Father's previous admonitions took effect at the last moment, and the Order Shadows instinctively seized upon the Ogren's exposed weakness. He sharply twisted his raised right arm and struck the Ogren's exposed armpit after he swung his club. The roaring chainsword sliced into the Ogren's armpit, across his neck, and emerged from the other side of his shoulder. Ning Lu nodded slightly in satisfaction. He also saw that his sergeant had not abandoned his overzealous subordinate but had instead directed the other 8 rogue to charge from the flanks, forming a new combat formation. Besides Ning Lu, Adams was also monitoring the battle when he led the honor guard in their attack. He noticed that the company had changed. In the past, the Reapers could only maintain combat cohesion at the start of a battle. Afterward, as the slaughter progressed, the Reapers' bloodlust would eventually overwhelm their reason. The Reapers would break away from the formation and begin a bloodthirsty slaughter. Most wars ended without any targets left to kill, and battles involving Reapers never had prisoners. They were the Emperor's angels of death, Horus's butcher's knives. However, now everything had changed. The Gene Father's command was like a restraint placed upon their heads. It was also like a beacon of light blooming in their hearts. No Order Shadow wanted to disappoint the Gene Seed Primarch. This allowed the Order Shadows to maintain a shred of rationality, and they began to re-establish coordination. The Scorpion Tail Squad was the first to begin tacit cooperation. 2 rogue alternately fired their bolt pistols, one facing left front and the other facing right front. They covered each other, attracting and blocking the Ogren's attacks. The squad members would attack from the flanks. The Ogren's clumsy minds hadn't even reacted. They didn't even have a chance to attack the Scorpion Tail Squad before they were killed. Sergeants from other nearby squads, seeing the Scorpion Tail Squad's simple yet effective tactics, also began to emulate them. A moment later, the entire 4th Company had restored order. Adams regained control of the company, and he loudly issued commands. Scorpion Squad, maneuver to 3 o'clock. Wasp Squad, 1 o'clock, bait the enemy. Quote. The 4th Company, with order restored, efficiently ended the battle. Ning Lu looked at his Gene Seed Primarch sons and praised them. My children, you make me proud. I see your delightful transformation. The Order Shadows felt an invisible power infuse their bodies upon hearing their Gene Father's words. They felt different. While the 4th Company cleared the battlefield, Ning Lu found a food source in the camp. Chapter 86, The Gene Seed Primarch's First Meander. Ning Lu found a large pit, 84 meters in diameter, within the Ogren's city. Inside, countless creatures, about 40 centimeters long, resembling gigantic beetles but with flatter bodies, swarmed. Their backs were covered in thick, dark carapaces, uneven and mottled with textures like rust or dried blood. They had 4 serrated, hook-like limbs with barbs at the joints, and they covered the Ogren corpses, emitting a soft gnawing sound. Upon seeing these bugs, Ning Lu immediately recognized them as corpse collector, potions only missing main ingredient, corpse-eating bugs. He also noticed 5 Ogren children, as tall as average adults, sitting blankly beside a large pot, swallowing saliva. Dark, 4-legged corpse-eating bugs churned in the pot, and one child blankly reached his hand into the boiling pot. Being slow, he only felt pain when he grabbed a corpse-eating bug, and as he pulled his hand back, he brought out a 4-legged bug. He ignored the pain, opened his mouth, swallowed the corpse-eating bug, and chewed vigorously. Only then did Ning Lu understand that the Ogren had artificially created a corpse recycling factory. They fed corpses to the corpse-eating bugs, and then they ate the bugs. Open black lens bracket eating bugs is fine, but is eating corpse-eating bugs really fine? Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu's psychic vision reminded him that these corpse-eating bugs, materials for the corpse collector pathway, were shrouded in a chilling aura. The Gene Seed Primarch stepped to the edge of the pit and reached out to grab a corpse-eating bug. The corpse-eating bug felt cold in his hand, and its 4 serrated, hook-like limbs struggled violently. Ning Lu exerted a little force, and the corpse-eating bug immediately sensed a threat to its life and stopped moving. Adams, who had come over to give a briefing, saw this scene and slightly furrowed his brows. The 4th Company captain began his briefing. Father, only 2 soldiers were unfortunately struck on the head by Ogren great clubs. These barbarians are even stronger than us, they even cracked the Mikado heavy tank. Even the cold Adams couldn't help but exclaim, he lamented. Fortunately, they lack intelligence, and even more so, discipline and combat awareness. Otherwise, these subhumans would be a problem. Your company did well, you have initially overcome the desire for slaughter. The Gene Seed Primarch encouraged, you must obey my admonition and remain calm in battle. We will certainly not disappoint you. Adams hammered his chest plate with his right hand, stating solemnly. After finishing the briefing, he tentatively asked his Gene father. You like these bugs? Ning Lu nodded, realizing this was an opportunity to establish a persona in the 11th Legion as someone who liked rare animals and items. Please entrust this task to me, I will collect them for you. Good, very good. Ning Lu amplified his joy, expressing his appreciation with a slight exaggeration. Afterward, he avoided his son's perceptions and returned to the disordered country. As soon as he stepped into the disordered country, the golden runes on his silver power fist, even without him activating it, burst forth with dazzling golden light. Ning Lu swung his left arm, and the golden runes shimmered in the air. He vaguely felt a power contained within, the power of order. Open black lens bracket compared to other potion materials, it stimulates my spirituality the most. Golden scales, order, it can almost certainly be confirmed that it contains the Beander characteristic of a certain sequence from the Judge pathway. And, it should belong to a high sequence. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu cautiously did not inject his spirituality, stimulating the power fist to change. With a thought, he first went before the blasphemy slate. Ning Lu noticed that on the slate, there were still only all the potion formulas for sequence 7, as well as sequence 6 inches corrupted Baron, and the adjacent pathways, Judge. Sequence 6 inches corrupted Baron, potion formula. Main ingredients. 1 Osiris Mind Control Seed, 1 Brain Eater. Auxiliary ingredients, 33,000 ml Black Ros Fuerte, 11 Evil Sun's Orc Teeth. Beander abilities. Ning Lu looked at the potion formula, knowing that he wouldn't be able to gather the corrupted Baron potion materials in a short time. The Evil Suns are one of the 6 major orc clans, spread throughout the galaxy, and are the easiest missing potion material to encounter. The Osiris Mind Control Seed operates in the Extreme Star territory in the eastern part of the galaxy and will not be encountered in a short time. Brain Eaters are one of Randan's main forces, their power is similar to Bone Eaters, lower than the Worm and Sloth. Randan's sphere of influence is in the northeastern part of the galaxy, a powerful Xenos race encountered by the Imperium during the Great Crusade. Measuring by the cost incurred, it's not an exaggeration to say that Randan was the greatest threat the Imperium faced. The Imperium paid the price of over 200,000 Astartes, millions of Imperial army soldiers, and at least several Titan legions to exterminate Randan. Even at Ullanor, the Imperium did not pay such a heavy price. Huang Laohan not only deployed the Omen Convent but also destroyed the Eternal Night Labyrinth, releasing the Void Dragon, to finally achieve victory. As the main force against Randan, the First Legion, which lost nearly 150,000 Dark Angels, ceded its position as the largest Astartes legion to the Ultramarines after the war. Open black lens bracket no rush, the bribers potion hasn't been fully digested yet, I still need to continue bribing Huang Laohan, close black lens bracket. Ning Lu then walked to the furnace to concoct the Corpse Collector potion. As a Gene Seed Primarch, he naturally had a genetic bond with the Order Shadows. Although some Terrans' loyalty to the Emperor was higher than to himself, most were still loyal to him, and considering he would develop in the Imperium, the loyalty threshold didn't need to be too high. Through conversation in previous battles, Ning Lu had confirmed Adams's loyalty and decided to cultivate him as the first Beyander among his Gene sons. Adams's cold characteristic was very suitable for the Corpse Collector. While he pondered, he threw the corpse-eating bugs into the furnace. A moment later, he scooped out a piece of green gelatinous substance. Ning Lu immediately returned to the real world, coming to a nearby Ogren building, which was barely large enough to accommodate his giant body. He sent a communication message to Adams, and a moment later, the 4th Company captain walked in, carrying 2 crates. After placing the boxes on the ground, he said to Ning Lu, "Father, these are the corpse-eating bugs you asked for, there are 432 of them." Ning Lu nodded in satisfaction, spreading his palm. "You performed well, this is your reward." Adams's black eyes looked at the potion, then he picked it up. He trusted his Gene father. The 4th Company captain tilted his head back and poured the green potion into his mouth. After Ning Lu used telepathy to instruct Adams, the Astartes quickly reigned in his power. After Adams's eyes returned to normal, he intuitively felt his body temperature drop. The Gene Seed Primarch's superhuman perception also noticed it, but it didn't drop as much as he expected, he thought to himself. Open black lens bracket an Astartes' body far surpasses that of a mortal. The Corpse Collector potion's effect on him should not be as great as on an ordinary person. Or rather, low-sequence potions have a smaller degree of transformation on a superhuman body. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu thought thoughtfully. "Thank you for your father's bestowal." Ning Lu didn't tell Adams where the power came from, nor did the 4th Company captain ask. It was enough for him to understand that this was a special bestowal from his Gene father. Ning Lu sent another thought pulse to Adams. "To master the power I have given you, you must be a good corpse collector. Collect their corpses for them, preserve their arms, and bring them to me. Their strong arms are good trophies." "Yes, father." Adams turned and left, playing the role of corpse collector, according to the Gene father's instructions. At the same moment, the killing speed competition between the 11th Legion and the 1st Company captain of the 16th Legion began. Chapter 87, The Contest Between Sessek and Abaddon. Life signals scanned by the Augur Matrix allowed them to pinpoint an Ogren camp with similar life signals. Both 1st Company captains were full of confidence in themselves. To show fair play, Sessek, after asking Abaddon about his company's numbers, sent his adjutant to lead the others to attack another Ogren settlement. Stepping off the landing craft, Sessek gathered his troops. He had chosen only rogues equipped with bolt pistols and chainswords. He gave a pre-battle speech to his warriors, who were clad in Mark II Crusade pattern power armor, over the company channel. The first generation of power armor accompanied the Astartes throughout the unification wars of the solar system, and continued to be used in subsequent campaigns, gradually being phased out as they sustained damage. Before the end of the unification wars, the Emperor had already begun designing a new generation of power armor. More powerful and complex combat armor was successfully developed before the legions left the solar system, and its protective capabilities completely surpassed the first generation. Brothers, the Gene Seed Primarch did not choose us for his first campaign. This is a disgrace to the First Company. We must, in this conquest, declare with the blood and death of our enemies that the First Company is worthy of this glory. This way, he will choose us for the next campaign. Standing side by side at the front right of the formation was an Order Shadows, whose right shoulder pad was not painted with a red scythe, but only his left shoulder pad bore the red falcon marking his adjutant status. He frowned deeply and said to Cesic, "Captain, I think Father's words were to tell us to remain rational, not to indulge in slaughter." A trace of anger flashed in Cesic's eyes, and he roared, almost shouting, "Dixon, what are we? We are the Emperor's angels of death, the Crimson Butcher's blade. Slaughter is our responsibility." He paused, suppressing his anger. He did not blame Ning Lu, but stubbornly stated, "I will prove myself in my own way." Cesic raised his chainsword high and asked the warriors before him, "And you?" Except for Dixon and the two squads of Order Shadows behind him, all other First Company warriors raised their weapons and shouted loudly, "In our own way, we prove ourselves." Cesic's black eyes fixed on Dixon and several other Astartes. "And you?" Dixon felt as if he was being stared at by a wild beast, but he did not yield. "I will participate in the battle. In my own way." Cesic curled his lip and said disdainfully, "Keep your eyes wide open and watch how we win back glory for the First Company. Go." Cesic fastened his helmet. As he enjoyed the slaughter, the integrated scanner in his optical display would identify the enemies he killed and update his counter. This contest was both a team contest and a personal one. Cesic took the lead, charging towards the Ogren camp. The Ogren, who herded zebra-like creatures, were selecting their food for the day. Just then, Cesic charged into the tribe. He did not command his subordinates. His command creed was to lead by example, killing the most enemies in every battle, and he always succeeded. In his eyes, fallen battle brothers were simply unqualified reapers. Cesic, like a high-speed tank, crashed directly into the herd, smashing one green-striped zebra after another. Blood stained his black armor, and the First Company captain felt a familiar sense of exhilaration. Facing an Ogren charging with a club, he directly swung his roaring chainsword to attack. Cesic's movements were swifter and more ferocious than the Ogren's. The chainsword struck the Ogren's chest, twisting and churning. Bathed in blood and gore, the First Company captain felt increasingly pleased. Open black lens bracket. "We are the Emperor's angels of death, the Butcher's blade. Governance is Mikado's business, slaughter is our responsibility. The Gene Father will understand, I will make him see." Close black lens bracket. Cesic pulled back his chainsword, knocked over the Ogren's corpse, and charged towards the next moment. He let his killing instinct run wild, relying on instinct rather than reason to find the enemy's weaknesses. Cesic was like the Grim Reaper of old knight legends, wielding his butcher's blade, mercilessly slaughtering every Ogren he encountered. His frenzied slaughter stimulated his guard, and then spread to more warriors. At the start of the battle, the First Company was like a wild horse unbridled, letting their killing instincts run free. Dixon led two squads, avoiding the main force. The other squad he commanded had already lost control. They did not agree with the adjutant's cowardly words. "Calm down. Come back. Maintain combat formation." Dixon kept shouting, calling out to his subordinates as the Order Shadows broke away from the formation. He even felt fortunate to have lost control of the other squad. Thinking this, Dixon instinctively looked towards the other squad. Immediately, he saw a blood-soaked warrior charging madly into the Ogren horde. Dozens of Ogren surrounded him. The Astartes swung his chainsword, killing an enemy with a fierce cross-slash. At the same time, more than 10 large clubs smashed down on him. The Space Marine did not dodge. He charged in front of another Ogren, swinging his chainsword. He enjoyed the ear-splitting roar and the splattering bloody chunks of flesh, as 2 large clubs heavily struck his body. The Astartes stumbled, and then, the large clubs that had just swung and collided, struck him again in another swing. The Space Marine fell into a pool of blood. Before Dixon could grieve for the death of his battle brother, 4 warriors from each of the 2 squads roared in unison. The death of their battle brother overwhelmed their last shred of rationality, and they roared as they charged into the Ogren horde. At the same moment, the Shadow Moon Wolves led by Abaddon had entered the final stage of their extermination battle. The first company captain, while swinging his power sword to kill Ogren, did not neglect his command duties. Cthulhan, 2 o'clock direction. The Cthulhan Rogue Squad, they were the assault unit of the Shadow Moon Wolves' first company, the first wave of vanguard assault, and also the last line of defense. Their jump packs spewed blue flames, and with a screech, a 10-man Astartes squad landed behind the Ogren. They simultaneously raised their left arms, tearing open a gap with a volley of fire, then charged in. They swung their chainswords, hacking and slashing. They were not as recklessly brave as their competitors. They covered each other, fully utilizing the rogues' mobility advantage in confined spaces. The Cthulhan Rogue Squad, like matadors performing, uniformly evaded the Ogren's charges, either firing bolter rounds or swinging their swords. Abaddon watched with satisfaction as his elite tore through the enemy's defenses from the rear. He focused intently on the slaughter until it was over. The first company captain opened his Vox caster and sent a message to Sessek. "I have finished the battle." Abaddon glanced at the numbers in his optical display, 86. As he expected, he received no reply. His company had already won. Abaddon scanned his subordinates and then spoke into the Vox caster, "Not a single death in my company." 2 minutes and 16 seconds passed on his optical display before he received Sessek's reply. "I lost, 84. Abaddon's top knot stood even prouder, he had won again. As always, as in the future. At the same moment, Ning Lu led the 4th company to the rendezvous point. "This week has been busy, for example, taking my mother to see a movie for the Lantern Festival, so it will be 2 updates from Monday to Friday. I will resume 3 updates on Saturday." Chapter 88, The Corpse Collector. As Ning Lu arrived at the rendezvous point, he immediately sensed a strong, chilling aura emanating from the majestic city ahead, at least by Ogren standards. He withdrew his gaze and looked at Horus, who was clad in golden armor. "You found it, as expected. The life signals in this city are very strange. There are over 100,000 signals, unlike other Ogren. I've dispatched a reconnaissance team." Horus walked up to him, gesturing to Tariq Torgadon, the 2nd company commander of the Shadow Moon Wolves, who was accompanying him, to give a brief report. Ning Lu remembered that he and Abaddon were the only 2 members of the Council of 4 Kings who survived until the end of that unofficial organization's lifespan. The other 2 members had been passively replaced several times due to death. Torgadon, who usually enjoyed joking, spoke seriously in front of the Genseed Primarch. "My lord, I previously dispatched a reconnaissance team to infiltrate the Ogren city, and the intelligence they brought back is noteworthy." He operated the system integrated into his left arm, projecting images captured by the scout's helmet monitor before the 2 Genseed Primarchs. Ning Lu's black eyes narrowed. The 2 Ogren in the projected image were extremely bizarre. One was covered in 40-centimeter corpse-eating bugs, but they weren't eating corpses, they were devouring the flesh and blood of the Ogren. The other Ogren, with a large hammer on his right arm, grabbed corpse-eating bugs from his body with his left hand, stuffing them into his mouth and swallowing them in large gulps. Ning Lu pondered for a moment, then spoke, combining his understanding of Ogren from memory. Ogren are simple, or more accurately, single-minded creatures. Once they pledge loyalty to someone, they will not betray them. However, they are also highly susceptible to corruption and influence. This tribe must have been affected by living with the bugs, coexisting with them, and serving as food for each other. As he spoke, the image of Plague Ogren flashed through his mind. The fallen Death Guard had parasitic Nurgle's plagues on the Ogren, and in their simplicity, they foolishly enjoyed the blessings of the benevolent Father. Horus considered for a second, then approved Ning Lu's judgment. He said to Torgadon, Tell your warriors to be wary of changes in those big simpletons. I don't want to see Shadow Moon Wolves warriors die at the hands of these mutated Ogryn. Torgadon's mouth twitched. He caught the hidden humor in his Gene Father's concern and spoke in a way that wouldn't be disrespectful in front of the other Gene Seed Primarch. The Shadow Moon Wolves will not disappoint the Wolf Father. Horus let out a hearty laugh, then looked at Ning Lu. My brother, we'll launch an attack from the east and west sides. What do you think? Ning Lu's eyes flashed, realizing that this was Horus, his teacher, observing and evaluating him. As you wish. During the conversation, the increasingly cold atoms remained silent, following Ning Lu towards the fourth company. Ning Lu spoke in a low, calm tone. In the last battle, you already overcame the thirst for blood for the first time. This time, I hope you do even better. He raised his left arm, swung it forcefully, emphasizing his words, injecting conviction into the Order Shadows. I believe you can do it. You are the Order Shadows. Move out. With that, Ning Lu led his sons towards the eastern attack point. A moment later, the Gene Seed Primarch still handed over command to Atoms, but this time he didn't act alone. Instead, he selected a small team to accompany him. In the last battle, the Ice Blade Squad, who were the first to lose control but also the first to overcome their bloodlust, received this honor. This was also the beginning of Ning Lu implementing his unique honor guard for the 11th Legion. Ning Lu wanted to gradually train the warriors of the Order Shadows Legion into extraordinary individuals. However, he would still conduct a certain level of scrutiny on his Gene Seed sons, focusing on loyalty and ideology. Ning Lu already had a plan. He wouldn't simply choose the best warriors in the Legion to form a stretcher team, unlike other Gene Seed Primarchs. No, it was an honor guard. He would adopt a recommendation system, where company commanders would recommend outstanding subordinates to be scrutinized by him. At the same time, he could also instill his ideals into the candidates, and when they returned to their companies, they would gradually influence other Order Shadows. Although this system wouldn't keep the Legion's best members by his side permanently, and might be slightly weaker than the honor guard of other legions, their extraordinary abilities could make up for this gap. The Gene Seed Primarch also believed that this would motivate his sons more. He had already observed, through subspace insight and psychic vision, the brighter, flickering blue light of calmness and thought within the high morale of the Ice Blade squads. With anticipation, Ning Lu activated his energy field generator, and his power fist gleamed with golden light. Rumble. A stone wall, twice the height of a normal Ogryn, collapsed with a crash. The Gene Seed Primarch was the first to stride into the city, followed by the 4th Company warriors who charged in, centered around the Mikado heavy tank. The Ogryn turned their bodies somewhat stiffly, looking at the Astartes. The corpse-eating bugs on their bodies began to stir, and the Ogryn advanced with steps more rigid than those of other tribes, rushing towards the 4th Company warriors. The machine spirit of the Mikado heavy tank roared in anger, annoyed by the foul stench of the abominations. The cannon barrel trembled as it rose, and a blinding arc of energy erupted from deep within the breach, the shell tearing through the atmosphere with a piercing shriek. Dozens of Ogryn, along with the corpse-eating bugs on them, were torn apart by the shockwave. The Order Shadows of the 4th Company fired their bolter rounds. Adams noticed that dozens of Ogryn, whose arms and abdomens had been blown apart by the bolter rounds, did not fall. The corpse collector's psychic vision could directly see some evil spirits and discern the characteristics and weaknesses of such creatures. Adams now saw that the bugs on the mutated Ogryn were driving them to continue shambling forward. The corpse collector's black eyes narrowed. His psychic vision had already discovered the weakness of the mutated Ogryn. On the back of each mutated Ogryn's head, there was a bug, driving the other bugs and the Ogryn's actions. The 4th Company commander, in the company communication channel, reminded them in a cold voice, concisely and powerfully. Head, weakness. Dozens of bolter rounds were fired, piercing the Ogryn's heads with hardened adamantium warheads, and their bodies crashed to the ground. At the same moment, Ning Lu also severed the heads of 2 mutated Ogryn with a single cleave. The Gene Seed Primarch, who had been constantly observing his son's actions, was delighted to see the 4th Company warriors utilizing the mutated Ogryn's slow speed as a weakness for tactical maneuvers. They also used ranged firepower to precisely kill the Ogryn. Even if someone was occasionally driven by battlelust, the squad sergeant in command would react immediately. They would direct 2 or 3 order shadows to restrain the uncontrolled warrior, while other Astartes provided protection nearby. The uncontrolled warrior would also recover upon hearing their battle brothers' reminders, "Calm down, don't disappoint the Gene Seed Primarch." The Gene Seed Primarch thought silently with delight, "Open black lens bracket, these are the sons I want." The Reaper's bad habits are beginning to be purged, and order is starting to form. Close black lens bracket. Just as Ning Lu was delighted, an earth-shattering roar echoed from the city center. He followed the sound and saw a mutated Ogryn, similar in height to Horus, charging towards him. His speed was not as slow as his other mutated brethren, in fact, it was even faster than a normal Ogryn. Horus also noticed this behemoth. Seeing it charge towards Ning Lu, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Open black lens bracket, fool. Only knows that bigger means stronger, close black lens bracket. He strode forward, swinging the golden hilt of his power sword, which burned with blue flames, carving a path through the Ogryn towards Ning Lu. His brother might need his help. PS1. Horus's claw was only completed by the Dark Mechanicus before the rebellion. PS2. Some readers might not have noticed the existence of undead creatures like specters in the Warhammer world, as they are not the main focus. Here are 2 examples. A. Torgadon, who appears in this chapter, died at the hands of Shaman, with Loken witnessing it in horror. Later, Erebus used Torgadon's corpse as a medium key point. Torgadon had been dead for a long time, thus fitting the definition of a specter to create a demon known as Tumagadon. A strange side effect of this summoning ritual was that a part of Torgadon's soul remained sentient and free, and later communicated with his old friend Garviel Loken on Luna. B. Text from Warhammer 40,000. Rogue Traitor, the ghost gazed sadly at Wits. Its low wailing could almost be touched as it drifted towards the choir master, enveloping Wits within it. In fact, official novels contain many passages about undead creatures, though not major plot points, as Warhammer is a melting pot of ideas. Those interested can look them up themselves. I won't list them all. This explanation is just to show that such content is not out of place in Warhammer. Chapter 89, Horus amazed by a punch. The massive mutated Ogryn charged towards Ning Lu, smashing through colossal stone buildings and sending smaller members of its kind flying as it cleared a path. Horus witnessed the terrifying impact force of the gigantic mutated Ogryn and was slightly startled. He quickened his pace, wanting to go forward and help his brother. Ning Lu looked at the charging mutated Ogryn, his eyes lighting up. He had finally found a suitable target to test the power fist he had acquired. He tentatively injected his spirituality into the gauntlet, which had a golden scale symbol painted on its back, identical to the symbol of the Judge pathway. As if activating a switch, the spirit within him was instantly drained. The silver gauntlet exploded with dazzling golden light, and Ning Lu felt a force dragging his body forward. He did not resist, allowing this force to pull his body forward. Ning Lu cautiously prepared to stop his body at any time if an abnormality occurred. Horus, who was striding forward, was astonished to see his brother lean forward and swing his arm. His body merged with a peculiar force, dragging a lingering afterimage as he collided with the enemy. The power fist accurately struck the target's head with an irresistible and unavoidable momentum. The head of the massive mutated Ogryn, along with the nearly 1 meter long corpse-eating bugs clinging to its back, neck, and spine, was blown apart by a single punch. Horus's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Ning Lu's punch was truly amazing. Open black lens bracket, I should be able to do that too. Close black lens bracket. He committed that instant to memory, intending to find an opportunity to don a power fist and try to replicate it himself. Ning Lu, whose spirituality was dry, thought thoughtfully. Open black lens bracket, punishment knight's extraordinary ability, death. The silver gauntlet is an item from the Judge pathway, and the extraordinary characteristics it contains are at least sequence 5 level, close black lens bracket. Just as he reached his conclusion, Horus turned his gaze to the Ice Blade squad rushing in behind Ning Lu. The Gene Seed Primarch immediately noticed that even though these black-armored warriors furiously attacked the mutated Ogryn, they were not driven by bloodlust as they usually were. Horus had long commanded the Reapers and knew them very well, so he immediately noticed the change in these black-armored warriors. They hadn't fallen into madness, they maintained their tactical formation, cooperating to kill the Ogryn. Horus looked ahead again. The black-armored warriors, under the command of the cold-faced warrior he remembered as Adams, still maintained their battle formation. Horus walked towards Ning Lu, saying with both surprise and admiration, "Congratulations, you have changed them." Ning Lu smiled. Although his spirituality was dry, the Gene Seed Primarch did not feel weak like mortal extraordinaries. "More effort is still needed, but it's a good start. I believe you can definitely change them." Horus no longer had any doubts. He looked at Ning Lu's left arm. "That punch just now was good. The Emperor let me choose it from his treasury." A hint of understanding flashed in Horus's eyes as he asked with a smile. "It wasn't easy to make a decision when you were choosing, was it?" Ning Lu raised his left arm to his chest and said, "After looking through them once, I picked it out at a glance. I had a feeling it was the most suitable for me." Ning Lu was satisfied with his choice. Afterward, the two separated and joined the battle. Horus personally witnessed Ning Lu's combat prowess and saw that he could lead his Gene Seed Primarchs to launch an orderly attack in battle, so he confidently allowed his brother to command his legion in combat. Ning Lu assigned the 4th Company, which would become the Exemplary Company, to Adams for command, taking only the Ice Blade squad for further observation. The Gene Seed Primarch began to lead the other companies in battle. He was delighted to find that Sanchez's 7th Company was gradually accepting his ideas. However, he was also disappointed and angry that 1st Company Captain Sesek, 3rd Company Captain Sarmiel, and 8th Company Captain Robin remained fixated on bloodthirsty slaughter. What brought him some relief was that Sanchez not only completed the ideological transformation but also discovered his preferences. Under the promotion of the 7th Company Captain, the 11th Legion learned of the Gene Father's preferences. Sesek and other Gene Seed Primarchs tried to gain his understanding by presenting various rare items to the Gene Seed Primarch. The potion materials were steadily increasing, and 2 of them caught Ning Lu's attention. Sesek, who had previously shown no interest in anything else, hunted local, oddly shaped eagles whose pupils shimmered with dazzling iridescence in the light, allowing them to discern multiple color spectrums. The blasphemy slate called this eagle the rainbow-eyed eagle, and it was the only missing main potion ingredient for Sequence 9 Hunter. Sarmiel presented ginkgo leaves, which were extinct on Terra but grew well in the local grasslands. Ning Lu thus gathered the complete Sequence 9 cultivator, and was only missing auxiliary potion materials for the subsequent Sequence 8 physician. After the 54 largest tribes were eliminated, even the dim-witted Ogryn realized the terrifying power of these warriors, who were as tall as themselves and wore iron skins. The remaining Ogryn tribes chose to surrender. Horus believed that Ning Lu had killed the most powerful Ogryn locally and performed excellently in the first conquest battle upon returning to the Imperium, so he granted him the right to name this world. Ning Lu thought of the corpse-eating bugs and grasslands living locally, so he named it Corpse Grassland. Corpse Grassland was also officially recorded as a victory for the 33rd Fleet. Its official record was 33-4, meaning the 4th planet conquered by the 33rd Expeditionary Fleet. After the war, Ning Lu reviewed the performance of this conquest battle and decided to cultivate 5 more extraordinaries among his Gene Seed Primarchs. Oliver and 4 other Gene Seed Primarchs selected from the Temporary Honor Guard, as well as 7th Company Captain Sanchez, would become the second batch of extraordinaries. Ning Lu sent communication messages to Adams and Sanchez, summoning them to return to the Void Hunter with him. Upon receiving the news, the other company captains couldn't help but envy the favor Adams and other Astartes received from the Gene Seed Primarch. The furious Sesek entered the grassland alone, hunting everything he encountered, including zebras with greenish stripes. Ning Lu prepared 4 bottles of green corpse collector potions and 1 bottle of red potion. After returning to the War Room's conference hall, he called Sanchez and the other 5 in. The Gene Seed Primarch looked at the 5 Order shadows and said, "You have carried out my ideals in the previous battles. Now I will bestow power upon you. I hope that from now on, you will lead your other battle brothers and achieve a complete transformation as soon as possible." As he spoke, he spread his palms and continued, "I will bestow different powers upon you based on your talents. Sanchez, the red one is yours. The others are for the 4 of you." None of the 5 Order shadows hesitated, they trusted their Gene Father. After they drank the potions, Ning Lu used his telepathic ability to simultaneously instruct the 5 Astartes. Sanchez was the first to master meditation and self-control. Oliver was 1 standard ship minute slower than him, and the other 3 Order shadows were 4 to 14 seconds slower. Ning Lu then called Adams, who was outside the door, in. Looking at the 6 Order shadows, he said, "I previously granted unique abilities to some people. You 6 are the first batch I have cultivated in the Legion. Besides being Astartes, you also possess unique abilities and are the people I trust most in the Legion. I have decided to form a secret organization, and you are the first members." Chapter 90, Black Duke Court Happy Lantern Festival. The name of this secret organization is the Black Duke Court. Ning Lu explained its meaning to the 6 Order Shadows Beyonders. Black is the representative color of the Legion. I am the monarch, and you are my subjects. Although the number is still small, there are another 29 individuals whom I have bestowed power upon, currently undergoing modification surgery. I will also grant more power within the Legion in the future, so there is a strict promotion system within the court, which is independent of your status in the Legion. The 6 Order shadows remained silent, but their eyes gleamed with curiosity, as this system differed from the Legion's ranking structure. The standard of measurement will be the number of times I bestow power upon you. Although you possess superhuman bodies, you still need to comprehend the meaning of the power I bestow before you can achieve the next advancement. You are currently knights, the next enhancement will be baronet, followed by baron, viscount, earl, marquis, and duke. Ning Lu named the 3rd, 5th, and 7th enhancements based on sequence 6 inches corrupted baron, sequence 4 inches fallen earl, and sequence 2 inches duke of entropy, and supplemented them with the viscount and marquis ranks. He also added the titles of knight and baronet before baron, completing the entire ranking system of the court. Now, listen carefully to my first command. It is forbidden to mention the abilities I have bestowed upon you to any non-court members, including your battle brothers. The severity in his words startled the 5 scions, and they immediately responded in unison. Now you should return and convey my ideals to more Order shadows. After the 6 scions departed, Ning Lu sent a message to Malina Scala. On her way, the cultivator returned to the disordered country to concoct the apothecary potion. A moment later, Malina Scala, with a broad and smooth forehead, smiled as she looked at Ning Lu's outstretched palm. Another bestowal of power. The female biokinetics psychic displayed a perfect smile. Having experienced the mind link, she had a rather deep understanding of Ning Lu's inner self. Although Ning Lu skillfully used mental techniques to conceal most secrets, Malina could still perceive a part of his inner thoughts. The sense of mystery diminished slightly, and she gained a deeper understanding of Ning Lu's existence, known as the Gene Seed Primarch, after his return to the Imperium. Ning Lu possessed godlike combat power, but also emotions, though he rarely expressed them. This was due to his status, and even more so because of his power. Crises encountered by mortals, like the predator she faced during that warp voyage, were merely minor inconveniences to them, not much could truly shock them. As the cultivator spoke, she picked up the white potion and drank it all. A moment later, she reined in the overflowing, surging power and asked in a low voice. "Apothecary. Exactly. I will arrange a new role for you to quickly master your power, but it won't be very pleasant at first." Malena's thick yet delicate eyebrows raised, and she tentatively asked, "Medical deck. She knew that Howard Fend and others were undergoing Astartes modification in a separately designated area on the upper deck. That's right, Ning Lu nodded. I hope you can participate in the Astartes modification. Apothecaries are responsible for retrieving gene seed, but they usually do not directly, or at least not entirely, perform the new recruit modification surgeries themselves. Typically, their role during the new recruit modification surgery is to supervise the entire process, not to personally perform the procedures. He also knew that new recruits from various legions, currently being recruited from Terra, were undergoing modification on the Moon, without the participation of apothecaries, primarily overseen by members of the Selena gene cult. Ning Lu could arrange for Malina to join, but gaining the trust of the apothecaries would not be an easy process. He looked at Malina and stated his objective. The Vostronia soldiers undergoing modification are too old, and the risk of surgical failure is very high. As an apothecary, you can save some of them from death in case of failure. Ning Lu said meaningfully, you will learn a lot from this and benefit greatly in the future. The Mother pathway, as its name suggests, allows for the creation of living beings starting from mid-sequence, and at higher sequences, creations will even possess souls. As a biokinetics psychic, Malina could analyze and manipulate the composition of biological tissues using her psychic abilities. Combining the two would multiply the effect. Ning Lu had high hopes for Malina. She was a Beander he focused on nurturing. I trust you. With the abilities you have bestowed upon me, I will quickly earn their trust, Malina said confidently, her tea-brown pupils gleaming. Follow me. After making Malina understand the significance of joining the apothecary team, Ning Lu led her towards the medical deck. Taking the Gene Seed Primarch's private elevator, the two descended to the medical deck. Stepping into the hall, a busy yet orderly gene laboratory came into view. The apothecaries had already completed the installation of all equipment, and the air was filled with a unique scent of disinfectant and metal fusion. Beneath the towering ceiling, intricate pipes snaked like veins, delivering various liquids and energy to the equipment to sustain the modified subjects' lives and promote the modification process. Against the metal walls were organ cultivation chambers. After organs like hearts and lungs required for the modification surgery were generated, intern apothecaries used testing instruments to inspect them one by one. Apothecary attendants in black robes were dispersed among hundreds of modification chambers, separated by tempered glass cover, gathered around metal operating tables. Apothecaries monitored surgeries in a dozen or so modification chambers each, and personally performed the more difficult procedures within them. Ning Lu scanned the medical deck and was immediately drawn to modification chamber IV, 25 meters away. Mikkel and another apothecary were gathered around a metal operating table, surrounded by a dozen or so attendants in black robes. On the metal operating table lay a naked man, his body violently shaking as if electrocuted. Ning Lu instantly identified the candidate undergoing modification. Rolslev, his earliest follower and the commander of the 1st Regiment, a brawler, who had recently been promoted. He inwardly thought, this is bad, and strode towards modification chamber IV, with Malina hurrying to keep pace. 10 meters from the chamber, Rolslev's body suddenly stopped twitching and slammed stiffly onto the operating table. Mikkel retracted the medical suit on his left arm and said helplessly. Rescue failed, candidate deceased. Ning Lu heard the chief apothecary's cold voice, and his psychic vision confirmed Mikkel's assessment. He looked at Malina beside him, hope flickering in his eyes. Malina understood and walked towards the modification chamber. Gene Seed Primarch. Mikkel heard the attendants, shouts and looked outside the chamber. Seeing the Gene Father, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, then he quickly walked to the chamber door and opened it. He encountered a mortal head-on and was about to reprimand her when he heard his father speak. She is an apothecary, let her take a look. Open black lens bracket an apothecary. The candidate is already dead, a mortal doctor can't save him. Close black lens bracket. Though confused, Mikkel immediately carried out the Gene Seed Primarch's order. He stepped back into the side, allowing Malina to enter. Malina quickly approached the operating table, and the other apothecary in attendance made way for her. She activated her psychic vision. Unlike the corpse collector, which focused on the domain of death, the apothecary's psychic vision focused more on the domain of health. Malina merely scanned once and confirmed that Roslev's organs were inevitably heading towards death, but she still examined him twice more before shaking her head at Ning Lu. Ning Lu felt a pang of sadness. He knew the dangers of adult modification surgery, but he hadn't expected to witness Roslev's death firsthand. He was his earliest and most loyal follower, who had not died on the battlefield but on a cold operating table. Open black lens bracket Roslev was the oldest, with the highest probability of death. Even if he hadn't undergone the modification surgery, it would have been impossible for him to advance to a high sequence. Even with the best longevity surgeries, he would have lived for a maximum of a few hundred years. Close black lens bracket. After a moment of grief, Ning Lu spoke to Mikkel and the others. You all may leave first. Malina, stay. He intended to retrieve the Beander characteristics left behind after the Beander's death. Yes. Mikkel, knowing these things, chose to follow the Gene Seed Primarch, who held a special place in his heart. Open black lens bracket. The Gene Seed Primarch wants to bid him farewell. Close black lens bracket. After the apothecary in attendance exited the modification chamber, Ning Lu walked inside. Chapter 91, The Law of Indestructibility of Extraordinary Characteristics. Happy Lantern Festival. Ning Lu stepped into the modification chamber and stood before the cold operating bed. His tall stature blocked the view of those outside the chamber. He looked at Roslev's corpse, a flicker of sadness in his eyes, but he did not allow himself to dwell in sorrow. Perhaps, in such a cruel world, death is an early release. Ning Lu thought silently, sending a thought pulse to Malina. Pay close attention to his corpse. Upon hearing this, Malina inexplicably turned her tea-brown eyes toward Roslev's corpse. The information Ning Lu had obtained from the disordered country made him aware that after the death of an extraordinary individual in this world, they still adhered to the law of indestructibility of extraordinary characteristics. Extraordinary characteristics would not be destroyed or diminished, they would merely transfer from one carrier to another. He understood this to mean that after an extraordinary individual's death, the extraordinary characteristics would precipitate from the corpse. This was roughly equivalent to the corresponding sequence's potion, just lacking auxiliary materials. Ning Lu also noticed that the information imparted to him by the disordered country did not include the law of conservation of extraordinary characteristics. He also knew that this world had no creator who had created everything. Ning Lu still did not know the origin of extraordinary characteristics, nor why potions contained spirituality. He guessed that once he advanced to a high sequence, as an extraordinary individual whose essence was the Black Emperor pathway, he would be able to uncover these secrets. Malena's tea-brown eyes were fixed on Roslev's corpse, and her pupils suddenly contracted. She suddenly saw a deep crimson color surging from the palm of Roslev's right hand, which was covered in calluses from holding weapons. A thumb-sized, deep crimson blood sphere emerged. Ning Lu had not prepared a storage container in advance. He reached out, broke off a steel plate from the operating bed, and molded it into a box shape, like kneading clay. He reached out, picked up the brawler's extraordinary characteristic, and placed it in the box. He then sent a thought pulse to the bewildered Malina. The power I bestow upon you will not disappear after death. It will precipitate from the corpse, just as you saw. After you see it, you should retrieve it, and I will bestow it upon another subordinate. After a second of silence, Ning Lu decided he should incentivize her to hand over the extraordinary characteristics. This is one factor in my evaluation of you. Besides that, there is loyalty in the abilities you demonstrate. Malina nodded slightly, deep in thought, and then heard Ning Lu's serious reminder. The power I bestow upon you belongs to different domains. If you consume the solidified power of another domain, the best outcome is going mad. Do as I instruct, and when the time is right, I will naturally bestow upon you further power. The apothecary nodded solemnly. She dared not risk her life. She also believed that Ning Lu had no need to deceive her. Ning Lu held the iron box, simultaneously storing the recent scene in his memory. He would use telepathy to teach each cultivated extraordinary individual. He then naturally held Rolslev's still warm hand, making a second of silent farewell. Ning Lu rose and walked out of the modification chamber. He looked at the people who were blaming themselves for his sadness and comforted them. It has nothing to do with you. This was his choice, and his destiny. You don't need to blame yourselves, continue working. Just then, the chief apothecary's communication bead rang. Mikkel said to the Gene Father, "Father, another candidate has encountered a problem. Please allow me to go and check immediately and report back to you later." "We will go together," Ning Lu said, already having locked onto modification chamber number 30 with his superhuman perception, and walked over first. Upon arriving at the modification chamber, Mikkel placed his hand on the green screen. After recognizing the chief apothecary's highest authority, the chamber door opened. The apothecaries and attendants bowed to him and the Gene Seed Primarch who followed him in. Mikkel went to the operating bed. The apothecary, holding a data pad in his right hand, looked down at the data on it and said, "He is undergoing muscle strengthening organ implantation, and the rejection reaction is severe. Estimated surgical failure probability, 99.44%, survival probability, 84.54%. Ning Lu had already recognized that the person lying on the operating bed was Joseph, the 4th Regiment's company commander of the 4th Company. Originally, according to Ning Lu's orders, modifications should have begun with the first squad of each company. However, after Chesney communicated with the other regimental commanders, he secured an early modification opportunity for the older company commander of the 4th Company. After receiving the report, Ning Lu also approved of his Q-jumping behavior. Undergoing his 3rd modification surgery, his chest was opened, his body was convulsing, and blood was gushing out. Ning Lu knew that adult modifications were not like those for minors, which would steadily progress over several years, or even more than 10 years. He remembered that Jagatai Khan's subordinate, Shigoris, underwent surgery within a year, and the survivors were promoted. The Gene Seed Primarch keenly noticed Mikkel's furrowed brow and emotional unease. The chief apothecary did not want the Gene Father to experience sorrow twice in one day. He directly asked Mikkel, "You're not confident he'll survive?" The chief apothecary, who was about to begin rescue efforts, did not hide it. "His hope of survival is close to zero. Malina, you try." Everyone in the chamber was stunned for a moment, then saw Malina walk out from behind the tall Gene Seed Primarch. Mikkel looked at the mortal female apothecary Ning Lu spoke of. Although he did not believe she could change the outcome of choosing death, he still offered a reminder. He passed the tests of the previous 2 modification surgeries. What is causing his severe rejection reaction now is the muscle strengthening organ. Its main function is hormone regulation, similar to the ossification strengthening module. The muscle strengthening tissue can stimulate the development of human muscles. His body muscles have already produced a rejection reaction, it's too late to remove it now. Malina walked to the operating bed. In her psychic vision, other parts of Joseph's body appeared normal, but the area where the muscle strengthening organ was implanted, which should have been brownish, rapidly turned black and began to spread outwards. The female psychic immediately placed her left hand on Joseph's body, injecting biopsychic energy to sustain his fading life. The chief apothecary keenly noticed the sudden drop in air temperature. The cold air anomaly reminded him that the other party was using psychic energy. But he knew that even psychic energy could not, at this moment, change the rejection reaction caused by the superhuman organ. Mikkel stared intently at Malina, watching what abilities she possessed that made the Gene Seed Primarch believe she could save the candidate's life. The Sequence 8 apothecary grabbed a scalpel used by an apothecary attendant. Although it was her first time holding it, Malina felt as if it were a part of her own body, with no sense of unfamiliarity. She raised her left hand, withdrawing her psychic energy. Then she mobilized her spirituality, used the treat illness ability, and began the surgery. It was the apothecary's first time performing surgery, but the knowledge in her mind and her extraordinary abilities made her movements completely unhesitant. Her fair hands were steady and fluid, dancing in Joseph's chest cavity. As the apothecary moved, the chief apothecary and others were surprised to find that the candidate's body no longer convulsed, and the vital sign data stopped declining, stabilizing and then continuously rising. Mikkel frowned tightly. Although the female apothecary's movements were standard and skilled, this was not enough to change the candidate's fate, he thought with some uncertainty. Open black lens bracket. Is it the effect of psychic energy? Close black lens bracket. A moment later, Malina picked up tweezers, removed the small spherical object, and placed it in a tray. Mikkel had just picked up the medical spray, but the apothecary raised her hand to stop him. Chemical agents might cause the unstable body to produce another rejection reaction. Sutures. An apothecary walked admiringly to her side and handed her polypropylene sutures. Malina mobilized her last bit of spirituality, used treat injury, and continued to rapidly move in Joseph's chest. A moment later, Joseph's chest was sutured, leaving only a faint thread mark. The apothecary, whose spirituality was dry and face pale, reached out and pressed on it. With the injection of biopsychic energy, the thread quickly disappeared. Joseph's bronze-colored body recovered, as if his chest had never been opened. Ning Lu noticed that although Joseph had not yet woken up, he had survived. He looked at Malina gratefully. "Thank you for saving my warrior," he then said with concern to the pale apothecary. "You're tired. Go back and rest first." "Okay." The apothecary felt Ning Lu's concern and did not force herself, leaving alone. Mikkel, with a puzzled expression, followed the Gene Father out of the modification chamber, took out his data pad, and quickly reviewed the modification progress in each chamber. Chapter 92. Replication Failure, Horus's Rekindled Desire for Victory. "Father," Mikkel said, holding a data slate and rattling off a series of cold numbers, "currently, 342 candidates have undergone the enhancement surgery. Among them, 58 candidates failed the first enhancement surgery, a failure rate of 24.39%. Of the failures, 5 survived and were repurposed as the Legion's servitors, while the other 53 died." The chief apothecary paused, then began to explain to Ning Lu. Ascending from a mortal to an Astartes is a monumental challenge. Many are unable to adapt to the process, falling at the first hurdle. Once they step through the gate of ascension, the probability of surgical failure significantly decreases. To substantiate his statement, Mikkel immediately added, 6 candidates failed the second enhancement surgery, all of whom died. The failure rate dropped to 4.52%. 9 candidates failed the third enhancement surgery. This is due to the increased difficulty of the enhancement, raising the failure rate to 7.94%. He paused, a hint of surprise in his tone. The 8 who previously failed the third enhancement all died. The one just saved by that physician is the first to survive. Ning Lu remained silent, having instantly calculated the combined failure rate for the first 3 enhancement surgeries to be 33.54%. Even under the most optimistic estimation, 4 out of 10 would fail. Without Malina, most of them would have died. Ning Lu realized that this was the opportune moment to express the purpose of his visit. Malina Scala is not merely a physician, she is also a biopsychic, capable of salvaging the lives of failures whenever possible during surgery. "Father, you wish for her to join the enhancement process?" The chief apothecary understood and asked. "Precisely." Mikkel pondered for only a second before deciding to obey his Gene Father's command. He was also somewhat intrigued by the methods of that mortal physician. Open black lens bracket. Is it a unique medical technique native to Vostronia? Or is it a special effect resulting from the combination of medical skill and psychic power? Close black lens bracket. As you wish. The chief apothecary looked at the data slate, continuing to report the enhancement progress to the Gene Seed Primarch. Currently, 103 candidates are undergoing the first enhancement surgery, while 51 and 36 candidates are undergoing the second and third enhancement surgeries, respectively. A total of 79 individuals have passed the first 3 enhancement surgeries. Notably, among the 23 chapter masters, only Rolslev has died. Among them, the fastest progress is being made by Howard Fend, Bukayo Arshaven, and Thierry Vieira. They have already completed the 4th enhancement surgery and are adapting well, with no rejection reactions. Ning Lu nodded with satisfaction, analyzing the 3 in his mind. Open black lens bracket him. Howard, the magistrate, has the strongest will. Bukayo, the midnight poet, is young, and Thierry, the brawler, has the strongest physical constitution. Close black lens bracket. As he pondered, he said approvingly, "Your work is commendable, and I am pleased with it. However, I require more apothecaries. I hope you can train more apothecaries, apprentice apothecaries, and even Astartes servitors. This is crucial for the future of the Legion." Ning Lu's minimum expectation for the number of Order Shadows before the Horus Heresy was 200,000. The current 23 full apothecaries and 10 apprentice apothecaries were far from meeting his needs. More apothecaries and Astartes servitors would mean more individuals could undergo the surgery. Ning Lu's further plans for the Legion required these trusted warriors to enter various companies and squads, influencing their battle brothers in every fight and in their daily lives. On his way back to the Stratageum, he sent a communication message to another dual psychic, Arsena Dun, summoning him to the bridge. A moment later, Ning Lu sat on the command throne, looking down at the silver-haired psychic. Their interactions were limited to the crystal mirage. Afterwards, he was wary of Huang Laohan's attitude towards psychics and, due to his studies with Horus, had little contact. Ning Lu had merely given him the Flow data crystals containing fire and telekinetic abilities for research. "Arsena, how is your research on the data crystals I gave you progressing?" "My lord, I have read and mastered all the data crystals you entrusted to me, gaining many insights from the Flaeo's etheric arts." Arsena replied in Vostonian, his pronunciation standard. "I have gained a deeper understanding of etheric power and have learned and mastered a dozen new etheric spells." Ning Lu nodded, slightly surprised. Each psychic spell requires a period of practice and mastery to skillfully draw energy from the warp and utilize it efficiently in a fixed form. By the standards of human psychics, mastering a dozen spells in such a short time demonstrates Arsena's exceptional talent. Considering that he also had to decipher and master the Flow language, while simultaneously learning knowledge including Vostonian and Gothic, Arsena's learning ability was truly outstanding. The Gene Seed Primarch keenly observed Arsena's learning ability, tapping his fingers lightly on the back of his chair. "Have you been reading books?" A flicker of surprise passed through Arsena's eyes, then he replied. "My lord, the library section on the officer's deck is where I spend most of my time. It preserves a vast collection of ancient books." Ning Lu knew that this Relic-class battleship preserved a large number of books. His private study alone contained tens of thousands of books dating back to the Golden Age, and even older eras. The Gene Seed Primarch also keenly noticed the excitement in Arsena's eyes when he mentioned the library, indicating his fondness for reading. Open black lens bracket Arsena is well suited to become a reader, serving as a scholar aide by my side, but his loyalty still needs to be assessed. Close black lens bracket. After gaining a further understanding of Arsena, Ning Lu spoke. "My private study also has a large collection of books. I grant you permission to read them." At the same moment, on the vengeful spirit, Horus was not wearing his battle armor, he was simply clad in a tight-fitting suit with a fur-lined cloak. Standing in his private training cage, he lunged forward, instantly appearing before a training servitor, and punched it. The servitor was obliterated by the Gene Seed Primarch's furious strength, but Horus frowned, muttering to himself. "Something seems different." His strike contained a peculiar power, or rather, it contained a certain rule: impossible to resist, impossible to evade. As Horus pondered, he signaled the servitor to replace the training servitor. He attempted it a dozen times, each time destroying the training servitor with a single punch, but he could never replicate the feeling of Ning Lu's punch. The Gene Seed Primarch shook his head, exited the training cage, and looked out through the viewing window at the Void Hunter. Let me see how many more surprises you can bring me, my brother. Ning Lu, who was attending to official duties, received a communication from Horus, relayed by the sound array master. My brother, there are 2 more planets, one for each of us. Let's see who can conquer theirs first. Ning Lu detected the hidden challenge in the voice message and replied, all right. One is an ocean world, and the other is a world composed of mountains. Which do you choose? Horus magnanimously gave Ning Lu the choice. The Shadow Moon Wolves were superior to the Order Shadows in both numbers and combat strength. If Ning Lu wished to win, he would wisely choose the ocean world. For in Astarte's legion with landing craft, oceans were no obstacle, while mountains consumed more time. Just as Horus was thinking this, Ning Lu spoke. I choose the world composed of mountains. Ning Lu had realized that different environments yielded different alchemical ingredients. Having already conquered Sea Cradle, he was more interested in a mountainous world. Chapter 93, Sessek's Last Chance. After hanging up the communication, Ning Lu gave orders to the company commanders. Prepare for battle. Our next conquest target is the mountainous world where the Ogren are hidden. After a moment of thought, he sent separate messages to 4th Company Commander Adams and 7th Company Commander Sanchez. Select your subordinates to form my honor guard. The 2 company commanders realized that only their companies had earned this honor, and a similar thought arose in them simultaneously. Open black lens bracket. As Knights of the Black Duke Court, we are more trusted by the Gene Seed Primarch than other Legion members, and we enjoy this honor exclusively. Close black lens bracket. Above the orbit of planet 33-5, the Void Hunter. The 11th Legion's company commanders looked at the silver-haired mortal standing next to the command throne. He was astonishingly close to the Gene Father. Just as they were speculating about the mortal's identity, the Gene Seed Primarch spoke. Let's hear the tactical briefing. I haven't appointed an aide yet. Sanchez, you arrived the earliest and have already grasped the situation, so you will present it. Yes, Father. After becoming a hunter, the 7th Company Commander painted 7 red arrows on his right shoulder pad, with the central arrow piercing through the entire shoulder pad. 3 arrows were scattered on each side. The arrows closer to the center were 3/4 the length of the central arrow, and moving outwards, they were 1/2 and 1/4 the length of the central arrow, respectively. Sanchez picked up the control staff and waved it. A detailed holographic image flickered into existence above the high platform where the command throne was located, displaying a galactic overview, orbital line maps, and the positions and headings of various ships. The 7th Company Commander waved the control staff, pointing at the planet officially designated 33-5, which had just been registered with the Imperial Plans Department, and magnified its holographic image. According to the Augur Matrix's scan results, this planet has a diameter of 5,104.02 kilometers. It is a world composed of mountains. Sanchez twitched the control stick, pointing at an area that was black and conspicuously stood out in the green holographic image. This area accounts for approximately 1/10 of the planet's total surface area. It is worth noting that the signal in this area is anomalous, interfering with the Augur Matrix's scan. Ning Lu leaned back on the throne, his left hand lightly tapping the armrest. Reason for anomaly. The Mechanicus's archmagos have preliminarily assessed it as an abnormal magnetic field. Ning Lu nodded slightly, signaling the 7th Company Commander to continue. He lightly tapped another spot with the control staff and continued. Scans show that this area has the strongest life signals and is the largest known gathering place for Ogren, designated 33-5001. Quote. After listening to the tactical briefing, Ning Lu absorbed all the information into his mind and completed the tactical conception within seconds. He decided to give the 1st Company Captain one last test opportunity. Sessek, your company will attack 33-5001 with me. The 1st Company Captain, as expected, pounded his chest with his right hand under the envious gazes of the other company commanders. Father, the 1st Company will be your sharp slaughtering knife, to give. Ning Lu interrupted Sessek, not a slaughtering knife, but order shadows. The first company captain's mouth twitched imperceptibly, and he said nothing more. Ning Lu caught the resistance expressed in the emotions of Sesek, 3rd Company Commander Sarmiel, and 8th Company Commander Robin. He emphasized his tone and said, "You are no longer reapers, I want to see your transformation, to overcome your desire for slaughter. Don't disappoint me." Ning Lu was satisfied to see 2nd Company Commander George deep in thought and touched, but he also noticed that Sesek and the other two still showed no significant change. His black eyes flashed, and he silently thought to himself, "Open black lens bracket, let's see if their actions change. If not, once Howard, Bukayo, and Thierry's modifications are complete, they will be assigned to the 3 companies respectively. Coupled with organizational structure reforms and other Vostonian descendants, they will gradually influence and change the 3 companies." Close black lens bracket. The Gene Seed Primarch then assigned attack targets to each company one by one, leaving only the 7th Company. "Sanchez, your company's target is that anomalous area. Your mission is to investigate the situation and conquer it if conditions allow." Ning Lu decided to give the hunter a chance to hunt. The meeting concluded, and each company immediately began battle preparations. Subsequently, each company boarded landing craft and headed for the surface. Ning Lu's honor guard consisted of 27 Order Shadows from the 7th Company and 20 warriors from the 4th Company. There was also a mortal on the landing craft, Arsena Dun. Ning Lu had not brought Malina. During the period of the Legion's large-scale modifications, the physician would be studying on the medical deck and using her extraordinary abilities and biopsychic powers to promptly rescue candidates who failed surgery. The landing craft descended to the surface. Arsena, walking out of the deck beside Ning Lu, immediately felt the crushing weight of gravity. His body trembled, and he nearly fell to his knees. The silver-haired psyker slightly raised his hand, and telekinesis tightly enveloped his entire body, isolating him from physical effects. Ning Lu, however, felt that the gravity of this planet was higher than that of 33-4, but for a Gene Seed Primarch, it had negligible impact, if any. The members of his honor guard, meanwhile, felt their steps become heavy, but it did not affect their combat capabilities. Sesek looked at the honor guard behind Ning Lu, and a hint of anger and disappointment welled up in his heart. Open black lens bracket. The warriors of the 1st Company are the most excellent. This time, I must prove it to the Gene Seed Primarch. Close black lens bracket. Sesek, who had been reprimanded earlier, did not provoke the Gene Father. He said in the company channel, "Brothers, today is our best chance to prove ourselves to the Gene Father." For the king, Ning Lu looked at the 1st Company warriors before him and reminded them in the command channel. "Control your desire for slaughter. You are not reapers, you are Order Shadows. Move out." The squad then advanced towards the identified area, the largest Ogren settlement, a mountain peak with an elevation of 5,400 meters. On the mountain peak, Ogren scattered among the gray forests, carrying large clubs carved from trees, were striding along, chasing prey in the woods. Suddenly, an Ogren as tall as an Astartes saw the approaching squad from below the mountain. He shouted loudly to his kin. Below the mountain, big ones, black, iron skin. The Ogren, carrying their clubs, excitedly gathered around and looked at the squad below the mountain. Another Ogren, whose left hand was broken, asked blankly, "Eat." The smartest Ogren, with the largest head, rubbed his scalp with his left hand. He saw a short creature and another giant without a helmet, and he shouted confidently, "They can be eaten." The Ogren immediately let out excited roars, moving their bare feet, and charged down the mountain. Sesek's optical implant captured the Ogren charging down the mountain, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Charge! The 1st Company captain, as always, led the charge, with the honor guard following close by. The Astartes clashed with the Ogren. Sesek's figure flickered, dodging a swinging club. He swiftly slammed into the Ogren to his front left, causing the enemy to stagger while simultaneously thrusting his chainsword into its abdomen. Ning Lu noticed that the 1st Company captain was darting left and right through the crowd, like an efficient killing machine. With every swing of his chainsword, an Ogren fell. Open black lens bracket. Although Sesek is addicted to slaughter, he instinctively grasps the enemy's weaknesses. He won't directly confront an Oberon leaping from above or engage in a brute force contest. He will charge the enemy from the side, striking at their weak points. Close black lens bracket. On the high mountain, more and more Oberon were attracted by the shouts of battle. Although Ning Lu was displeased that Sesek gave no commands and did not employ a luring tactic to weaken the Oberon and draw them to flat ground, he was satisfied that the First Company warriors did not lose control. Just then, the Oberon with the largest head revealed a ferocious grin. He suddenly burst out from the side, smashing his large club heavily onto Sesek's body. The First Company captain was knocked back several meters, sliding down. He stabilized his body, and the suppressed killing intent in his black eyes instantly erupted as he let out an angry roar, head thrown back. Chapter 94, Throwing the First Company Captain. Sesek took a running start, leapt high, and his chainsword traced an arc, cleaving the Oberon's massive head. As the Astartes descended, the spinning blade split the Oberon in half. Splattering blood mixed with viscera, making Sesek's eyes bloodshot. After landing, he immediately gripped his chainsword with both hands and charged towards the Oberons like a whirlwind. As if an infection source, centered around the First Company captain, the order maintained by the surrounding Astartes instantly collapsed. They roared, charging at the enemy like wild beasts. Astartes and Oberons intermingled, the Oberons' clubs smashing against power armor. An Astartes in the center of the battlefield was attacked by 3 Oberons from his front and sides. The Oberons' immense strength turned the wooden clubs embedded with crude steel spikes into deadly weapons, continuously denting the ceramide armor with their attacks. The Astartes, having lost his reason, did not dodge. He swung his chainsword, instinctively hacking at the Oberon in front of him. He cut one down, and immediately another rushed down from above. In an instant, he fell into a pool of blood. The death of his battle brother further stimulated the First Company's bloodlust, plunging them into pure melee combat with the Oberons. In the chaos, only the adjutant Dixon struggled to maintain order within his squad. Ning Lu shook his head slightly. The First Company had indeed changed, but it wasn't enough. They had been recruited from a young age and trained as killing machines during their augmentation. Upon entering the battlefield, their amplified senses fueled their bloodlust. Huang Laohan and Howard treated them as slaughtering tools, and the desire for blood was deeply ingrained in their bodies and minds. This intensity of combat led to them losing control, and it was foreseeable that such situations would occur frequently. Given the First Company's transformation, which fell short of expectations, the Gene-Seed Primarch adjusted his plan. Open black lens bracket. According to the plan, arrange for Howard and others to enter each company. It would be best if Sesek and other Terran Astartes could change, as they are all excellent warriors. If the Terran Astartes successfully change, then Howard and the others can be promoted to command other companies. If they fail, Howard and the others, with their additional extraordinary abilities and my support, will naturally gradually increase their influence and replace them. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu predicted that the ruthless Terran warriors, trained according to Huang Laohan's methods, would have a high casualty rate if they continued this fighting style. They would meet a glorious sacrifice in battle without him needing to employ any means. His gaze turned cold. If the Terran Astartes remained truly stubborn and did not achieve a glorious sacrifice, he would draw them together, similar to how Guilliman formed the 22nd Regiment. After the 13th Gene-Seed Primarch reunited with his legion, he immediately discovered significant cultural differences between the Terran Astartes and the legion members from the Ultramar sector. Thus, he formed the 22nd chapter, specifically responsible for carrying out extermination orders, with Terran warriors as the main personnel. This chapter later became the Nemesis chapter. Within the 22nd chapter, there were even 2 complete destroyer companies. The 13th Gene-Seed Primarch considered them a necessary evil and would deploy them at critical moments. The Gene-Seed Primarch's thoughts raced, and after finally making a decision regarding the First Company, he suddenly opened his mouth and let out a roar, mixed with anger and disappointment. The Oberons all froze for a moment, and the Astartes, brains also paused momentarily. Ning Lu was as swift as lightning, appearing behind Sesek in an instant. The Gene Seed Primarch reached out and grabbed the Astartes by the back of his neck, just as an Astartes would lift a mortal, and threw him forward. The extraordinary throw made the bribers throw the Astartes for the first time as skillfully as if they had practiced hundreds of thousands of times. Sesek spun through the air. Before the Ogren could react, the spinning black windmill had swept over, knocking down 5 immediately. With undiminished momentum, Sesek spun and flew upwards, only losing inertia and crashing heavily to the ground after knocking down dozens of Ogrens. Ning Lu stomped his right foot heavily on the mountain, and he shouted loudly, his voice imbued with psychic power. "Control your bloodlust. You are Order Shadows." The Gene Father's majestic voice, combined with a mind-striking shockwave, was like ice water poured over them on a summer day, awakening the First Company warriors from their frenzy. They tightened their grip on their weapons, realizing they had once again disobeyed the Gene Seed Primarch's command. In their stunned moment, the Ogrens recovered from their daze. Just then, the Gene Seed Primarch's honor guard launched their attack. Unlike others influenced by the Shadow Moon Wolves, where rogue squads were the main force, the 7th Company still primarily used traditional Astartes combat methods. Warriors with 7 bright red arrows painted on their right shoulder guards strode to the front of the battle line. They adopted the standard Astartes side-on-hip firing stance. Their helmets and boltgun sights were integrated, allowing them to precisely shoot the charging, wide-mouthed Ogrens with accurate firepower. In the eyes of those who inherited the Gene Father's keen senses, the charging behemoths moved so slowly, like footage played in a tactical analysis room. The torrent of ammunition drowned out the roars, and the frontline Ogrens immediately disintegrated. When the 7th Company's Order Shadows emptied their standard 30-round magazines, members of the 4th Company burst out from among them. After a volley from their bolt guns, they activated their roaring chainswords and launched a cross-attack. Though fewer in number, they cut and dispersed the disorganized Ogrens, with the Order Shadows working in pairs. One warrior would attract the Ogrens' attention, while the other would cut in and strike as the large club swung. The 1st Company warriors watched the other 2 companies, immediately noticing their differences. Efficient, precise, striking weaknesses. They began to understand the meaning of what the Gene Father had said. To gain the Gene Seed Primarch's favor, the 1st Company warriors began clumsily imitating the 4th Company's offensive style, and they started to seek cooperation. Ning Lu nodded in satisfaction. He also noticed that the silver-haired Arsena had begun to act. He raised his rune-carved crystal staff and aimed it at the Ogren. A telekinetic shockwave swept through a dozen Ogrens, their large clubs thrown into the air. The Ogrens, bewildered, looked up at the clubs in the air in a daze. The silver-haired psyker gripped hard, then pulled downwards. The clubs accurately struck each Ogren's head, knocking them unconscious. Open black lens bracket Arsena Dun and Malina Scala are suitable candidates for non-Astartes attendants. Close black lens bracket. As Ning Lu pondered, his gaze fell upon Sesek, who was climbing up from the ground. His black ceramite armor had numerous dents, mixed with blood, flesh, and dirt, making him look somewhat disheveled. The 1st Company captain had sobered from his rage when the Gene Father grabbed him by the back of the neck. As he was thrown through the air, his thoughts raced. Scene after scene that he had ignored in his rage flashed quickly through his mind. He knew he had lost control and fallen into madness again. He didn't think there was anything wrong with it. This was the Emperor's purpose in creating them, they were weapons of war. When he met Ning Lu's gaze, Sesek's body stiffened for a second. He read admonition, disappointment, and a faint trace of expectation in the Gene Seed Primarch's eyes. Open black lens bracket. I have disappointed the Gene Father. Close black lens bracket. The 1st Company captain felt panic and helplessness, emotions he had never experienced since his ascension in the Gene Laboratory on the Moon. Panicked, he solved the problem in the way he was best at, slaughter. Sesek suddenly turned, casting the Gene Seed Primarch's gaze behind him, and swung his chainsword towards the Ogrens. Open black lens bracket. It's all your fault. you stupid subhumans, close black lens bracket. The first company captain vented his anger on the culprits, who caused everything, using fierce strikes to sever their legs and saw off their arms. His black armor was soaked with blood, but this time he did not lose control again. He could feel that gaze from behind him, fixed on him. Cesic, like a child who didn't want to disappoint his father, desperately tried to avoid the same outcome. Just then, a massive figure, taller than the other ogrins, wearing armor that shimmered with black light and wielding a dark, gleaming club, charged directly at the first company captain. Cesic's eyes lit up. He could sense that this large figure was much stronger than the other ogrins, and he had a set of equipment that could be considered luxurious by barbarian standards. Finally finding an opponent he could fight, to cast aside his worries, the first company captain excitedly charged forward. At the same moment, Ning Lu also noticed the well-equipped ogrin. Open black lens bracket very special. Perhaps useful intelligence can be obtained from him. Close black lens bracket. He extended his consciousness towards the ogrin. Chapter 95, the metal with a mysterious connection to Ning Lu. While Cesic was battling the ogrin, Ning Lu's consciousness extended to a large black stone gate. The ogrin's mind was simple yet sturdy. A forceful breach, though able to enter his mind, would turn him into an idiot, causing mental fragmentation and loss of information. The Gene Seed Primarch, after years of cultivation, had already reached the pinnacle of psychic abilities. In an instant, his consciousness transformed into a vast shadowy net, covering the entire gate. The shadows seeped into the gate little by little, like the shadow cast by light on the gate. Immediately, Ning Lu obtained the information he needed about the local ogrin traditions and the Great Black Mountain's regional data. This planet had a majestic mountain range, and all the stones on it were metals that shone with black light. Ordinary ogrins who entered never returned. Those who could safely return and forge black clubs and armor would become tribal leaders. Ning Lu also noticed that this chieftain was much smarter than ordinary ogrins. His mind could clearly remember some things. As he withdrew from the ogrin's mind, he thought to himself. Open black lens bracket. It seems that the unscannable area is very special. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu also realized that utilizing the traditions of the local ogrin tribe was a quick opportunity to conquer this world. As he withdrew from the ogrin's mind, Cesic also severed the tribal leader's head with a ferocious strike. While the warriors cleared out the enemies, Ning Lu walked over to the leader and picked up his club to examine it. As soon as he held it, his black eyes gleamed. The ogrin had no forging skills. This club was ground out by him over a long period, using immense strength, by holding one stone and rubbing it against another harder stone little by little. The parts that had not been touched still retained their original texture. The black stone, covered with a matte oxidized layer, was neither a psychic material nor an anti-psychic material. But Ning Lu keenly noticed that, besides being magnetic, it also possessed unique properties. Its surface was alternately arranged with white growth patterns of XI and 33 in Gothic script. These growth patterns were irregularly arranged. In some places, XI was dense, while in others, it was sparser. The Gene Seed Primarch glanced again and keenly perceived that the armor on the ogrin leader also had the same irregular growth patterns. The silver-haired Arsena also walked over. He picked up a piece of armor fragment that Cesic had cut off and infused it with telekinesis. A moment later, having completed the analysis with his psychic power, he reported to Ning Lu based on the knowledge he had gained from the Relic-class battleship's books. This magnetic metal is not composed of a single structure. Its main components are three black metals: iron, manganese, and chromium. None of them are black. Pure iron and chromium are silver-white, and manganese is grayish-white. Natural magnetic metals can appear in block, granular, or crystalline structures. They all have crystalline structures. Arsena glanced at the black armor fragment in his hand and said with great interest. During their crystallization process, iron, manganese, and chromium ions periodically enriched to form banded structures. These features typically only appear in artificially manufactured barium ferrite. In the books I read, it was mentioned that the ores on some planets, due to core gravity, stellar gravity, and some unknown reasons, cause the ores in certain areas to form identical growth patterns. Ning Lu nodded slightly. This was why the growth patterns of the metal crystals displayed special numbers. Its unit cells are denser than ordinary ones, which should be the structural basis for ultra-high magnetism. Ning Lu stared at the ore in his hand and couldn't help but think. Open black lens bracket. This metal is simply my symbol. Disordered growth patterns, 1133. Disorder can be linked to the nation of disorder. The true face of the primordial essence has 33 layers of space, and I am the 11th Primarch. Iron, manganese, and chromium, which are white to varying degrees, often appear black and are called black metals. This can be linked to the order shadows of the Black Emperor, close black lens bracket. Ning Lu's eyes were deep, associating the relationship between mysticism and deities. Open black lens bracket. Although the chaos gods are warped deities, they also have symbolic existences in the real world. They each have their own symbols in the realm of colors and numbers. Red corn is 8, blue Tzeentch is 9, green Nurgle is 7, and purple Slaanesh is 6. Their followers will embody these elements in sacrificial rituals, the use of weapons, and even on armor and weapons. Close black lens bracket. By embodying symbols, a connection is made with deities. Ning Lu also thought of the mysterious, which was likewise true. Open black lens bracket. The goddess of the night is associated with the moon and silver. Followers use silver materials during ritual magic. The eternal blazing sun is associated with the sun and gold. Close black lens bracket. His black eyes gleamed, and his mind raced. Open black lens bracket. If I establish a mystical connection with this metal through designing ritual language. When Beyonders use them as ritual magic materials, combined with appropriate rituals, they can point to me. Then, by leveraging the power of the primordial essence, the nation of disorder, I can, to a certain extent, fulfill the prayers of my followers. Close black lens bracket. Paths like Fool and Hermit all possess the ability of ritual magic, but when used, they require prayers to the worshipped deity for realization. Chaos followers also need to attract the attention of the chaos gods when praying to them, mostly through souls and life. Lorgar sacrificed the lives of hundreds of planets and the Primarch Angron to gain power and complete the spell that isolated the Eastern Galaxy. Ning Lu further considered the feasibility, thinking of more uses for the nation of disorder from ritual magic. Open black lens bracket. Although I am only sequence 7, the authority unlocked for the nation of disorder is not yet high enough. But I am still a gene seed Primarch, and after awakening my genetic memories, my status should be comparable to high sequence Beyonders, allowing me to leverage the power of the nation of disorder to some extent. Once I design the entire ritual magic process, I can simplify it and selectively tell some people, when they face the corrosion of the chaos gods, I will be able to stop it in time. Close black lens bracket. As Ning Lu thought of this, the status of black metal in his mind elevated from ordinary mineral to strategic resource. Although there were many details, the format of chanting incantations, describing his honorific name, ritual procedures, and many other aspects, that needed exploration and experimentation, at least he already had ideas and a direction for his efforts. Ning Lu decided to change his plan and immediately set about conquering the Great Black Mountain. The first problem he had to face was signal interference. After a second of thought, he realized that the spy flies created by the space monkey might be useful. Ning Lu opened his communicator and issued an order on the Legion channel. Company commanders, report the psychics in your companies. First Company, 5. Sesek, who was directing his subordinates to clear the battlefield, immediately replied. Second Company, 4. Only the 7th Company commander did not respond, being in the signal-isolated area of the Great Black Mountain. As Ning Lu returned to the Void Hunter to retrieve the spy flies, Sanchez, who was in the Great Black Mountain, also encountered the first Ogren team after entering the mountain. Upon encounter, an Ogren holding a large black crystal club let out a strange cry. Following his cry, a black lightning bolt ripped through the sky and struck down upon the order shadows of the 7th Company. Chapter 96, The Hunter. Black lightning struck several Order shadows, making their black armor appear even deeper, and the warriors' bodies stiffened. The hunter reacted before the Ogren Psyker's attack, rapidly raising his left arm and firing a bolt at his prey. With an explosion, the Ogren's large head burst open, scattering like a watermelon. The adjutant irritably took off his helmet, revealing short black hair, and quickly walked to the corpse as if he had seen a ghost. Damn it, there's actually a Psyker among these dumb Ogrens. The hunter observed his surroundings as he walked, noticing the unique growth patterns of the 11 and 33, and also sensing the high magnetism of the black metal crystals, which subtly attracted his chainsword. The 7th Company commander mused, it must be the special environment of this sprawling mountain range that influenced the Ogren. He opened the command channel and listened for a while, hearing intermittent static, hums, and crackles, a cacophony of sounds. The communication channel still hasn't recovered, just noise. The hunter said, his gaze sweeping over the Ogren Psyker. Aside from wearing black armor and holding a black metal staff that resembled a staff but was much thinner than a club, there seemed to be no difference. His black pupils suddenly contracted. No, he was different from the other Ogrens. His ears are several sizes larger than other Ogrens, and his feet are also fatter. Upon hearing this, the adjutant bent down to examine. That's true, he said, frowning, stating his conjecture. Perhaps it's because the gravity of this world is too high, and the Ogrens, to adapt to this environment, underwent adaptive evolution, causing their ears and feet to enlarge. Sanchez shook his head slightly. He pressed the runic symbol on his sword hilt, and the sword immediately roared to life. The 7th Company commander swung his sword, cutting open the Ogren's black metal armor, revealing a robust physique similar to that of an Astartes. After a quick glance, he confirmed his judgment. No, look, his body is only slightly more robust than the Ogrens we encountered before. But his ears and feet are abnormally large. I think this is because there is something special about these mountains, and it is this special quality that allowed the foolish Ogren to gain psychic abilities. The adjutant looked again and only then realized it was indeed true. His ears and feet are indeed a bit fatter, he said helplessly after squatting down and examining for a moment. It's a pity their large feet didn't leave footprints on this metal mountain. We can only eat his brain to get information and find out their hiding place. The adjutant said helplessly. Although the Reaper were bloodthirsty, they did not enjoy cannibalism like the ghouls of the 9th Legion. No need, he left a very obvious trail. Sanchez took off his helmet, a smile appearing on his face. The scanning system integrated into his visor was malfunctioning due to signal interference, but he was the hunter. The hunter concentrated his mind, his black eyes deep, and he clearly heard the beating of his own heart. His senses, inherited from his gene father, were further enhanced, and the world in his perception immediately changed. The almost invisible, faint footprints on the ground were now captured by the hunter's eyes. He also subtly distinguished the lingering body odor of the Ogren, like a faint strip winding forward. Follow me. The 7th Company commander stepped forward, the hunter tracking his prey's lair. At this time, Ning Lu had returned to the Void Hunter. Besides Arsena Dunn, he also brought a tech sergeant from the 1st Company. Arriving in front of his private armory, a squad of Vostronia warriors, who had not yet undergone the modification surgery, stood at the entrance. My king. The captain bowed. Ning Lu gestured for him to rise, and he immediately raised the silver control staff in his hand, pointing it at the red circular disc in the center of the black door. As the runes glowed, the ancient door opened, revealing the Gene Seed Primarch's private armory. The entire compartment was as large as a single deck, with over half of the area densely packed with tens of thousands of items, from porous sea corals to bizarre multi-limbed creature corpses. Only a small portion of these were acquired by Ning Lu himself, about a third were creations of the Space Monkey, and the majority came from offerings from various Vostronia regiments and warriors of the 11th Legion. Ning Lu transported some precious and hidden items, mixed with alchemical ingredients, to the Nation of Disorder, while the rest were kept in his private armory. He stepped into a large area on his right, where a black strip sign with golden lettering read, Space Monkey Products. Ning Lu bent down and picked up a metal box, which he handed to the tech sergeant. First, disassemble the spy fly and understand its structure. Then, he spoke to the silver-haired psyker, who was wide-eyed and surveying the many items in the private armory. Here are ring weapons and protective orbs made by the space monkey. You can choose and take them for use. When you encounter situations where your psychic abilities are unusable, or your mental energy is exhausted, you can rely on them. Thank you for your bestowal, Arsena said respectfully. He immediately followed Ning Lu's gesture and came to a cast iron rack. On it, precious ring weapons were separated by cast iron metal dividers. The silver-haired psyker selected 10 rings, putting them on both hands, then went to another rack. It held protective orbs of different sizes, and he selected 4 more. After Arsena finished selecting, Ning Lu gave his command. You two, research the spy fly and disable its projection function. While the spy fly performed reconnaissance and surveillance, it also projected a holographic star map woven from light. Ning Lu speculated that the true purpose for which the spy fly was designed was as a two-way communication device. Subsequently, Ning Lu ordered the servitors to transport 200 spy flies to the landing craft. Besides allocating 1 set to each of the 10 companies, a total of 59 psykers, the remaining ones would be distributed to the companies for reserve use. During the landing craft's descent, Sanchez had already followed the trail left by the Ogren psyker, navigating the winding mountain path, and arrived at a pitch-black cave. The adjutant's eyes widened. If not for the company commander leading the way, it would have required a long, systematic search to discover such a hidden cave. Open black lens bracket. How did the company commander do it? I didn't feel anything special about the places we walked through. Close black lens bracket. The hunter judged from the violently torn-like wounds on the rock wall's texture and the layers of chisel marks that this was an artificial cave roughly carved out by the Ogren. Sanchez surveyed the entrance, wide enough for 3 people, and gave his command. 3 people abreast would hinder the movements of their teammates beside them. Reconnaissance warrior squad, 2 per group, move out. Unlike after the second founding, when the Codex Astartes assigned scouts to new recruits, the Legion scouts of this era were fully sworn and well-trained battle brothers, all experienced Astartes specialists. 2 scouts stepped into the dark cave. They instinctively glanced at their visors, finding them still filled with static, indicating that the divination arrays were still being interfered with. They activated their stealth equipment, raised their long-range sniper rifles, and advanced with cross-coverage. As they moved forward, the cave became wider and wider, soon able to accommodate 4 scouts abreast. Just then, a sudden immense force swept over the 4, throwing them up and slamming them against the black metal cave wall above. Chapter 97, A Bolter Round for You. The scout squad's tech sergeant, through his targeting reticle, locked onto the attacking enemy, another Ogren clad in black armor, wielding a black metal rod. The moment he locked onto the target, he pulled the trigger. Immediately after, the 3 scouts beside him and the 2 other veterans positioned behind them almost simultaneously pulled their triggers. The Ogren psyker raised a hand, and the projectile stopped several meters from him. With a grab and a push, the bullets shot back. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets pierced the power armor, and instantly, a scout fell into a pool of blood. At this moment, a black figure darted out. Hunter reacted immediately. Sanchez launched a rapid charge, moving faster and with greater control over his body than before. As he sprinted, Hunter flickered, dodging the large falling rocks from above. Rumble. The giant rock hit the ground, and the entire cave trembled with it. Although the Ogren psyker's attack didn't hit the 7th Company commander, it separated him from the Order Shadow's warriors. The ground tremors didn't affect Hunter at all. He swiftly rushed to the Ogren psyker and swung his chainsword. The psyker was still an Ogren, and a much sturdier Ogren than his kin. He met the attack with his staff. Sanchez didn't engage in a head-on clash. He keenly judged from the force of the Ogren's swinging weapon that even with Hunter's slight increase in strength, it was still no match for the Ogren's brute force. He stepped to the side with his left foot, nimbly avoiding the attack. At the same time, with a supernatural perspective, he caught the Ogryn's missed attack, revealing a weakness as his body leaned forward. The armor around his neck was thinner. Open black lens bracket for ease of breathing and eating. Close black lens bracket. Order shadows concluded, and he immediately reoriented his chainsword, executing a swift strike using the 23rd form of the Osber Via, which he had witnessed his Gene Father use. The chainsword struck the exposed neck of the Ogryn, and with a roar, severed the Psyker's head. Just as the 7th Company commander used subspace insight to pinpoint the Ogryn Psyker's weakness and kill him with one blow, Arsena and the Legion's Psykers, along with the tech sergeants, also found a solution. They used special runes to inscribe mysterious prayers on their eye screens, disabling the projection function. Ning Lu immediately distributed all spy flies to the 10 companies and gave orders for them to be evenly spread throughout the entire area, searching as they advanced. Arsena and the 5 Psykers of the 1st Company each held an eye screen with a polyhedral eye structure, injecting psychic energy into them to establish a psychic link. Immediately, hundreds of mosaic micro-screens on the eye screens lit up, and the vibrating crystal mechanical devices linked to them awakened. They flew into the air like swarms of flies, emitting a buzzing sound. 6 swarms of flies spread in different directions, instantly covering every area within a 20-kilometer radius. The Gene Seed Primarch's black eyes swept across the 6 eye screens. His superhuman perception captured hundreds of images on each eye screen. Thousands of images converged in his mind, interpreted and analyzed by his superhuman brain. 5 seconds later, he had formed a complete picture in his mind. After piecing together the overhead view provided by the spy flies, the known area appeared fan-shaped. The land beneath Ning Lu's feet was in the outermost arc of the fan, with gullies formed by rocks narrowing inward. Open black lens bracket. The signal here is abnormal, so there must be an influencing source, which should be in the central area. Close black lens bracket. After assessing the situation, the Gene Seed Primarch gave orders. 3 o'clock direction, advance. The 1st Company warriors advanced towards the central area, leaving one hill after another behind them. The commanders and adjutants of the other companies, after some interpretation and analysis, also locked onto the central direction and led their teams forward. If one were to look down from a high altitude, one would see 10 black dragons moving towards the nearly circular center of the mountainous region. Along the way, each team continuously encountered Ogryn Psykers, with the time between encounters shortening, their numbers increasing, and their power growing stronger. As the battle progressed, the Order Shadows keenly observed that while these Ogryn possessed psychic abilities, they lacked corresponding combat intelligence. They followed a fixed program to cast spells, as long as the Ogryn Psykers' attack patterns were understood in the first few waves of attacks, targeted responses and strikes could be made. The advance speed of each company significantly increased, especially the 1st Company led personally by Ning Lu. On the 5th standard day after entering the mountainous region, he led his team to their destination. It was a bottomless pit, whose depths even the Gene Seed Primarch's perception couldn't fully grasp. But Ning Lu still sensed a strange phenomenon. The entire dark pit, the passage, leading downwards, was trembling at a faint frequency, and this tremor frequency was subtly increasing. The Gene Seed Primarch also noticed ultrasonic waves emanating from the pit. They were imperceptible at his current standing position but clearly audible from deeper within. Ning Lu looked up, gazing into the distance, and the deep pit beneath his feet formed a complete shape in his mind. Ogryn, like ants, were moving either up or down. The entire deep pit resembled a large pot, with the curved rock passages gradually narrowing downwards. Move out. Ning Lu gave the order, taking the lead and stepping onto the black metallic crystal slope. After descending over 1,000 meters, the Psykers in the team and adjutants like Cessick and Dixon frowned almost simultaneously. They sensed a slight tremor in their ears and beneath their feet. Its magnetic resonance. Arsena found the answer in the books he was reading, explaining to everyone, in areas rich in magnetism, a certain natural resonance phenomenon can occur. This phenomenon is called magnetic resonance, and signal interference, ultrasonic waves, and ground tremors are common types. Perhaps, it is because of this phenomenon that the Oberon have been affected, leading them to possess psychic abilities. Arsena shrugged, although I haven't seen any related records, it's not impossible. Part of what you said is correct. Ning Lu shook his head slightly, but not entirely. At the center of the deep pit, there is a massive black crystal that has undergone a peculiar transformation through countless years of resonance. It is a psychic resonance material. It is what granted the Oberon their psychic abilities. At this point, Ning Lu's tone suddenly changed, and he loudly commanded. Psychic Shield. The 5 Order Shadow Psychers, without any delay, immediately carried out their Gene Father's order, unleashing psychic shields downwards with full power. Arsena reacted swiftly, only a moment late, pressing his left hand down to release a force field shield. The next instant, psychic flames erupted from below as if molten lava were spewing forth. As the psychic energies collided, a piercing crackling sound echoed in the air. Ning Lu's eyes locked onto a tall, entirely black Oberon. He was as tall as Horus and the most powerful Oberon in the deep pit. He leapt from the crystal, and psychic flames, like a rocket, propelled his body rapidly upwards. Ning Lu sensed that he was continuously drawing energy from the crystal and had to kill him immediately. The Gene Seed Primarch leapt, headfirst, into the deep pit. Bribers roared in the air, shouting at the giant but still shorter Oberon, "Little guy, I'm sending you a bolter round." Chapter 98. The Emperor entrusts the 2nd and 15th Legions to my command. The Oberon Psyker casually raised a flame shield, his hands held high as he reveled in the surging power, launching an attack on the enemies approaching his treasure. The bolter rounds struck the flame shield and were immediately detonated by the psychic flames. The Oberon remained unconcerned, and as he stood there oblivious, the flames surrounding him suddenly receded, and the flame shield vanished into thin air. Just then, he used the extraordinary ability, Bribe and Weaken, giving the Oberon a bolter round in exchange for the temporary extinguishment of the Oberon Psyker's flame shield, and activated his power fist. He, upside down, punched the Oberon's head. The golden energy field instantly tore apart the Oberon's massive head and neck, and his corpse tumbled down. After taking control of the Great Black Mountain, Ning Lu renamed it Twin Peaks because the growth patterns of the entire mountain range displayed 2 numbers, 11 and 33. He named the black metal crystals Twin Peaks Black Gold. After gaining control of the Twin Peaks Black Gold, a symbol of power over the local Oberon, the various Oberon tribes quickly submitted. Ning Lu communicated this news to Horus via a sound array communication. Horus, I have conquered 33-5. There was a second of silence in the communication channel before Horus's voice finally sounded. Congratulations, my brother. Given the importance of Twin Peaks Black Gold, Ning Lu decided to station a team locally, and after deliberation, he selected Deputy Dixon of the First Company. Dixon had consistently maintained his sanity when other battle brothers in the company succumbed to madness, making him a trustworthy scion. Ning Lu trained him to be an arbitrator, becoming the 7th member of the Black Duke Court. The Gene Seed Primarch believed that Dixon, with the arbitrator's charisma and pressure, combined with the Twin Peaks Black Gold revered by the Oberon, could control the entire world with just 3 squads. Dixon's most important task was to establish a mining base to extract Twin Peaks Black Gold, especially the massive crystal at its center. While waiting for Horus to complete the conquest of the ocean world, Ning Lu returned to the Void Hunter and summoned Arsena Dun. Looking at the silver-haired psyker before him, he asked, "You enjoy reading very much?" "Yes." As soon as Arsena finished speaking, he saw Ning Lu open his palm, revealing a bottle of white potion within. As he pondered in confusion, a thought pulse appeared in his mind. "This is the power I bestow upon you. Drink it." Arsena did not hesitate, taking the potion and drinking it in one gulp. Moments later, the reader's narrow, blue eyes glinted with brilliance. The ability bestowed upon him by the Lord suited him perfectly. He knelt on one knee in excitement, following Vostronia etiquette. "Thank you for your bestowal, my lord. I will surely make good use of the power you have granted me to serve you." Ning Lu nodded slightly, issuing his appointment. "From today onwards, you are my attendant. Your duty is to read every report submitted to me, analyze and identify it, and report it to me after prioritizing it. As you wish. The reader readily agreed. If it were any other mortal, upon receiving such an honorable appointment, they would undoubtedly be excited, but also worry about their inability to fulfill the role. As a Gene Seed Primarch, the documents submitted to him were voluminous. The status of each company of the 11th Legion, combat reports, fleet dynamic reports, astropath information reports, development reports from Vostronia and other territories, and numerous other documents could overwhelm a mortal. But the reader was different. He had the ability to read all documents and simultaneously comprehend them. I will give you some time to adapt. During the period before the fleet sets sail, you must read the reports and documents I send you. From them, you must understand my thinking and find my criteria for prioritization. Ning Lu believed that after a period of adjustment with Arsena, and once they formed a tacit understanding, his efficiency would greatly increase. This was extremely important for him, as his legion, fleet, and territory would greatly expand in the future. Of course, this was not all the tasks Ning Lu assigned to Arsena. Considering the reader's abilities, he issued another command. Aside from official documents, during your leisure time, focus your reading on the languages of various races. He then sent a thought pulse, conveying his intention. Language contains special power. After you deeply understand the languages of various races, I want you to create a new mystical language. Ritual magic required specialized texts and languages for prayer and sacrifice. Ning Lu didn't want to waste time on such details, so he decided to entrust it to the reader. The reader gained the ability to use ritual magic, and while not as potent as those in the diviner sequence, he was capable of the task. Ning Lu waited 5 standard days, then Horus announced the completion of the ocean world's conquest. He waited another 11 standard days before receiving Horus's invitation to the vengeful spirit. The two first exchanged views on the conquest of the Oberon star system. An hour later, Ning Lu concluded with a sigh of admiration. Horus, your application of companies and squads is admirable, especially the use of rogue squads. Armed with chainswords and bolter pistols, they are perfectly suited for boarding actions and trench warfare in confined areas. Their flexible reactions can handle all sorts of complex environments. The Gene Seed Primarch's praise was heartfelt. This was his greatest gain from his and the 11th Legion's coordinated operations with the Shadow Moon Wolves. Even though he had decided to reduce the proportion of rogues in the Legion, the experience gained was still worth retaining. Ning Lu, your tactics have also given me enlightenment. Our father was right, you always grasp the key points for swift strikes. That's why you completed the conquest before me, you found the local Oberon's faith and seized it. Ning Lu also accepted the praise openly, his black eyes gleaming as he asked. So, what's our next plan? Horus rose, took a bottle of chilled red wine from the liquor cabinet, poured a glass for Ning Lu, and then for himself. After discussing with Father, we both believe that you have mastered everything you needed to learn. You have adapted to everything in the Imperium faster and better than we expected. From now on, you can decide for yourself where to conquer next and how to act. Let us raise our glasses and celebrate this. Ning Lu happily raised his glass. Now flying solo, his actions were freer. He clinked glasses with Horus and then drained his. Unlike the razor-sharp Vort, the red wine was richer and sweeter. Horus's face was beaming. I have more good news to tell you. What? Your command ability has impressed me greatly. After discussing with Father, he agreed that you should lead the 22nd Expeditionary Fleet of the 2nd Legion and the 28th Expeditionary Fleet of the 15th Legion. This is a testament to his trust in you, and a glory you have earned. Open black lens bracket the 2nd Legion, another legion that will be purged. The 15th Legion, the Thousand Suns, close black lens bracket. Ning Lu knew that before the Gene Seed Primarchs returned, except for the free-spirited, Star Hunters, other legions were commanded by the Emperor and 2 other Gene Seed Primarchs, Horus and Manus. Open black lens bracket before Manus returned, I had already become the commander of other legions. The Emperor entrusting the 15th Legion to me shows his recognition of my command and leadership abilities. close black lens bracket. I will not betray the Emperor's trust. Ning Lu solemnly promised. After chatting with Horus for a while, he returned to the Void Hunter. The Gene Seed Primarch ordered the Astropath Master to send messages to the 22nd and 28th Expeditionary Fleets, instructing the 2nd Legion and the 15th Legion to rendezvous in the Vostronia star system, and then ordered the fleet to set sail. Chapter 99, New Recruit Selection. As the Void Hunter returned, Vostronia and Sea Cradle prepared for their first new recruit selection, which would commence 5 stellar months later. Tetzverk Hive, A008 Armory in the Upper Hive. The day shift bell rang, and the busy night Kyle shift workers quickly finished their tasks, tidied their workstations, and then exited along the yellow pedestrian walkway. One worker rolled up his sleeve, revealing a black tattoo on his arm with his wife's and children's birthdays, reminding him not to forget them amidst the arduous labor. He puffed out his chest and proudly said to his fellow worker beside him, "Our Pell is participating in the heaven-reaching ritual selection today. Once he passes, he'll be able to serve the king. I envy you. My wife just got pregnant with our 10th. The worker, who had low Gothic tattooed on his neck, suddenly slapped his head. "Oh, right, last night when my wife and I were talking about the heaven-reaching path selection, we discussed which child to send. Since King Ning Lu announced his allegiance to the Imperium, his new decrees adjusted birth and conscription policies. Every family with 11 children could have one age-appropriate child qualify for the heaven-reaching path selection. Those who passed would become Great Legion warriors, while those who failed would join the auxiliary army to fulfill their military service obligations. Old Koshelny, how did you choose? Of course, you choose the most outstanding one, only then is there a chance of successfully ascending to heaven, not coming back in disgrace." Old Koshelny, with the arm tattoo, said triumphantly. "I've tested the little brats of the Koshelny family." "What did you test?" "Moving Lursvort barrels, long-distance running, frog jumps, laser gun shooting." He rattled off 15 items, then added, "Among my children, the 11-year-old and 8 younger ones. Each event is ranked from 1 to 8. First place gets 10 points, second gets 9 points. Finally, whoever has the highest total score gets the selection slot." The worker with the neck tattoo widened his eyes, clapped his hands, attracting the attention of those around him. "Good idea. I never thought you had such a clever side." At the same moment, in Exemplar City, Thomas stood atop a tall tower, gazing down. The 9th Company commander chose the factory district for the selection grounds for 3 reasons. Firstly, the Mechanicus's forces were still en route and had not yet finalized the Legion Monastery construction plan with Ning Lu. Furthermore, the estimated construction period was over 20 years, making it unusable in the short term. Secondly, the Gene Seed Primarch had built hosting facilities in several gathering areas of Exemplar City, providing readily available assessment and resting areas. Workers could send their children to the hosting facilities for free during their shifts, allowing them to focus on work. With fewer worries, they would also be more willing to have children. Ning Lu guaranteed that children would receive food, water, and free, basic education there. Thirdly, the factory area aligned with Vostronia's identity as an industrial world. Finally, the Gene Father mentioned the selection method used by the candidate Bukayo Arshaven, and the Gene Seed Primarch requested that the item finding project within the factory be retained. This simple project would select children with outstanding perception from among the candidates, a trait that also best suited the 11th Legion. At the same time, this process would also test the candidate's courage, intellect, and other aspects. As Thomas pondered, in the surrounding hosting facilities, the non-commissioned officers he had dispatched to oversee the selection had already begun addressing the candidates. 11-year-old Pel Koshelny had sharp facial features and had been a precocious child since he was young. He forced himself to calm down, trying to clearly hear every word from the giant instructor, knowing this would significantly increase his chances of passing. For the next 4 months, you will face a series of challenges. To become Legion warriors, you must pass every test. The Ninth Company non-commissioned officer looked at the 300 children before him and said in a deep voice. He keenly perceived that most children were nervous because of his words, with only a few remaining calm. The team leader, with short black hair, secretly noted down a few individuals and continued. The first test is an assessment of endurance and will. You will be scrutinized. Do not help other candidates, this is a test of the individual. Strike the gong. A Legion servant immediately struck the training grounds gong with a bronze hammer. As the boys stood stunned, Pell and a few other children started walking, stepping onto the long, curved track on the outer edge of the training ground. After modifications by the Legion's servitors, the path was filled with obstacles, mounds, deep pits, high walls, and water-filled channels. While the other children sprinted wildly, Pell followed them unhurriedly, treating the other anxious candidates like chemical dogs bred by the arbitrators to scout ahead. A moment later, a 7 or 8-year-old boy, running at the very front, stepped into a deliberately dug and concealed pit. His left foot twisted, and he lost his balance, falling awkwardly to the ground. Pell's pupils constricted, and he immediately marked that area in his mind: trap, mud pit. The stunned children also reacted at this point, and they all ran onto the path, striding forward and beginning to run. 13 minutes after the assessment began, the first child completed the entire lap. His parents' carefully prepared clean clothes were covered in dust and mud. He panted, looking at the giant's servant. "Keep running until you hear the command to stop." The boy gasped, fiercely wiped the sweat from his forehead, and continued to run forward. Pell, barely maintaining his breathing rhythm, also completed a lap at this time. He silently thought to himself, endurance, will. This isn't a preset fixed target, the instructor wants to test our limits. Can I fake it? Pell quickly dismissed the idea of slacking off. He wasn't confident he could fool the giant's eyes. At the same moment, the assessment at Sea Cradle had also begun. The assessment grounds, built to suit the local conditions, were located by the island, and the children participating in the assessment ran on the beach. On the Void Hunter, after inspecting all the modification chambers, the chief apothecary walked to a partitioned area of the medical deck. Inside, 22 candidates sat on metal stools, awaiting his arrival. After receiving orders from the Gene Father, Mikhail began training apothecaries. He selected 23 candidates and arranged for them to undergo modifications simultaneously, providing instruction during their modification intervals. Even as the chief apothecary, he had to admit that Malina, the mortal physician, did an excellent job. Since her arrival, the number of deceased candidates had significantly decreased. Even though 3 of the 22 individuals before him had already failed, those who survived had not wasted their training time, they would become apothecary attendants. As the chief apothecary pondered, he stood before the group. Today you will be learning about the stomach. Candidates are about to undergo large-scale pre-stomach implantation, and 19 of you are among them. Chapter 100. The Reader. Void Hunter, the Gene Seed Primarch's office. Arsena Dunn called up the star map and projected it onto the tactical table. Ning Lu scrutinized the star map before him. A large area between the Vostronia star system and the A068 star system, where Crystal Mirage is located, remained shrouded in mist. The scattered points on the map indicated areas reached by the Machine Cult's exploration fleet through warp-blind jumps. The Gene Seed Primarch slid his finger, drawing a corridor on the star map, and then posed a question to his attendant, testing him. If we dispatch Legion warriors to explore these areas, it would take too much time. Do you have any suggestions? Arsena pondered for a minute before speaking. My lord, since you believe that deploying Legion warriors for exploration is a waste, then we should utilize other forces. You should make full use of the privileges granted by the Imperium. There are provisions in the Imperial Codex that can be leveraged. You've read it all. When Ning Lu became a lawyer, he was directly indoctrinated with this voluminous codex, so he naturally knew its complexity. After the reader became an attendant, his workload was heavy, yet he still found time to read it all. My lord, To better serve you, I believe it is necessary to read the Imperial Codex. Only then can I offer constructive suggestions when you need them. The silver-haired reader aptly demonstrated his initiative, then offered a suggestion. According to the Imperial Codex, you have the authority to appoint rogue traitors. They are authorized to explore the unknown regions of the Imperium for you. The Emperor himself was adept at using rogue traitors for exploration. Rogue traitor Haile Dianus discovered the Parama star system for the Imperium in 803. Ning Lu nodded in satisfaction. Arsena's thoughts aligned with his own. Free labor, it was foolish not to use it, far better than expending his own strength. This was also a good way to utilize the rules. Thinking this, he issued an order to his attendant. Upon returning to Vostronia, you are to gather information on the Imperium's supply fleets and identify suitable candidates from the conscripted merchant ships. Locals can also be considered. Although they may lack inter-system navigation experience, as long as they possess an adventurous spirit and good capabilities, they can also be suitable. I will provide them with assistance. The Vostronia families exhibited high loyalty, so it was appropriate to offer some assistance, such as frigates or destroyers, or perhaps assigning severely injured auxiliary army veterans to serve as officers on the ships. As you wish. Arsena bowed and accepted the order. Ning Lu glanced at the large clock hanging on the wall. It's almost time. Malina will be here soon. Ning Lu had not appointed Malina as an attendant, even though he felt her physician abilities and loyalty surpassed Arsena's. Considering the needs of the mother in her future role-playing, both sequence 7 inches harvest priestess and sequence 5 inches druid required closeness to nature, so the Gene Seed Primarch did not appoint her as an attendant. However, during this time, he would dine with both of them, gaining insight into the progress of the medical deck from another perspective. As Ning Lu spoke, in the medical bay, Malina had just completed a tiring surgery. The moment she finished, the physician, as usual, felt a sensation of food being digested within her body. She took off her white medical coat and had just stepped out of the modified cabin when 2 Vostronia auxiliary army warriors carefully pushed a trolley to her. Lady Malina, please have some water. Both of them had been saved by the physician from the operating table. They had spent all their monarch coins, the currency issued by Ning Lu after unifying Vostronia, just to get this opportunity to thank her in person. Okay. Malina smiled radiantly, her perfect biopower user's face momentarily stunning the 2 battle-hardened veterans. They quickly regained their composure, without any unrealistic thoughts, simply instinctively amazed. Malina extended her fair hand, lifted the tempered glass partition that blocked out the smell of disinfectant, picked up the silver cup, and drank it all. Thank you. Malina put the cup back in its place, smiling as she spoke. No need to thank us, the 2 men hastily replied. They finally found an opportunity and quickly added, we should be thanking you for saving our lives. The physician also felt a faint sensation of digestion. Although not as pronounced as when she finished a surgery and saved a patient, the gratitude from the patients made her realize that she was a step closer to fully mastering all her abilities. Taking the dedicated elevator up, Malina arrived at the bridge a moment later. It took her a few seconds to adjust her already perfect appearance, then she entered the Gene Seed Primarch's office and saluted Ning Lu. My lord, have a seat. Malina pulled out an oak chair and sat down gracefully. Subsequently, the Legion attendant responsible for the Gene Seed Primarch's meals wheeled in a dining cart, placing platters of meat from the Corpse Eater Primordium, classified as an agricultural world, onto the oak table covered with a linen cloth. The mixed aroma of applewood and cherry wood, combined with the sizzling sound of dripping fat, stimulated Malena's appetite after expending physical and mental energy. Medium rare green striped zebra steak was served first, its oily marbled texture gleaming with a honeyed sheen under the candlelight. As the attendant's silver blade sliced through the caramelized crust, the pink flesh unfolded like volcanic lava, and the meat juices spread in amber ripples on the bone china plate. Next, the herb-marinated horned sheep ribs were unveiled, exuding glistening fat. Rosemary and garlic cloves infused their fragrance into every muscle fiber under high heat, and the unique milky aroma of lamb fat intertwined with the scent of charcoal in the air. From the depths of the oven came the sweet aroma of oak barrel-aged Lersvort barbecue sauce. The 12-hour slow-roasted feather-flamed turkey breast peeled apart like silk under the knife. Smoke rings permeated the muscle fibers, each slice carrying the breath of fruitwood. Eat. Ning Lu was the first to pick up his knife and fork, spearing a piece of horned sheep rib, dipping it in Sea Cradle's tidal coral pepper sauce, and bringing it to his mouth. The tide-like capsaicin seemed to transform into thousands of glowing small fish, mixed with the tender meat juice, amplified 1,000-fold by the gene seed Primarch's senses, and then dripped into his stomach. "My lord, you seem to enjoy spicy food very much," Malina asked with a smile, observing Ning Lu's naturally expressed enjoyment. "That's right. The spiciness brings not only stimulation and pleasure to the taste buds but also a deep-seated warmth and satisfaction." Malina and Arsena pondered this, gaining a deeper understanding of the gene seed Primarch. A moment later, Ning Lu saw the physician put down her knife and fork, and he asked, "Is the modification progressing smoothly? I have good news for you. Mikkel and I conducted a detailed analysis of the modification surgery and found that besides age, there is another factor affecting the success rate of the surgery," Malina said with a smile. Ning Lu heard this and asked curiously, "What is it?" The process for modifying organs was designed according to Terra standards. Vostronia people also live in hive city environments, which are quite similar, but Sicilians, who grew up in Sea Cradle, are quite different. We grew up by the sea, so our bone density is greater, but conversely, our resistance to toxins and corrosion is worse. Ning Lu suddenly understood. He recalled that when the Shigori's people underwent modifications, the success rate was lower due to their tough flesh. "Have you found a solution?" "We have found one. Mikkel and I have found a solution and made targeted minor adjustments. We artificially created a simulated marine environment, and the organs cultivated from gene seeds will first be soaked in it and undergo adaptive fine-tuning. The most significant effect is that it helped the older Chesney successfully complete the 5th to 11th modification surgeries consecutively, catching up with Howard and others' progress." Ning Lu nodded with satisfaction. "That's truly good news." Chesney, who was being discussed by the two, lay on his bed, his eyes slightly closed, consciously enhancing or filtering the surrounding background noise with Lehman's ear. Chapter 101. The Power of the Mind. Chesney used his mind to control his ears, amplifying the surrounding sounds. He heard the vibrating sound of surgical instruments from the modification chamber, and his eyelashes, which had turned black from gold due to the Gene Father's influence, trembled slightly. Chesney felt a bit dazed, as if he was still on the operating table. Since undergoing the modification, this feeling would occasionally arise, and even though he had recently been promoted to Sequence 8 Berserker, he still couldn't adapt to such drastic changes. He was in a trance, unsure how much time had passed, when he heard footsteps by his ear. "Chesney, time to get up and move. We're going to the Starry Deck." Bukayo's voice rang out. The midnight poet liked to imbue things around him with poetry. He called the deck where the candidates exercised the Starry Deck, because they could see the stars in the void while active, and awaken from their semi-conscious state. "Coming." Chesney's large hand propped him up on the bed board, and he sat up. He paused, putting his hands in front of him. Like the rest of his body, they were getting larger. Chesney knew that along with the food, he had swallowed stimulants and accelerants, causing his muscles to swell and bulge bit by bit. Sometimes, these disproportionate limbs and overly thick muscles made him feel like a gnawing octopus monster that deserved to be thrown into the coral sea and left to die. More often, he would feel that he had become incredibly powerful, needing to find an outlet for the strength and energy that filled his entire body. The Berserker's method was the best way to vent. Chesney sprang from the bed, his eyes no longer showing any confusion. He pulled back the curtain, walked out of the cubicle, and then saw the equally tall Bukayo. The two merged into the crowd. The 28 former Vostronia commanders enjoyed privileges. Unlike others who had to form teams of 50, they could go to the Starry Deck. A moment later, everyone arrived at the starry deck, where they could see the void through the floor-to-ceiling windows. While Bukayo surveyed the scene, Chesney eagerly walked into a training cage. He pressed the control button, and a servo skull slowly rose. The berserker roared, taking large strides forward. His strength and speed surged. Although the percentage increase was not as great as before, the degree of increase was much larger. The berserker appeared before the servo skull in an instant, swinging his arm and unleashing a berserker strike. Boom, boom, boom. Before the training servo skull could even start its training program, it was shattered by the berserker's punch, scattering across the floor. Chesney took a deep breath, returning to calm. 2 ship days later, with no rejection reaction detected, he immediately underwent the 12th modification surgery, the implantation of the meninges. The moment the flat, circular organ was implanted on top of the cerebral cortex, Chesney's body twitched, then began to tremble violently. A moment later, the chief apothecary and the apothecary, having received the report, rushed to the modification chamber. Malina looked worriedly at Chesney on the operating table. He hadn't shown such a severe rejection reaction before. The sailor and berserker sequences Chesney had experienced were both focused on the physical body. Without mental enhancement, he encountered the greatest challenge in the modification process. His already solidified brain, amidst drastic changes, seemed to have encountered a tsunami-like catastrophe. Chesney's complete memories were like a mirror smashed to the ground, shattering into countless pieces, then rapidly flashing through his mind. Each fragment stung him. Blood involuntarily flowed from Chesney's nose, and he trembled even more violently. Just as he was suffering, a voice suddenly resounded in his mind. "I believe you will surely endure the baptism of the modification surgery and usher in your metamorphosis." That was the voice of King Ning Lu, whom he served, and also the voice of the Gene Father. Like a bolt from the blue, thoughts simultaneously surged into Chesney's mind. Open black lens bracket. I cannot disappoint the king. I cannot disappoint the Gene Father. Close black lens bracket. His chaotic and fragmented brain instantly regained clarity. Blood stopped flowing from Chesney's nose, and his trembling body gradually calmed down. Seeing this, Malina breathed a sigh of relief. She knew that Ning Lu valued his old subordinates like Chesney the most. Although he didn't show it much, Roslev's death still saddened him, and Malina didn't want him to experience it again. After Chesney adapted to the meningeal implant, he opened his eyes and saw Malina. "Malina, I'm fine. Thank you for everything you've done for me and the Sicilians." Although Chesney was not a Sicilian, he had integrated into the sea cradle since he arrived there, and his subordinates were all Sicilians. Upon hearing this, the apothecary suddenly felt as if the food she had swallowed had been completely digested. Having had similar experiences, she understood that she had fully mastered the power bestowed by Ning Lu and had become a complete apothecary. At the same moment, Vostronia. Pel Murtasacker was the first to emerge from the maze of the lower nest, walking towards the waiting point at the end, which was also the true starting point of the sky-reaching road. He quickly reviewed the dense assessment items of the past 2 months in his mind. The obstacle course was just the beginning, followed by the perilous factory item retrieval. The maze he had just experienced was hell. He had no food or water, and he didn't know how long he had been in the identical, endless maze. There were also strange sounds and terrifying illusions. He had doubted countless times that he had gone mad. Pel had wanted to pull out the flare gun from his waist countless times and give up like the others, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. He didn't want to disappoint his parents. He longed to serve King Ning Lu, but he didn't want to be just an auxiliary army. He wanted to become a superhuman warrior like the black armored giant. Now, he had finally done it. Pel, staggering forward, was filled with joy and pride. Thomas, standing at the end, his eyes flashed with surprise. As a master of the mind, he used the psionic crystal from the crystal mirage, bestowed by the Gene Seed Primarch, to set up a large-scale mental illusion array to test the will of the candidates. Everyone within it would have their senses distorted. Those with weak wills would quickly give up, only those with strong wills and keen perceptions would stand out. This young man, who had consistently performed best in previous tests, was once again the first to pass the test, much faster than he had anticipated. Open black lens bracket. He is undoubtedly the best prospect in this test. Close black lens bracket. Very good. Thomas walked up to Pell and praised, "You passed the test, and your performance was excellent." Pell, his face pale, couldn't help but smile. He hadn't disappointed his parents, he had passed the test. Ning Lu returned with his fleet in the 10th month after leaving Vostronia. Upon arriving at his homeworld, Ning Lu immediately realized that a large number of matters awaited his attention. After deliberation, the Gene Seed Primarch decided to first meet with the representatives of the Mechanicus to finalize the design plan for the Legionary monastery, prioritizing it. This was because other matters were not urgent but were already in progress. He only needed to hear briefings and issue further instructions, and even if handled later, it would not affect their orderly progress. Chapter 102. I want to challenge the first company captain. A Goliath-class forged ship, the size of a light cruiser, carrying rare materials for building a fortress monastery, hung in high orbit above Vostronia. Ning Lu received Great Sage Winsu HL-19 from Mars in his palace in Exemplar City. Wise 1 Kaminsky, who was quite familiar with him, and Wise 1 Kivior2, the leader of the local Mechanicus, accompanied him. This was the first time the two Wise Ones had seen the Gene Seed Primarch since his return to the Imperium. Even though they no longer possessed frail flesh, strange code couldn't help but be born and leap within their logic engines as they exchanged glances. The information code they exchanged contained the same meaning. Open black lens bracket. Ning Lu, existence as powerful as the god of all machines, unifying Vostronia is reasonable. Close black lens bracket. The sound of an array synthesizer emanated from beneath Winsu HL-19's red robe. Esteemed Gene Seed Primarch, this unit is Winsu HL-19, I salute you. Great Sage, welcome. I have designed a standard fortress monastery for you, it will be a holy and perfect creation. As Winsu HL-19 spoke, mechanical tentacles manipulated something on his chest, projecting a green holographic image into the air. Light pulsed on the face masks of Kivior2 and Kaminsky, they were both captivated by the perfect architecture. It had a magnificent foundation, perilous walls, adamantium pillars as its ribs, and laser turrets crowning it. Just as the two Wise Ones were engrossed in the Great Sage's magnificent design, Ning Lu shook his head and spoke. I am not satisfied with its design. Please, Gene Seed Primarch, point out the dissatisfaction, unreasonable aspects. Arsena. Ning Lu called his original body servant, and the silver-haired Arsena operated a data slate to display an image before everyone. Two green beams of light shot from Winsu HL-19's face mask, and a cold, hard refusal was conveyed by the mechanical voice from beneath his red robe. This does not conform to the beauty of logic. Servants of the god of all machines would not construct such a crude thing. The two Wise Ones behind him also agreed with the Great Sage's decision. Although the main body of the building adopted angular geometric cut forms, it presented an asymmetrical shape. Viewed from above, the main tower was a tilted conical spire, piercing the Earth's crust at a 44-degree angle. Irregular buildings, 30 triangles on one side, surrounded it, with 11 spiral-shaped irregular sub-towers on the outermost perimeter. Inside the building, asymmetrical features that defied common sense were also evident everywhere, with a labyrinthine network of non-symmetrical passages. No, Ning Lu said imperiously, this is my fortress monastery, and you will complete it according to my will. Ning Lu had already decided to inject the concept of disorder into the design of the fortress monastery, adopting irregular architectural forms. Even with their mechanical bodies, the three Mechanicus members felt the pressure. After several seconds of silence, the Great Sage finally yielded. As you wish. Kivior2 and Kaminsky exchanged glances, sharing the results of their logical calculations. Open black lens bracket. The Gene Seed Primarch has high authority in the Imperium. Vostronia belongs to the 11th Legion, no more diarchy subordinate to him. Close black lens bracket. After concluding the meeting with the Mechanicus, Ning Lu immediately summoned Mikkel and Thomas without delay. The original body servant, holding a data slate, spoke methodically. Ninth Company Captain, the Gene Seed Primarch wishes to hear your briefing first. Thomas stared at the silver-haired psyker for a moment. He sensed a powerful will and powerful psychic energy from this mortal, even not weaker than himself, which was extremely rare. Father, Vostronia had a total of 35,142 candidates participate in the selection, of whom 4,902 passed. Sea Cradle had 5,063 candidates participate in the selection, of whom 842 passed. Ning Lu nodded slightly. Vostronia had only begun implementing its birth policy for just over 10 years, and most of the 11 children born were from various families. Among the hive dwellers, only those who already had several children completed the process. He believed that as time passed, more and more candidates would be supplied. The Gene Seed Primarch shifted his gaze to the chief apothecary, and Mikkel, understanding, immediately began his report. Father, in accordance with your will, I have hastened the training of apothecaries and original body servants. Currently, there are 61 apothecary apprentices, who have undergone between 10 and 14 different modification surgeries. Once they complete their modifications, they can become intern apothecaries. Additionally, I have trained 305 original body servants, whose skill levels vary, capable of completing 1 to 4 surgeries. Ning Lu pondered for a moment before speaking. Transfer 2 apothecaries, 4 intern apothecaries, along with these original body servants, to be stationed in the Vostronia star system to perform modification surgeries on the candidates who passed the selection. As you wish. Mikkel noted Ning Lu's request on his data slate and continued the briefing. Currently, 7,215 people have undergone modification surgery, with 2,904 failures. Due to Malena's participation, the mortality rate has significantly decreased, with a total of only 484 deaths. The survivors are all qualified auxiliary army warriors. Ning Lu's mind quickly flashed. Open black lens bracket 30,240 children in Vostronia failed the assessment, 4,221 in Sea Cradle, a total of 34,461. Close black lens bracket. He immediately issued an order. Candidates who failed the selection will form the auxiliary army reserves. Those who failed the modification surgery, excluding those selected as apothecary original body servants, will be assigned to the reserves to be taught. Arsena noted Ning Lu's orders. After the meeting, he would relay the Gene Seed Primarch's commands. The chief apothecary put away his data slate, a smile beaming on his face. Father, I think you'll be pleased to hear this news. Howard Fend, Bukayo Arshaven, and Thierry Vieira have completed all modification surgeries and become New Order Shadows. The Tech Sergeant is currently calibrating their power armor and weapons. Chesney and other candidates have either completed or are currently undergoing the implantation of the black carapace. I have received no abnormal reports. Ning Lu was greatly pleased, and he nodded with a smile. Very good, he looked at the two. You have completed my tasks well, and I have decided to reward you. Arsena, go with them to the reception room to converse, and come in after 10 minutes. Yes, Lord. The original body servant led the 2 Order Shadows to the reception room. Arsena used this time to consult his data slate and ask them for details not present in the report. Ninth Company Captain, which candidates performed exceptionally well in the assessment? Indeed, 13 performed well, the most outstanding being Pelkashelny. 10 minutes later, the original body servant returned with the 2 Order Shadows. Ning Lu spread his hands. The red potion in my left hand is for you, Mikkel, and the dark red potion in my right hand is for you, Thomas. Drink them, and you will gain the power I bestow. The 2 Order Shadows did not hesitate, taking the potions from their Gene Father's hands and drinking them down. A moment later, the chief apothecary became a sequence 9 inches apothecary, and the 9th Company Captain became a sequence 9 inches seer. Ning Lu said to the astonished 2 Order Shadows, "You are new members of the Black Duke Court." As he spoke, he sent them the organization information and members, then spoke to Thomas. Arsena's work requires your assistance, he will communicate with you. At the same moment, Thierry, clad in power armor, had his golden eyes turn black, with battle intent surging within them. The brawler said to Howard and Bukayo, "I want to challenge the first company captain, Cesic." Chapter 103, Duel of Honor. The news of Thierry Vieira challenging Cesic spread like a whirlwind throughout the 11th Legion and among the re-engineered Vostronia warriors. When the first company captain heard the news, his eyes were filled with rage. A warrior who had just completed his re-engineering, who hadn't yet fully utilized the Astartes' power, and hadn't been tempered by the fires of war, dared to challenge a battle-hardened veteran like himself. It was truly overestimating his own abilities. "Tell him I accept his challenge. Don't say I'm bullying him, I'll give him 5 days to prepare. Right beneath the Gene Seed Primarch's nest tower, I will make him understand what a true Astartes is." Cesic said confidently, not taking Thierry's challenge to heart. However, this overconfident challenger was a confidant of the Gene Seed Primarch, and perhaps he could seize this opportunity to prove himself before the Gene Father. 5 standard days later, before their duel even began, a squad of warriors clad in red armor appeared from the nest tower. Cesic and the guards he led, as well as several company captains who had come to observe, immediately recognized the familiar insignia on their shoulder plates, the same Legion emblem that had been painted on their own armor before the Gene Father's return. Moments later, Ning Lu sat on his throne, with 33 swords behind him, each bearing a crown. He tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest, looking at the Gene Seed Primarchs before him. "Are you from Terra, Father?" A red-armored warrior, with a power sword at his hip and a bolt gun on his back, who had earned the right to represent his battle brothers on the journey there, spoke. "We are all from various hive cities in the Asian regions, and we completed our ascension on the moon. According to our performance, we were assigned to the 11th Legion. The instructors at the training base would organize every 500 Astartes into a training squad for further instruction. They underwent training and assessment in various subjects, including boltgun shooting and swordsmanship, and were ranked according to their scores. The top 25 would be sent to the 16th Legion to serve the Emperor's firstborn, the Gene Seed Primarch of the Shadow Moon Wolves. The remaining Astartes would be randomly assigned to various legions until Ning Lu's return. For each training squad, those ranked from 26th to 50th would be assigned to the 11th Legion. How many of you are there? Father, there are a total of 350 battle brothers. We have been ordered to come to Vostronia to report to you. Ning Lu noticed that one of his Primarchs had medical equipment on his left arm, clearly an apothecary. He pointed a finger, "Are you an apothecary?" "Yes, Father, I received apothecary training at the Gene Laboratory on the moon and passed the assessment." The black-haired apothecary answered excitedly. Upon first seeing his Gene Father, he felt a close connection with the Gene Seed Primarch. "How many apothecaries are there? And interns?" "Father, besides me, there are 5 other apothecaries. There are 17 intern apothecaries, and 52 other servants capable of performing surgery." The apothecary had already guessed the Gene Father's reason for asking him. It was for performing re-engineering surgeries on candidates. When they were selected for the 11th Legion, the value provided by gene seed retrieval and re-engineering surgeries as additional services was enhanced, clearly indicating the importance of their role in the Legion's expansion. Ning Lu tapped the armrest twice with his fingers, pondering to himself. Open black lens bracket. These Terran veterans, though also trained as combat tools, have not yet been tainted by the bloodthirsty savagery of the Reaper, making them easier to change. Close black lens bracket. Thinking this, he spoke. "You all go back first. The tech sergeants will repaint your armor according to the Legion's heraldry. Before I issue further orders, you may familiarize yourselves with the home world, but do not disrupt the local order." Hearing Ning Lu's stern warning, his Primarchs responded in unison. Watching them leave, Ning Lu couldn't help but think. Open black lens bracket. Representatives should be sent to the moon to guide Terran recruits to accept the Legion's ideals and culture during their education. Close black lens bracket. After making up his mind, Ning Lu rose from the throne and walked to the window, looking at the training ground. The outcome of the battle between the Vostronia and Terran Primarchs would influence the intensity of his next phase of reforms. As the red-armored warriors rode the dedicated elevator, they looked through the window and also saw the two groups of people on the training ground. They are also the Gene Father's Primarchs. Let's go watch. The red-armored warrior with the power sword at his hip suggested, and his suggestion was approved by the other warriors. They all wanted to learn about warriors from other legions, they yearned to understand those who fought among the stars. 8th Company Commander Robin saw 4th Company Commander Adams and 7th Company Commander Sanchez standing with the Vostronia newcomers, and he said angrily, "You two, instead of being with us, you're standing with those Vostonians." Adams's expression was as unperturbed as ever. Sanchez raised an eyebrow, his deep eyes seemingly fixed on prey. "Robin, all Order Shadows are the Gene Father's Primarchs. It is we who stand together who are the Father's Primarchs, you should join us." A dark glint flashed in 3rd Company Commander Sarmiel's eyes. He noticed several other company commanders looking thoughtful, and he immediately spoke. "More talk is useless, victory is the only truth." He placed all his hopes on the 1st Company captain. Cesic had always been considered the Legion's most excellent warrior. Arsena walked to the middle of the two groups of people. Cesic looked at the Psyker wizard with disdain, but he did not question the original body servant. The silver-haired mortal was the Gene Seed Primarch's representative. Arsena glanced at the two groups of people, then saw the red-armored warriors approaching, and then spoke. "This is a duel of honor between 1st Company Captain Cesic and Thierry Vieira of the Order Shadows from Vostronia." The original body servant's voice was clear and resonant, like a blaring horn. "The dual weapon is the chainsword. The objective of the duel is to draw the first drop of blood from the opponent's torso, or to subdue the opponent. Loss of an arm, eye damage, or a cut to the front of the throat also counts. Injuries that would be severe or even fatal to mortals are not lethal to an Astartes. The rules of a duel of honor are also more lenient, otherwise, both sides would be constrained and unable to exert their full strength. No armor, no firearms." Arsena paused, and only after seeing both Astartes adjust their grips and activate the chainswords in their hands did he speak. "The stake is the honor of both parties." The spectators' faces were solemn. The stake was not just personal honor, but the superiority of two cultures. "Prepare." The two Order Shadows saluted each other, they were both the Gene Father's Primarchs. Then, they both leveled their chainswords and entered combat stances. Cesic crouched low, his sword tip pointing towards the ground, like a predatory beast. Thierry held his sword in one hand, positioned it in front of his chest, and stared at his opponent. The silence was immediately broken. The 1st Company captain let out a roar and charged at Thierry. Chapter 104, Legion Reform. Cesic's rage surged, transforming into a shoulder charge. Thierry twisted his body abruptly, evading the impact. The 1st Company captain didn't view the New Order Shadows as a threat, but as an experienced Reaper, he knew he had to win, so he went all out from the start of the honor duel. His chainsword roared piercingly, striking his opponent's blade. Amidst the scattering sparks, Sarmiel and Robin exchanged glances, both seeing the astonishment in each other's dark pupils. Cesic's physical strength was the strongest in the 11th Legion, yet this newly modified warrior could actually rival him in that regard. At this moment, Thierry seized a fleeting opportunity. With a flick of his blade, he utilized the 8th principle of Osber Via, using Cesic's charge to unbalance him. Most extraordinary individuals had undergone mental enhancements. A few, like Thierry, who focused on physical improvement, managed to retain their memories during the modification surgery thanks to the power Ning Lu had left in their minds. Thierry had diligently practiced during his time on the Starry Deck, and was already familiar with his body. The Osber Via he had painstakingly trained before his modification was still inherited, and he even mastered extended sword stances he had seen at Gene Seed Primarch use, but which he himself couldn't perform due to physical limitations. Thierry swiftly cut in, seizing the opportunity to launch a thrust using the first principle, attempting to make the first company captain bleed and end the duel. In the face of danger, Cesic rotated his blade, blocking the attack, followed by another fierce shoulder charge. Bang! The first company captain successfully collided with his opponent, but to his astonishment, he, who was stronger than an ordinary Astartes, gained no advantage from the collision. The two Astartes bounced off each other with a loud crash, like colliding vehicles, and simultaneously swung their chainswords. Blades clashed, and chainsword teeth interlocked, getting stuck together. They simultaneously pulled hard, using the momentum to lunge forward. Ning Lu, observing the battle, had by now discerned the outcome and had a preliminary assessment of the combat power increase of modified Astartes extraordinary individuals. Open black lens bracket. They are both Astartes, but there's a gap in talent and experience. Thierry was already skilled in close combat. The additional enhancements from Sequence 9 inches Warrior, and Sequence 8 inches Brawler, allowed him to equalize Cesic's advantages in strength and other talents. If the first company captain had adopted more seasoned tactics, he would have had a chance to win through experience. Thierry's previous combat intensity was significantly lower than an Astartes, but Cesic's fighting style is straightforward, close black lens bracket. A faint smile played on Ning Lu's lips. This was what he had always emphasized, the importance of using one's senses to discover an enemy's weaknesses. Cesic relied too much on intuition in this regard. Open black lens bracket, Brawler, gives his close quarters combat a slight edge over the first company captain. Thierry will win. This battle will temporarily allow the Vostonian to overshadow the Terran, and as the modification surgeries progress, their proportion within the Legion will also steadily increase. I can implement even greater reforms, close black lens bracket. Just as Ning Lu made his decision, the first company captain swung a powerful uppercut at Thierry's chin. Just as it was about to connect, his wrist was seized by the Brawler. Cesic was instantly startled. He was about to try and break free, but it was already too late. The Brawler stepped forward and sideways, executing a non-standard but swift over-the-shoulder throw, slamming the first company captain heavily onto the ground. With a loud thud, the training ground's surface shattered, sending fragments of stone flying. The shockwaves simultaneously cast a huge stone into the hearts of the Terran, who stared silently at the training ground. Cesic was about to roll over and stand up when he felt a mountain pressing down on him. The Brawler knelt on his body, his knees pressing firmly against him. Then, the first company captain's neck was locked in Thierry's grip. Unable to exert force, Cesic struggled wildly with both hands and feet, but was held down firmly by the Brawler. Thierry wins. The original body servant's voice rang out, and all the Astartes realized that the first company captain had lost. 10 work cycles later, Ning Lu convened all the company captains and 28 former Vostonian regiment commanders. All of them had completed their ascension and donned their power armor. Cesic's face was ashen. His gaze towards the opposite side held anger and fighting spirit, but no longer contempt. Ning Lu's gaze swept over his many sons, and he began to lay out the Legion reform plan he had been contemplating. I believe you all know that the Legion has just received new recruits from Terra. At the same time, the modification surgeries are currently proceeding smoothly, and a large number of new Astartes will be born in the near future, significantly increasing the Legion's size. The old organizational structure is no longer suitable for the current Legion. I have decided to implement changes. The third company captain and eighth company captain exchanged glances, seeing the same understanding in each other's eyes. Open black lens bracket. With an increase in numbers, we could simply increase the number of companies, like the Shadow Moon Wolves, but the Gene Seed Primarch clearly intends a large-scale reform, not just integrating new sons into the Legion. Close black lens bracket. They listened with concern as their Gene Father issued his commands. I have decided to add an additional layer of command structure to the Legion, establishing a battle group organization above companies and squads. The battle group commander of a battle group shall also be referred to as a lord. Sarmiel and Robin's mouths twitched slightly. Their peripheral vision met again, revealing a look of, as expected. The key, then, was the appointment of the battle group commanders. The lord of the first battle group shall be Howard Fend, with the original 1st Company under his command, and further expansion will be selected from new recruits. Cecic's ashen face grew even darker, his emotions complex. There was both a significant reduction in pressure from not being the focus of the Gene Father's attention, and anger at losing his position as the Legion's second-in-command. He ultimately remained silent, quietly listening as his Gene Father continued to issue commands. James, the 2nd Company captain, will serve as the lord of the 2nd Battle Group. The original 2nd Company will become the 1st Company. Ning Lu decided to give opportunities to those Terran regiment commanders who might change, but he would show no mercy to the stubborn ones. Thierry's performance gave him confidence in achieving a smooth transition. He would also arrange the 3 most capable extraordinary individuals, including Bukayo, into battle group commander positions. The lord of the 3rd battle group shall be Bukayo Arshaven. The original 3rd Company will become the 1st Company. Sarmiel's face was ashen. Indeed, they had not followed the Gene Father's orders and embraced the new concepts, and now they were being replaced. Although he was still a company captain and still managed his subordinates, his status within the Legion had plummeted, and the gap between him and his promoted colleagues had widened significantly. Adams will serve as the lord of the 4th Battle Group. Hearing that the Gene Seed Primarch did not appoint all Vostonian confidants as battle group commanders, Robin and the other 3 Astartes who adhered to the Reaper philosophy felt even less reason to question the Gene Father's authority. This was the consequence of their failure to uphold their father's will. Ning Lu issued a series of commands. Aside from the 8th Battle Group being led by Thierry Vieira, who had won the earlier honor duel, and Robin remaining as 1st Company captain, all other company captains were promoted to battle group commanders. The new Terran recruits were then chosen by the 12 battle group commanders and joined the 11th Legion. At the same time, the Vostonian also began to join the Order Shadows in large numbers. On this day, Ning Lu was handling official duties when he received an urgent report from Arsena. The 2nd Legion's 22nd Fleet had arrived at Vostronia. Order the commander to see me. After Ning Lu issued the command, his fingers tapped lightly on the desk. Ever since receiving the Emperor's order to lead the 2nd Legion, he had realized this was an opportunity. The Ultramarines were able to become the most numerous legion in the later stages of the Great Crusade, mainly due to 3 reasons. The internal reason was that the 13th Legion governed an entire sector, and its effective governance meant the available selection pool far exceeded that of other legions. The external reason was that the Dark Angels suffered nearly 150,000 casualties during the 3 Randan campaigns, causing a significant reduction in the once most numerous 1st Legion. Another reason was that some members of the 2nd and 11th Legions were not purged. After their legions were erased, they were reallocated by the Emperor into the 13th Legion. In his memories, Anger had pointed out that the Ultramarines numbers suddenly surged at a certain point. Ning Lu judged that at least tens of thousands of Astartes would join the 13th Legion, and it was highly probable that this was the origin of those culturally distinct battle groups within the old 13th Legion's subgroups. He was now eyeing the 2nd Legion. He never thought there were too many people. Chapter 105, The Secret of the 2nd Legion. Inside the palace, Ning Lu, on his throne, looked at the 2 warriors approaching, clad in amber armor with green shoulder pads. Their most distinctive feature was the strange gray substance smeared on their faces, making them appear like ghosts. Standing within the palace, the Order Shadows, chosen from various warbands to serve as the honor guard, possessed superhuman perception, yet they could not discern their faces. The mysterious gray substance, naturally, could not obstruct a Gene Seed Primarch's perception. Ning Lu keenly noticed a slight outward proliferation of their cheekbones, along with signs of bulging at the junction of their foreheads and parietal bones. Most notably, there were clear signs of calcification in the muscle fibers from their temples to their jaw angles. He lightly tapped the back of his chair, pondering silently. Open black lens bracket, the gray substance smeared on their faces. This is why they call themselves the Faceless Ones. Is it to conceal the mutation of their faces? Muscle fiber calcification. What connection does this have with the characteristics of the second gene seed Primarch and its future erasure from Imperial records? Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu pondered for a moment without success. What he currently observed was insufficient for him to draw a conclusion. The two Faceless Ones now approached the throne and bowed in salute. The Faceless One standing on the left, with a power sword at his waist and a bolt pistol, opened his mouth to reveal sharp, tiger-like teeth. Gene Seed Primarch above, I am Suarez, 1st Company Captain of the 2nd Legion, reporting as ordered. Standing on the right, the long-haired Faceless One, carrying a bolt gun on his back, followed up. Lord, I am Erlang, 2nd Company Commander of the 2nd Legion, awaiting your command. Ning Lu, having already decided to find a way to incorporate the 2nd Legion, immediately showed enthusiasm. Welcome, Faceless Ones. The two Faceless Ones were surprised by the Gene Seed Primarch's enthusiasm and responded with flattered bows. Ning Lu smiled and said, no need for formality. I wish to hear a briefing on the 2nd Legion's situation. Suarez immediately began to report. Lord, the 2nd Legion currently consists of 10,424 Faceless Ones, all concentrated in the 22nd Fleet. The 22nd Fleet currently has 24 warships of various classes, and the Legion's flagship is the battleship Ash. Ning Lu noticed that Suarez did not mention any fixed solar auxilia units cooperating with the 2nd Legion in combat. He thoughtfully, and with a curious tone, said, the gray material smeared on your faces is very unique. Suarez was prepared. He calmly replied, Lord, 22-1, which was our first conquered world, is an ash world from volcanic eruptions, and this is also where the Legion's flagship got its name. We discovered a special volcanic ash on that world. When smeared on our faces, it makes us look like ghosts, intimidating enemies. Later, smearing this volcanic ash became our custom, and we consequently call ourselves the Faceless Ones. Ning Lu nodded slightly. Although the 1st Company Captain answered calmly, the Gene Seed Primarch keenly sensed that he seemed to be deliberately concealing something. His eyes deepened, and his consciousness spread towards the two, as he simultaneously asked, what is the current command structure of the 2nd Legion? Ning Lu's consciousness circled the bodies of the two, searching for the doors to their minds. Astartes, will is more resilient than that of mortals, making mind reading more difficult, but not impossible. According to the Codex Astartes, the 2nd Legion's command structure is composed of companies and squads. There are currently 10 companies. As Suarez spoke, Ning Lu locked onto Erlang's mental gateway, which was like a pot lid, seething with the aura of death. Each company captain's honor guard consists of varying numbers of dozens of Faceless Ones. Ning Lu's consciousness flickered, transforming into a scent of decaying corpses, and seeped into the 2nd Company commander's mind. The Gene Seed Primarch's consciousness rapidly traversed Erlang's mind, sweeping past various light clusters. In a green light cluster, he witnessed what happened on World 22-1. After warriors in amber armor defeated centipede-shaped Xenos, a hungry warrior grabbed a Xeno corpse, scorched and emitting an enticing aroma from the edge of a volcano. He drooled, tearing into the centipede Xeno's corpse with large bites. As if by contagion, all warriors in amber armor rushed towards the Xeno corpses. Ning Lu's brow furrowed slightly. His first thought was of the 9th Legion, known as the Blood Angels. However, he then keenly noticed the difference between the two. The flaw in Sanguinius's son's gene seed was the red thirst, and they consumed blood, not flesh. The Faceless Ones were not picky eaters, they consumed both blood and flesh. Open black lens bracket. Although Sanguinius worried that the Blood Angel's secret of blood consumption would be discovered by Huang Laohan, leading to the 9th Legion's annihilation like the 2nd and 11th Legions. But Huang Laohan's mind is only concerned with humanity as a whole. Individuals are not as important to him, or rather, they are expendable. So, would the 2nd Legion be erased for consuming corpses? Close black lens bracket. With this question, Ning Lu continued to examine Erlang's memories. He then discovered that the Faceless Ones did not eat just any corpse, they only ate xenocorpses. A sentence Erlang spoke while teaching new recruits to accept this cultural habit caught his attention. Remember, we only eat xenos, they are like livestock in a pen. Not only because we are human and cannot eat our own kind, but also because of our special abilities. Every xeno you consume will not only reveal their weaknesses, allowing you to better exterminate them, but will also enhance you, whether it's strength, speed, or perhaps even a bulging of your cheekbones, anything is possible. This improvement is subtle, but if you eat enough, you will noticeably feel the change. Ning Lu noticed that the Faceless Ones rigorously tested themselves. Their improvement was not a beautified illusion due to their fondness for consuming xenocorpses, but their physical qualities indeed had some slight enhancements. He also simultaneously understood the physical changes and disguises of the two Faceless Ones. It turned out they were all changes caused by consuming xenos. He couldn't help but think to himself, open black lens bracket, is this the special ability of the Second Legion's Gene Seed Primarch? The ability to consume, digest, and evolve. Was it given to them by Huang Laohan, making them devour and exterminate xenos, or is it an ability hidden within a genetic flaw, like the Blood Angels, close black lens bracket? Ning Lu knew that the Blood Angels also felt better when they drank blood. The fatigued Imperial hero Dante clearly felt it after drinking the blood of a thrall. As he withdrew his consciousness, he also thought of the penitent chapter, which was split off from the Ultramarines during the Second Founding. They adopted the primitive tribal customs of their homeworld, Bosal. After battles, the penitents would drink the blood of their enemies, eat their flesh, and take their heads as trophies. Open black lens bracket, did the penitent's gene seed come from the Second Legion, which was absorbed into the 13th Legion? Was the gene seed Primarch of the Second Legion erased because he changed due to long-term consumption of xenocorpses, and Huang Laohan considered him corrupted? Was the original design, to exterminate xenos by eating them, ultimately backfired, turning them into xenos themselves, close black lens bracket? As Ning Lu withdrew his consciousness, he couldn't help but wonder what would happen if the Second Legion had not been annihilated and encountered the Tyrannid swarm, with both sides devouring each other. Open black lens bracket, it probably wouldn't be as efficient as the bugs, but the scene would be quite comical, close black lens bracket. Ning Lu reined in his thoughts and began to revise his previously formulated plan for exerting influence over the Second Legion. He had originally intended to keep the Faceless Ones close, gradually influencing them. This way, when Huang Laohan chose the Second Legion's allegiance in the future, he would consider the difficulty and time of integration and assimilation. But now he rejected this plan. He did not want the 11th Legion to be influenced by a corpse-eating culture. The Faceless Ones concealed their secret of consuming xenos and disliked joint operations, which would also be inconvenient if they acted together. As Ning Lu thought this, he already had a new plan in mind. You will first rest and recuperate. In 10 standard days, all company captains will attend my Legion's strategic meeting. At that time, I will issue my orders. Chapter 106, Von Valen Sues. 10 work cycles later, the Thousand Suns Legion had not arrived. Ning Lu realized that the 28th Expeditionary Fleet must have encountered an obstruction, and he decided to wait no longer, first issuing orders to the 11th Legion and 2nd Legion to begin a new round of conquest. He sat on the command throne and spoke to Arsena Dun. Begin. The original body servant raised his control staff, causing the star map to materialize above the strategic table. The Gene Seed Primarch began to issue orders in an orderly fashion. I, as Vostronia, will divide the star map into 12 war zones, with each warband responsible for one war zone. He first looked at Howard, who had changed from golden hair and blue eyes to black hair and black pupils, and spoke. Howard, your warband is responsible for the war zone directly below. Your mission is to capture the 2 marked star systems. It is worth noting that intelligence from Mechanicus Alter 1 indicates Eldar activity in this area, so you must be vigilant. After Ning Lu issued his orders one by one, Suarez stepped forward, respectfully saluted the Gene Seed Primarch, and then asked, My lord, what is our mission? No rush. Before I give you your orders, I have other arrangements. To enhance mutual understanding, I have decided to dispatch a team to join the 22nd Expeditionary Fleet and act together with the Faceless Ones. Ning Lu looked at the 10th Warband's adjutant standing behind the Warband commanders, and he smiled as he called out to his son. Geoffrey, step forward. The adjutant, clad in black war armor, with a bolt gun on his back and a chainsword at his waist, strode to the front of the throne. Father. Ning Lu nodded slightly, then said. Geoffrey is the son I have chosen. Geoffrey's squad consisted of only 30 Order Shadows, and the Faceless Ones would find a way to avoid them. I hope you also dispatch a team to stay by my side. Suarez turned his head, exchanged glances with the various captains of the 2nd Legion, and then said. My lord, the Faceless Ones will obey your command. We will select excellent teams later to be at your disposal. I believe both of our legions will benefit from this, Ning Lu said with a smile. He gestured to Arsena, and the original body servant immediately operated his control staff. On the star map, directly to the east of the Vostronia star system, an area lit up, and the Gene-Seed Primarch spoke. This area is called the Beast by the Mechanicus. A small orc kingdom is entrenched there, and your mission is to purify that star system. The Faceless One's captain's eyes lit up simultaneously. A star system with independent action and Xenos entrenched within, they involuntarily salivated. Over the next 15 work cycles, the 22nd Fleet and the 12 warbands of the 11th Legion departed one after another, heading towards their targets. After Ning Lu listened to Arsena's relevant report, the original body servant then said. My lord, you commanded me to find suitable candidates for you to explore. I have found 14 suitable candidates in the Imperial supply fleet. I have already obtained their information, please make your decision. Ning Lu picked up the data slate with his left hand, reviewing the candidate information sent by Arsena. When he looked at the third person, his black pupils constricted. Louis von Valen-Suze, captain of the Imperial supply ship Drake from Terra. Ning Lu observed the holographic image. His features seemed carved from marble, and a confident smile adorned his face. His head was held high, and his hands were casually clasped behind his back, looking full of fighting spirit. Open black lens bracket von Valen-Suze, close black lens bracket. Ning Lu couldn't help but think of the rogue traitor dynasty that would make great strides in the Coronis Expanse in the future. The von Valen-Suze, Winterscale, and Corda families were the three most powerful rogue traitor houses in the Coronis Expanse. Open black lens bracket. Is it a coincidence? Or is this Louis the ancestor of the future rogue traitor dynasty? Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu then quickly reviewed the information of the other candidates. After seeing them all, he spoke. I want to see this Louis von Valen-Suze. For the others, issue transfer orders in my name. You will represent me in issuing their orders, to explore unknown regions centered around Vostronia. 2 Terra hours later, Ning Lu met the hurried, excited, and nervous Louis. The captain tried to look at the Gene-Seed Primarch, but his mind immediately went blank. It wasn't until Ning Lu's voice, like a tolling bell, rang out that he recovered. Louis lowered his head, focusing his gaze on the Gene-Seed Primarch's feet. Louis, you hail from the von Valen-Suze family of Terra, a noble. Louis replied to the Gene-Seed Primarch's question in a standard Terra accent. Yes, my lord. You have no worries about food and clothing, so why risk void travel? My lord, I have loved reading biographies since I was a child. The von Valen-Suze family's library holds a biography of Francis Drake, a navigator from Terra's ancient times. Louis' azure eyes sparkled, and his words were filled with ambition. I read that biography 5 times, often marveling at his great adventures. Now is an even more exciting era, a magnificent era. The Emperor has ended Terra's endless civil wars and begun the Great Crusade. I hope to be part of it, to be one of the creators of this great endeavor. Ning Lu nodded. He used his mind-reading ability and received the same answer from Louis' mind. He is an adventurous person, firm of will, and eager to achieve great deeds. Very good, you are an ambitious young man. Hearing Ning Lu's praise, the golden-haired noble thanked him with standard noble etiquette. He did not look up, listening intently to the Genseed Primarch's words. I am now giving you an opportunity, and I will help you realize your dream. I think you need a letter of marque to gain the right to explore unknown regions. My lord, I am willing to serve you. Louis said excitedly, not just for the letter of marque, but because you are the great Genseed Primarch, the noble son of the Emperor. Ning Lu nodded slightly, and he called out to the original body servant. Arsena. The original body servant operated his control staff, forming a star map on the strategic table. Compared to the complete star map from the previous Legion meeting, this star map's scope was much smaller. Louis stared at the holographic image for a moment, then recognized that one of the two prominently marked star systems was Vostronia. There was another highlighted star system on the map, with several scattered star systems directly between them. Besides the linear area, several star systems were marked on both sides. Your mission is to explore all star systems from Vostronia to Crystal Mirage. Once you complete all exploration, you will receive the letter of marque I bestow upon you. I will also grant you a frigate and an elite team to explore the Star Sea with you. Louis' original plan was to transport supplies for the Imperium, accumulate merits, and seek an opportunity to become a rogue traitor. He never expected the opportunity to come so quickly, so he immediately said, As you wish, my lord, I will certainly not disappoint the Emperor's son. After Louis withdrew, a communication beat in Arsena's right ear chimed. After listening to the message, he determined it was an urgent matter and immediately reported to Ning Lu. My lord, the 28th Expeditionary Fleet has arrived. Azek Ahriman of the Thousand Sons Legion is on his way. Chapter 107, The Ahriman Brothers' Third Update, requesting monthly tickets. Inside the Palace of Exemplar City, Ning Lu looked at the data slate in his hand, and Arsena's report caught his attention. The Mechanicus transport fleet was attacked by Xenos vessels. They were plump, cylindrical warships, and the auger array detected high-frequency psychic readings. The Genseed Primarch swiftly reviewed the report submitted by the Mechanicus. The Xenos warship was a vessel thousands of meters long, with one end bulbous and fitted with a cluster of thrusters, and the other end tapering into a blunt prow. Its most distinctive feature was the massive petal-shaped blades extending from its stern, which gleamed with dazzling light. After scrutinizing the Xenos spacecraft for a few seconds, Ning Lu thought to himself. Open black lens bracket cylindrical vessel, psychic power. Yogal colony ship, close black lens bracket. He remembered that the Yogal were a Xenos race that attempted to settle within Imperial territory during the Great Crusade. Shortly before the Battle of Istvan III, a powerful Yogal fleet was stationed in the Iota Horologium system. Because traces of Psykers were tracked within this force, Mikado dispatched the Sisters of Silence to support the Death Guard, destroying the Yogal colonies and ships. Open black lens bracket. The Xenos fleet must be destroyed. Close black lens bracket. While Ning Lu was pondering, two Astartes, clad in magnificent and exquisite war plate, entered the palace. He looked up. Various geometric patterns were carved on their scarlet armor, and on their left shoulder pad was the curved star pattern, the emblem of the Thousand Sons Legion. Not yet reunited with their gene father, the Thousand Sons shoulder pads had not yet been branded with the symbols of their respective schools. The Thousand Sons standing on the left, holding a crescent staff, was the first to bow in salute. Genseed Primarch above, I am Azek Ahriman, first company captain of the Thousand Sons, reporting as ordered. Another Thousand Son, identical in appearance, then spoke. My lord, I am Olmajed Ahriman, second company commander of the Thousand Sons, reporting as ordered. The Thousand Sons Legion had not yet reunited with Magnus, and had not adopted unique organizational structures such as academies. Their current organizational structure still adhered to the provisions of the Codex Astartes. Ning Lu looked at the two twin brothers before him, their faces radiated the confidence of possessing powerful abilities. From 803, when the Thousand Sons' psychic talents began to manifest, until 823, before the first Thousand Son died of flesh change in Byzantium, the Thousand Sons were filled with joy, enjoying the unique gifts bestowed upon them by the Emperor. They reveled in the power surging through their bodies, enjoying the exhilaration of unleashing psychic energy. My lord, please forgive our lateness. We spent some effort educating the people of 28-3 world. Educating. Ning Lu's eyes narrowed. It was probably not about collecting their knowledge. The Thousand Sons, like their Gene Father, yearned for knowledge and understanding of mysteries. Azek Ahriman's dedication in this regard was no less than Magnus's. No matter, Ning Lu said calmly, in a tone that was neither warm nor cold, I would like to hear a brief on the Thousand Sons' status. As you wish. Azek, as the first company captain, naturally took on the responsibility of reporting. He began. My lord, currently the Thousand Sons Legion has 9,999 warriors. Ning Lu's black eyes narrowed. The flesh change had not yet manifested, and the Thousand Sons having a force of 10,000 was not beyond his expectation, but the number 9,999 still made him silently associated with Tzeentch. Open black lens bracket. If the flesh change is not a genetic defect, then it is a blessing from the changer of ways. Or at least, after the Weaver of Fates set its sights on Magnus, it wove the threads of destiny, propelling the power of mutation. Close black lens bracket. Thoughts flashed through his mind as he listened to Azek's continued report. The 28th Expeditionary Fleet has a total of 19 warships. After listening to Azek's report, Ning Lu's black eyes focused on him. I hear you possess precognitive abilities. After his initial surprise, Azek felt a surge of pride. His name and abilities had actually reached the ears of a Gene Seed Primarch. Azek suppressed his pride and excitement, and he spoke in a humble tone. My lord, that is indeed true. It is a gift from the Emperor. I have a task for you. Ning Lu decided to entrust the problem he encountered to the future chief think tank of the Thousand Sons. He said to Arsena, send the report of the Mechanicus encounter with the Xenos to Azek. Yes, my lord. The original body servant immediately stepped forward, and only then did the 2,000 Sons shift their attention from the Gene Seed Primarch to the silver-haired Arsena. They immediately discovered that this mortal grasped the mysteries of psychic power. His power from the immaterial world surged, and their consciousnesses probed the original body servant with scrutiny. Open black lens bracket. He possesses great power, not even inferior to some Thousand Sons. But he is not as good as the Legion's elites, and far inferior to us. Close black lens bracket. After reviewing the data in the data slate, Azek confidently said to the Gene Seed Primarch. My lord, I can pinpoint the Xenos' trajectory, but it will take time. I grant you time. Go. After the Ahriman brothers left, Ning Lu pondered for a moment, then sent a message to Maria Kurnikova, summoning her. 3 standard hours later, the assassin, clad in a black hooded bodysuit, carrying a pair of scimitars on her back, and with 2 Flow glass blades at her waist, arrived beneath the Nest Tower. She intended to bypass the guards from the shadows as before, appearing in the palace. But as soon as she approached the Nest Tower and pulled out her grappling gun, she felt 2 cold gazes. Maria turned her head to look. They were 2 giants standing at the entrance of the Nest Tower. The assassin perceived that they had locked onto her, and any move she made would result in a merciless attack. Open black lens bracket. They are the King's Gene Sons. Things are different now than before. Close black lens bracket. Maria wisely abandoned her habitual approach and honestly took out her communicator to send a message to the king. Ning Lu received the assassin's report that she had arrived, and he said to Arsena. You continue to represent me in discussions with those chosen. As long as they can chart a complete navigation route, they will receive a trade charter issued by me. Without having to pay a price, Ning Lu naturally wanted to fully utilize his status as a Gene Seed Primarch to gain benefits. But measures to ensure their loyalty were still necessary. A moment later, Maria entered the palace. This was the first time she had met the king since the Gene Seed Primarch's return to the Imperium. My king, what are your commands? Ning Lu tossed the prepared data chip to Malina. The assassin extended her left hand and accurately caught the chip. You arrange for your subordinates to infiltrate the target ships. 10 for von Valancius, 5 for other targets. As you wish. After receiving the task, Maria immediately excused herself and left. The assassin was unaccustomed to being exposed to the sight of others, and even less willing to be exposed to the sight of the 11 Genseed Primarch guards. 9 work cycles later, Ning Lu received a message from Azek Ahriman. He had divined and located the Xenos vessels. Ning Lu decided to depart immediately and annihilate the Yogal colony ships. He boarded the Void Hunter and ordered the fleet to set sail. Chapter 108. The Yogal Cylinder World's Chemical Lake. In the Persephone system, within the warp, a fleet of ships assembled after jumping out of the warp. The embattled hulls and towering silhouettes of the ships moved slowly in the silent darkness, forming a vast architectural complex. The massive prows of the ships were uniformly oriented, and plasma flames carved turbulent, dazzling streams of air in the void. The lead ship of the fleet was entirely black, with human-height letters etched into its plowshare-shaped prow, long inscriptions reminiscent of humanity's golden age. The Legion's emblem on the left was like the ship's shadow, and its name, the Void Hunter, was inscribed in blood-red Gothic script on the right side of the hull. On the bridge's strategic table, a hologram gradually formed, outlining the shape of the Yogal world ship. It was a large cylinder several kilometers long, with a massive, protruding engine section at one end and a short, slender prow at the other. Surrounding it were 43 teardrop-shaped ships. Ning Lu absorbed the data flickering on dozens of surrounding view screens into his mind, and after quickly completing his analysis, he rapidly issued commands. Utilize the Void Hunter's range advantage to strike the Xenos escort ships. Order all boarding parties to prepare. Although the Yogal breathe air containing oxygen, nitrogen, and a high concentration of chlorine, your helmets will protect you. The Genseed Primarch paused, then spoke in a joking tone to Jorginho and the other Order shadows who had just become Astartes. Don't worry, even if you're unlucky and your helmet breaks, an Astartes' lungs can overcome the toxins. He raised his left hand and lightly tapped the holographic image. Transmit orders. The Thousand Suns target is the Cylinder World's power core. The Faceless Ones and the Legion's new members' target is the bridge, to conduct a decapitation strike against the enemy commander. When the 11th Legion's various chapters departed, a total of 5,241 warriors had completed the path to heaven, joining the various chapters. After that, 1,639 Order shadows successively joined the Legion, and they were about to experience their first battle. My honor guard and I will attack the Xenos Construct's hatchery. The Yogal are very unique. Their young possess psychic abilities but lose them upon reaching adulthood. Ning Lu decided to personally deal with the Xenos young for another reason. The Yogal young aberration are the primary material for Sequence 9 Feet monster, and the only primary material needed. Open black lens bracket perhaps, because they are harder to obtain than ordinary Sequence 9. Only one type is needed to satisfy some intrinsic need of the monster. Close black lens bracket. Gabriel, you will lead the tech sergeants and act with me. After Wojciech Belik's successful modification, he, as a tech sergeant, and other new recruits with high technical affinity, departed for Mars for further training. As Ning Lu issued his commands, the gun decks began to tensely execute the Genseed Primarch's orders. The ancient gun machine spirits awakened, emitting excited roars as they unleashed their fury upon the abhorrent Xenos ships. With each artillery volley, several Xenos warships, and even more than 10, were struck. The Yogal warships launched futile counterattacks, but their shells could not reach the Relic-class battleship's hull. The Void Hunter completed its first hunt in millennia. The engine of an escort ship was struck by a shell, exploding with dazzling light in the void, seemingly celebrating the ancient warship's rebirth. The ancient machine spirit emitted a joyful hiss, swallowing the shells delivered by the rail system, then spitting them towards the blasphemous Xenos warships. The Void Hunter's hunt continued, and fireworks ignited in the void. Azek Ahriman, looking through the viewport at this awe-inspiring scene, couldn't help but exclaim to his twin brother Olmeged and friend Apophis. What a powerful battleship, it shines so brightly, even surpassing a capital ship. Our battleship still needs to approach at least 56,000 kilometers to enter range. Olmage nodded in agreement, his eyes deep. I heard that's an ancient battleship gifted to the Gene Seed Primarch by the Emperor. The Lord of Mankind is very pleased with Lord Ning Lu's proactive attitude. Apophis mused, perhaps only the Rongguang Nuong class battleship currently under construction in the Mars shipyards will have more powerful firepower. The Thousand Suns watched the holographic image as Xeno's warships were torn apart one by one. It wasn't until the number of escort ships dropped to single digits that Azek, clad in scarlet power armor, spoke. Order. Board the assault boats and launch a boarding action against the Cylinder world. Hundreds of heavy assault boats streaked through the void, each like a precisely aimed missile, flying towards the Yogal world ship. Engine thrust, like a heavy hammer striking bone, pressed the Astartes onto the acceleration racks. Jorginho, recently promoted to Folk of Rage and serving as a company captain, rapidly blinked to acquire available data from the command-level communication network through the image circuit in his armor's optical display. This included a squad leader's optical display camera feed, telemetry data scripts from a scrying device manufactured by Vostronia, and low-resolution images from the granular surface outside the serrated prow. Jorginho reviewed this data, watching the movement of the Cylinder world as the assault boat approached. The pearlescent metal wall gradually grew larger, its sheer size made its curvature almost imperceptible, the only sign of its approach being the slow change in the wall's details, its surface features gradually becoming clearer. It was a cluster of spires resembling Hive City antennae, and then the company captain's gaze caught the yellow tracer fire spewing from spherical turrets. Jorginho was not concerned about the Yogal's artillery. He knew the Legion's tech sergeants had already disrupted the enemy ships, sensors using electronic countermeasures, thermal flares, and shimmering clouds of metallic interference foil. The wall rapidly approached, the distance quickly shortening. Long-range sensors detected a weaker section of the hull, and they would breach it approximately 1 kilometer from the top of the Cylinder world. Jorginho closed the data connection and switched to the company's communication channel. Focus, brothers. We walked the path to heaven only to follow in the footsteps of our King, who has now also become our Gene Father. Today, our actions must be swift and decisive, to make the Gene Seed Primarch proud of us. For Ning Lu, the voices of the Order shadows came through the channel, filled with fervor. For the King, the next moment, the assault boat's heavy prow slammed into the Cylinder world's hull, and the harsh screech of melting metal and the roar of atmospheric leakage emanated from around the boat. The assault boat drove straight in, its side claw rails biting into several meters of thick chitinous armor plating. The interior of the Yogal ship was not just cold machinery, but an ecosystem-like structure. The assault boat's nav servitor deployed hydraulic grappling hooks, and the ship's speed rapidly decreased. The seemingly endless glide came to a halt after a violent collision, and Jorginho heard the grinding of metal, then the activation runes on the clamshell-style hatch in front of him glowed. Prepare to open. As the hatch's explosive bolts blew open, Jorginho unholstered his bolt gun, holding it ready to engage the defenders. The next moment, he froze. Blue saltwater surged into the boat. Such conditions would not be encountered on human ships, but this was a Xeno's warship. Jorginho immediately thought of the Xeno's data provided by the Gene Father, realizing he had crashed into one of the Yogal's chemical lakes, which was part of the Xeno's warship's ecosystem. The liquid was extremely cold, swirling rapidly around his legs and rising to his stomach. The situation encountered was completely different from what was expected, but the Folk of Rage was very familiar with such conditions. Charge. Chapter 109. Yogal Flyers. Jorginho roared as he burst from the assault boat, plunging headfirst into the cobalt blue haze, then surfacing from the lake with a splash. With a strange howl, countless colossal Xenos coiled and rose. The Yogal, approximately 4.5 meters tall, spread their 3 legs and 3 arms like petals. Jorginho saw that the Xenos' entire limbs had been replaced with dull metal and gleaming black carbon surfaces. The Yogal's 3 lower legs were like spokes on wheels, allowing them to stand steadily in the chemical lake, and their 3 arms were raised. Jorginho noticed that the hands at the ends of their arms had 6 fingers, and he held no weapon. The next moment, the projectile guns built into the Yogal's arms fired. Lightning bolts fired by electrostatic weapons struck several Order shadows trapped in the chemical sludge, knocking down the Astartes' superhuman bodies. Jorginho angrily raised his bolt gun, and hardened diamond-tipped rounds accurately struck the Yogal's joints. The skin there was scaly and covered with tiny bone spurs, like a lizard's, one of the few places on the Xenos that still retained biological features. Amidst the explosions, the Yogal's long neck fell limply, crashing into the chemical lake and stirring up large amounts of water. A melee Yogal suddenly leapt up, swinging its blade-like bionic claws, and slashed at Jorginho's head. The berserker let out an angry roar, his left arm releasing the bolt gun, and he leapt out of the lake. A berserker strike allowed him to focus the strength of his Astartes' superhuman body into his swinging fist, smashing it heavily into the Yogal's sunken, wet eyes. With a bang, the Xeno's head was shattered by the violent blow. While the Yogal were distracted by the company captain, the Order shadows formed a battle formation, raising their bolt guns and unleashing a volley. The Vostronia-born's exquisite marksmanship, after becoming an Astartes and inheriting the Gene Father's psychic abilities, became even more precise. Dozens of bolter rounds shot into the Xenos' sunken mouths and noses, blowing apart their ovoid heads. Most of Jorginho's subordinates gathered behind the company captain. They waded through the water with synchronized steps. Jorginho noticed that every Xenos he encountered, from mature warriors to frail elders, had implanted instruments or electronic replacement machinery on their bodies. Spring piston legs, feet replaced with wheels and rollers, subcutaneous armor plates, television cameras built into eye sockets. The company captain immediately recalled that his father had mentioned in the data that the Yogal's mechanical modification of limbs was even more radical than that of many tech priests. Jorginho led his subordinates in a steady advance. The slender, long-limbed, and clawed enemies could not stop the disciplined Order shadows' progress. They attempted to launch close-quarters attacks, but the Order shadows on the periphery drew the power swords from their waists, activated the runes, and blocked their path. The Order shadows perceived that the Yogal's brain and central nervous system were not located in the head, but in the torso. They all simultaneously launched precise attacks on the enemy's weak points, in accordance with Osber Via's 23rd principle. Shining blue energy light easily cut through their scaly flesh torsos. The Order shadows flicked their blades, shaking off the foul-smelling, dark red blood pumped from the circulatory system onto the sword. Jorginho led his team to the lakeside. He commanded some Order shadows to provide covering fire, blocking the surging tide of Yogal. Another group of warriors freed their battle brothers trapped in the chemical mud. Jorginho's azure eyes, turned black by Ning Lu's powerful genes, locked upwards, focusing on the zero-gravity corridor in the center of the world ship. "Follow me." He was the first to step onto the peak of the crystal-grained dune, the particles crunching under his feet. On the other side of the chemical lake, the midnight poet Mikhailovsky, slightly slower than Jorginho but more inspired, also locked onto the zero-gravity corridor. Just as he was about to lead his team onto the crystal-grained dune, he saw large groups of Yogal flyers, wearing shiny green armor and wrapped in straps, flying towards them. All the airborne Xenos had undergone mechanical surgery to remove 2 arms, replacing them with wings of sharp metal feathers, razor-sharp at the edges. Their feet had become curved grappling claws, and their joints were equipped with more deadly arc jet guns than their ground-dwelling kin, with excellent range. The Yogal flyers swooped down, arcs of electricity flashing, illuminating the blue lake. Fire! A barrage of bolter and high-energy plasma fire instantly engulfed the Xenos. The Yogal died one after another, falling into the lake. But this was just the beginning. More green lights appeared in the air, rapidly diving and throwing bone needle ballistic weapons at the Order shadows. Mikhailovsky noticed that one battle brother was targeted by a dozen Yogal flyers, and countless needle-like projectiles pierced his ceramide armor, riddling him like a sieve. Another battle brother was engulfed by the roaring Xenos, lightning, and he smelled burning flesh. The midnight poet angrily raised his head and chanted loudly. Amber moonlight congeals amidst the pine resin. Factory stone walls shed the prayers of old knights. Sleep, Stechin's strings rust into sand in the wind. Every grain of sand is an unsent letter home. Beneath the bottom nest river, a knight's armor sleeps. Let the black moon take your last lucidity. His psychic energy rapidly depleted, but the effect was evident. The Yogal flyers launching a new dive seemed to hear a lullaby, echoing faintly. The Xenos did not understand the midnight poet's chanted words, but their minds became hazy, as if they saw serene moonlight and a gently rippling, peaceful lake. The Yogal flyers' eyelids quickly grew heavy, as if even the flight currents couldn't keep them awake. Several Xenos crashed headfirst into the chemical lake, and the remaining Yogal flyers, in their daze, were torn apart by the Order Shadow's furious firepower. Mikhailovsky, who had broken through the defenses and successfully boarded the zero-gravity corridor, cooperated closely with Jorginho to penetrate the chemical yellow cloud and climb towards the bridge. At the same moment, Ning Lu led the honor guard, routing the Yogal and traversing the crystal dunes, where a tall, tree-like jungle woven from some coarse fibers appeared before them. Gabriel inspected his auger array, finding that the virtual compass struggled to identify the internal architecture of the Yogal world ship. He switched to the tactical map and made a discovery. Father, the tactical map shows a heat signature 2 magnitudes higher than other structures in this direction. It's the Yogal's hatchery. It's not only a nursery but also a place of modification. There are not only armed adult Xenos there but also psychic young. After Ning Lu spoke, he had already locked onto the location using his superhuman senses, and he stepped forward first. The deeper they went into the fiber forest, the denser and more regular the arrangement of the stalks became, with massive gray spheres hanging from them. Chapter 110. Ning Lu's Warp Imagery, a mind storm that shakes the thousand suns. Third update, seeking monthly votes. Ning Lu noticed the gray spheres, which resembled strange fruits. Some showed signs of activity within, with something lazily wriggling, Yogal young. After he surveyed the egg trees, he immediately sensed several massive Xenos rushing towards his direction. A low rumble spread through the sand beneath his feet, like the crackling of breaking bones, and the surrounding trees began to sway and bend, their top leaves fluttering and falling. 5 titan-sized behemoths burst through the egg trees, charging at Ning Lu. Ordinary adult Yogal were only slightly taller than a gene seed Primarch, but Yogal enhancers were 10 times larger. Their appearance was similar to the basic form of the Yogal, just magnified more than tenfold. Their height reached the tree canopy, as if they were a combination of scaled flesh and metal. The bodies of the Yogal enhancers were distinctly different. In the glass spheres on their bodies, their original forms had completely vanished. They had no arms. Instead, twisting gray steel tentacles grew from various armpits on their upper bodies. Some tentacles coiled and clung to the Yogal enhancer's chest, while others, like protruding vipers, lashed out. 132 honor guard members, selected from 12 legions, raised their bolt guns. A storm of bullets enveloped the Yogal enhancers, sending their fluids splashing everywhere. The Yogal enhancers possessed a vitality matching their colossal size. They did not fall. Their metal tentacles struck out fiercely, their sharp tips tearing through turf and roots, carving furrows in the ground. One honor guard member was sent flying, tumbling and crashing beside the trunk of an egg tree. "Big guys, here's some bolt gun for you." Ning Lu pressed the selector switch on his bolt gun, setting it to full automatic fire. He roared, raising his silver gauntlet, as his psychic power rapidly depleted. The effect of the psychic power depletion was evident. The bolt gun, empowered by the bribe and weaken ability, penetrated the Yogal enhancers, metallic bodies like a sharp knife slicing through straw. The Gene Seed Primarch unleashed bolt gun fire at a speed far exceeding that of his sons. His superhuman control ensured that every bolt gun round precisely struck the joints of the Yogal enhancers. Though the Xenos' metallic bodies rivaled the size of a titan, they lacked void shields, and their metallic bodies could not be compared to the god machines. The steel tentacles of the Yogal enhancers snapped one by one, and their metallic joints were torn apart by explosions. The Gene Seed Primarchs' aiming and firing were almost instantaneous, swift and powerful, embodying the ultimate beauty of slaughter. Even amidst the raging battle, the Honor Guard members could perceive the Gene Seed Primarchs' heroic fighting posture, characterized by an effortless and skillful demeanor. Rumble. With a loud crash, the 5 Titan-sized Yogal enhancers were reduced to scattered metal parts. For several seconds, the Honor Guard's Order shadows only recovered from the Slaughter movie, filmed by the Gene Father himself. Their superhuman memories etched that scene into their minds, to be recalled and savored later. Just as they were reveling in the beauty they had witnessed amidst the flying metal debris, the entire forest began to shake. The puddles of liquid splashed from the dead Yogal enhancers were swiftly absorbed by the tree roots, and strange noises filled the forest. The Honor Guard members keenly sensed an unannounced change in the air. The air became greasy and smooth, and their skin felt a sudden itch, accompanied by a strong smell of ozone. Several of the Order shadows simultaneously spoke into the company communication channel, shouting, "Psionic." This word stirred a storm. All the yellow Yogal eggs began to shake, colliding violently in the air. 2 or 3 eggs crashed together, and a sound like cracking eggshells rang out, as the Yogal young twisted and merged together. Immediately, countless conjoined twins appeared in the air, grotesque distortion bodies of 2 or 3 Xenos. Their heads were enormous, swollen with 4 or 6 different chambers, completely unlike the typical ovoid heads of the Yogal. Their legs and arms twitched, and their milky white eyes rolled and narrowed, looking at the Honor Guard members. The voices of the distortion bodies echoed in the minds of every Order shadows. "Astartes, you are so confident in justice, yet so afraid of cracks appearing in your own minds. The end is nigh. We see tomorrow. So too shall you. All your worship will wither, and all things will." Just then, the Gene Seed Primarch's eyes gleamed. Open black lens bracket. You are merely the main ingredients for a potion, close black lens bracket. With a flicker of his thought, light and shadow emerged in his eyes. This was his warp imagery. It was his perception of the warp, the vision that would flash when he used psychic power. By mastering his warp imagery, he could better utilize the boundless power of the Sea of Souls. Although in his previous life, he occasionally complained that the warp was nothing but a cesspit, he was a sane person and wouldn't feed himself excrement when using psychic power. Putting those complaints aside, his understanding of the warp was closer to that of Iskander Khan, who cultivated both material and spiritual arts and had a protagonist script. Khan's understanding of the warp was, the Chaos Gods will fulfill your desires unconditionally, but the method might be slightly different from what you imagine. Weak-minded mortals saw illusory and deadly visions that enthralled them. Powerful individuals like Horus and Abaddon received power personally bestowed by the Chaos Gods. Quite maliciously, if your plan failed, which was almost inevitable, the warp would mercilessly mock you, giving you a fitting nickname, such as Corpse Throne. Similarly, demons also possessed a duality. They were not always twisted and evil, insidious and volatile. The first possessed warrior, Argel Tal, and the demon possessing him, Ram, could be considered true kindred spirits. The guardian spirits that the Thousand Sons were about to master and summon were not all Tzeentch's schemes. Some remained loyal to their masters until death, even when the pyramid shattered and they were bathed in the regretful blood rain of Magnus, the sorcerer planet. The duality of the warp was just like how Order possessed both light and shadow. Ning Lu's light and shadows swirled, intertwined, and twisted together, stirring up a towering mind storm. The entire forest, the entire cylindrical world, all life perceived the boundless power. In the incubation chamber, all the Yogal young distortion bodies directly facing the psychic shock had their minds instantly destroyed, followed by death. Their bodies fell from the sky like drifting willow catkins. At the same moment, on the Yogal world ship, every sensitive Order shadows perceived the immense power, and they also sensed that the mind-shaking aftershock originated from the Gene Father. The Thousand Sons, sensitive to psychic power, also felt the immense mind storm at that instant. Apophis was using psychic power to link the minds of 99,000 suns into a single entity. Azek Ahriman foresaw the Yogal attack, Apophis coordinated and completed real-time information sharing, and Olmaged unleashed psychic lightning to tear the Xenos apart. The protective field blocked the incoming arcs, and flames incinerated the Yogal's metallic bodies. The Thousand Suns' efficient slaughter involuntarily ceased the moment they perceived the mind storm. Within the psychic link, Olmaged sent a thought impulse, both amazed and excited. Such powerful strength, has our battle brother awakened? Azek's eyes flickered, denying his twin brother's idea. I saw a massive figure in the waves, one that could not be looked at directly. I think that's not our brother, but it originates from the gene seed Primarch. Moreover, even Apophis cannot create such a powerful mind storm. Apophis candidly admitted, I cannot possess such powerful psychic strength, it must be the gene seed Primarch of the 11th Legion. I believe only our Gene Father could possess strength to rival that. As the Thousand Suns marveled at the Gene Seed Primarch's psychic might, Ning Lu reigned in his power, and the light and shadow in his eyes gradually faded. He opened his communicator and sent a message to Malina Scala. Temporarily put aside your work, there are mysteries on the Xenos warship worth studying. The Yogal's biotech will be of great reference for the physicians, subsequent sequence 6 inches biologist, and sequence 4 inches life alchemist. A moment later, Malena's magnetic voice sounded. My lord, I will go at once. Ning Lu ended the communication and issued orders to the honor guard. Establish a cordon in the incubation chamber. No one is allowed to approach without my command. He began to collect the spoils of war. Chapter 111, The Possibility of Establishing a Connection with Space Monkeys. Mikhailovsky and Jorginho quickly passed through the zero-gravity corridor from both sides, rushed onto the bridge, and purified the Yogal with bolter fire. A faceless one, deliberately left behind, found an opportunity to swallow its ovoid head into its abdomen. The next moment, he couldn't help but spit it out, the foul-smelling crimson blood making him feel nauseous. He had never eaten such a disgusting Xeno before. Gabriel led the team and began to study the Yogal's biomechanical modification technology. Malina also joined the research, though their focuses differed. The tech sergeant was more interested in the mechanical aspects. Besides biomechanics, he also researched arc projectors, needle ballistic weapons, and spring piston legs. The physician focused more on biological aspects. He disassembled the bio-limbs to understand their design purpose and function. After the Thousand Suns finished fighting, they immediately rushed to the lower incubation chambers where they had sensed a psychic explosion. Subsequently, they were blocked by members of the Honor Guard. The Gene Seed Primarch has ordered this area to be off-limits. Olmaged and Apophis frowned tightly, looking at Azek Ahriman. The leader of the Thousand Suns Legion pondered for only a second before wisely choosing to give up. We will obey Lord Ning Lu's command. He led the Thousand Suns away, searching the Yogal world ship for data containing Xeno knowledge. But when the Thousand Suns arrived at the bridge, they were informed that all data had been destroyed. In fact, the Yogal's data crystals and other stored information were collected and given to Gabriel. Ning Lu, meanwhile, began collecting alchemical materials. He transported the deformed Yogal young to the disordered country. After placing them all in a palace on the first layer of the true space, Ning Lu went to the second layer. After several years of practice, he had initially used his spirituality to construct a place for cultivating certain alchemical materials. Thousands of interwoven pipes had dozens of lung spiders weaving webs on them. An invisible barrier separated him from the pipes, inside which hive giant rats scurried and shrieked. Only when Ning Lu personally came here each time, using his spirituality to open the barrier, just like now, could the lung spiders follow their webs into the pipes to hunt the hive giant rats. The hive giant rats, in turn, fed on fungi in the sewage pits, and there was also an invisible barrier separating them, perpetually hungry, from their food. This fragile ecological balance was unstable, If Ning Lu was busy and did not come in person for more than 3 Vostronia work cycles, the ecological balance would be destroyed. The starving hive giant rats and lung spiders would attack and devour each other, leaving only a small portion intact for alchemical materials. With a thought, Ning Lu opened the 2 large doors separated by spirituality. He flickered, picked up 2 fungi from the sewage pit, and threw them into the pipes. The keen-nosed hive giant rats immediately rushed in groups towards the sewage pit. He then picked up a hive giant rat and threw it to a lung spider, attracting the latter. Ning Lu examined this incomplete, fragile ecological balance, a sudden realization dawning on him. Open black lens bracket order is a delicate balance. Constructing a well-functioning order is by no means easy. Close black lens bracket. With a thought, Ning Lu moved to another area. A zebra with blue-green stripes felt uncomfortable due to the dazzling light from its eyes. It sometimes jumped, sometimes shook its head, sometimes ran. It scurried around, trying to shake off the things on its eyes that made it uncomfortable, but black blindfolds were tightly clamped over its eyes. Inside, 12 finger-length colorful worms joyfully danced around its eyes, emitting dazzling light. Then, the prism worms burrowed into its eyes contentedly. The light was no longer dazzling, but the blue-green zebra became more agitated. After a while, the prism worms emerged again. They lay on the zebra's broad forehead, and a tiny, rice grain-sized worm emerged from its abdomen. This zebra served as a container for cultivating prism worms. Ning Lu sensed the birth of a new small prism worm, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. Open black lens bracket establishing order, sometimes, is so simple. Prism worms are even easier to raise than lung spiders, or even hive giant rats. You just need to place them on a creature with eyes. For example, the blue-green zebra's eyes can sustain 5 prism worms until it goes blind 19 days later in the real world, after which it can still be used as food. During this period, 1 or 2 small worms will be born. Close black lens bracket. After checking on the prism worms, Ning Lu raised his hand and picked up one of the newly born, rice grain-sized colorful worms, then flashed to the 3rd layer of space. Since his promotion to bribers, he had gained access to this layer of space. He had conducted hundreds of studies before but had not discovered anything. Even now, he still hadn't figured out the special function of this layer of space. Now, bringing a newborn prism worm to this layer of space was for a new attempt. The first sensation upon entering the 3rd layer of space was the same as the 2nd layer. But Ning Lu vaguely perceived that there was a certain difference between the 2 layers of space. This difference was not an obvious one like air or gravity, but rather something hidden beneath the surface. Ning Lu's earliest guess was a difference in rules or order, which was closely related to the Black Emperor and the disordered country. Around this hypothesis, he conducted a series of related attempts, such as throwing a group of hive giant rats in to observe if they would produce order. After hundreds of experiments, he could conclude that the 3rd layer of space was at least not directly related to order and rules. Open black lens bracket. If I view the 33 layers of space as ascending steps, then order and rules would clearly unlock at higher levels. What can be unlocked now should be one specific aspect. Close black lens bracket. As Ning Lu thought this, he channeled his spirituality and injected it into the prism worm in his hand. His black eyes shone, and this time he had a clear sensation. It was as if another faint thread connected him and the worm in his palm. This was a peculiar connection, different from a psychic link, yet somewhat similar. A thought flashed through Ning Lu's mind. Glow. The prism worm immediately emitted a small, dazzling burst of colored light. Although its brightness was far less than an adult's, it did indeed glow. Ning Lu immediately realized what this layer of space corresponded to: the briber's illicit ability, bribe association. A connection, an association, was established between him and the prism worm. Ning Lu pondered, then returned to the 2nd layer of space and brought an adult prism worm over. He injected his spirituality into the finger-length colorful worm's body. A moment later, he did not sense the same connection. The only change in the prism worm was that its light became slightly brighter. Ning Lu channeled more spirituality into the prism worm's body, but still, there was no reaction. After 3 attempts, he understood that he could only establish a connection with newborns, not with adults. Open black lens bracket. Perhaps my authority is not enough, so I can only establish connections with newborn life. Close black lens bracket. After guessing the reason, Ning Lu considered what purpose this layer of space served for him. Open black lens bracket association, close black lens bracket. A sudden flash of inspiration struck his mind, and the orange silhouette of an ape appeared. Open black lens bracket space monkeys. They are driven only by instinct, perhaps only the old ones knew how to control them. If I could establish an association with space monkeys, I could instruct them to manufacture things, such as their miraculous protective effect against demons, the ape field technology, used by the Calixis Sector Inquisition to resist demons. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu's thoughts diverged, and ideas surfaced in his mind one by one. Open black lens bracket. I don't even need to personally prepare the alchemical concoctions, I can just leave it to the space monkeys. Perhaps I can also drive them to develop and manufacture what I need, under certain restrictions. Close black lens bracket. Having found a way to control the space monkeys, Ning Lu immediately issued an order upon returning to the real world. Report to him immediately whenever a space monkey tribe gives birth to a newborn. Then, he summoned his attendants to receive a briefing. Chapter 112, Black Armored Knight descends from the sky. For the next period, Ning Lu's focus would be on conquering the surrounding worlds, centered around Vostronia. In this situation, the number of Legion warriors was crucial, so the Gene Seed Primarch first turned his gaze to the chief apothecary. Mikkel, I'd like to hear your report first. How is the expansion of the apothecary scale and the progress of the modification surgeries? Father, 5 apprentice apothecaries have passed the assessment and become official apothecaries. 52 more apprentices have passed the test and become intern apothecaries, and the number of servants capable of performing modification surgeries has also increased by 231. Hearing the chief apothecary report on the progress in personnel training, Ning Lu nodded in satisfaction. Well done, I am pleased with your progress. The Gene Father's praise greatly encouraged Mikkel. As of today, a total of 39,513 candidates have undergone modification surgery, with 10,482 failures. Among them, only 43 unfortunately died, the other failed candidates all survived. Excluding the battle brothers already fighting with various battle groups, the fleet has 9,532 Order Shadows. Ning Lu nodded slightly. Since his return to the Legion, the number of warriors had more than doubled, which was a cause for joy. Mikkel, your work is highly effective. The Gene Seed Primarch then said to Gabriel, ensure the supply of power armor and weapons, so that every Order Shadow receives their weapon. As you wish. The Tech Sergeant immediately accepted the order. Seeing the Gene Father turn his gaze to him, he began to report. The Tech Sergeants and I disassembled various collected machines. Combining with the deciphered data, we found that the technology contained within their flying metal wings could lead to relevant improvements to the technology mastered by the Mechanicus. It is estimated that after improvement, it will be usable by the auxiliary army, enhancing their mobile combat capabilities. Continue with the research, but do not mention it externally. Huang Laohan's aversion to xenotechnology, while not as high as his aversion to knowledge and culture, was still present. Ning Lu also did not wish to share the Legion's discoveries with other legions, keeping it a secret of the Order Shadows was most suitable. This would neither invite infamy nor accumulate technological advantages exclusive to the 11th Legion. Continue with the research. Ning Lu turned to Arsena and asked. I'd like to hear the scan report for the Persephone system. My lord, this system has 5 planets. The Augur Matrix scan found that 3 of them are inhabited by humans. It has been confirmed that the indigenous people's civilization level is backward, and their weapons pose no threat to the Legion warriors. As he spoke, he operated the control staff, illuminating the 3 planets on the star map, then introduced them one by one. The most remarkable among them is this world, designated by imperial cartographers as Persephone Prime EX1. The environment there has not suffered any damage and is very suitable for human habitation. The indigenous people have built it into a beautiful world. It can be called a garden. What's strange is that although there are life signals, the density is very low. The total population of the entire planet is estimated to be no more than 50 million. Arsena furrowed his brow, saying in confusion, "According to my preliminary calculations, in such an environment, humans should thrive, and the population should at least exceed 100 million. Ning Lu tapped his finger on the back of his chair, scanning everyone in the strategic room. After a few seconds of thought, he issued an order. "Kirkland, you will lead 3 squads of new recruits to the surface. Tell them that a part of the human race should submit to me." "Yes, father." Dressed in black armor, with a bolt pistol and chainsword at his waist, he felt exhilarated to be given such a glorious mission by the Gene Father. The original body servant, seeing that the Gene Seed Primarch had finished issuing orders, continued to report. "My lord, the other 2 planets are marked as Persephone CW2 and CW3. They also maintain their original ecology, but are not as beautiful as the Prime world. Based on the scan results, the estimated populations for these 2 worlds are 120 million and 93 million, respectively. Send out squads, led by Gibbs and Chambers." The 3 Order Shadows Ning Lu selected were all from the 11th Battle Group. Since the indigenous people's technology level was backward, he hoped to conquer them peacefully, which also reflected the success of his transformation of the Legion's culture. To increase the probability of success, Ning Lu decided to cultivate 3 of his sons into extraordinary individuals. The Gene Seed Primarch had already confirmed his son's loyalty through his observations of them during this period. "You will first communicate with Arsena to confirm the details of the persuasion process. I will see you in my office in 20 minutes. 33 minutes later, the 3 newly appointed lawyers, filled with gratitude for the abilities bestowed by the Gene Father and pride in becoming new members of the Black Duke Court, walked out of the Gene Seed Primarch's office. They each selected 30 Order Shadows from the newly converted Vostronia recruits, boarded landing craft, and headed to their respective targets. Gibbs's landing craft descended rapidly, the marble city below becoming increasingly clear. The superhuman senses of the Order Shadow could already see below. Knights in metal armor, carrying black powder weapons, mounting their warhorses, looking in terror at the aircraft descending from the sky. He issued an order to the pilot, "Land outside the city. Be ready. Do not attack without my command." Gibbs, having followed the Gene Father, understood the Gene Seed Primarch's intention. He did not like Legion warriors indulging in slaughter as in the past, turning entire worlds into ruins. If Persephone CW2 could be subjugated peacefully, that would be best. Considering that the indigenous people lacked inter-system travel capability and used backward black powder weapons, posing less threat to them, he decided to employ a gentler approach to conquer this world. The roar of the landing craft startled the indigenous knights' warhorses, sending them scattering in panic. The knights struggled to control their mounts, but the animals' instincts rendered training useless. They ran for several miles before finally getting their terrified warhorses to stop. A dozen of the most elite knights spurred their fine steeds, approaching the monster descending from the sky with the courage of self-sacrifice. When they finally arrived before the monster, they found a squad of black-armored giants standing before them. The giants were tall as they were on their warhorses. Gibbs looked at the indigenous people before him. He pressed a button on his gauntlet, and a high Gothic broadcast immediately began. "Hear ye, we are warriors of the 11th Legion of the Human Empire. By the command of King Ning Lu, we inform you of the truth of enlightenment." The indigenous people exchanged glances. The sound emitted by the metal monster had some similarities to their language, but they still couldn't understand it. Gibbs was prepared. He tapped his gauntlet, switching to a second language recorded by the Mechanicus. The translated languages were synthesized electronic mechanical voices. The mechanical broadcast sounded repeatedly until the 16th time, when Gibbs noticed a change in the knights before him, and he locked onto that translation channel. The Order's shadow slowed his speech. Do you understand clearly? A knight in golden armor stepped forward and spoke in a similar but distinctly different language. I am Faith, Knight Commander of the Golden Lion Dynasty. I have never heard of any human empire, or any king. Gibbs's gaze turned cold. He caught the disrespect in the other party's words towards the king. He drew his bolt pistol from his waist, aimed, and fired in one fluid motion. With a deafening bang, the iron-armored warhorse was blasted apart by a single shot, and Faith was sent flying by the shockwave. Gibbs said coldly, "Before us, your Golden Lion dynasty is but a falsehood. Take me to your king." The warhorses scattered in terror. It was a long while before Faith struggled to his feet. He looked in horror at the black-armored giants descending from the sky. He realized that even they, the most elite knights of the Golden Lion dynasty, were like ants before them. They had no power to refuse. After a long silence, he finally spoke. Please follow me. Chapter 113, Changes in the Legionary, third update for monthly votes. Gibbs led 4 Order shadows into the palace. The native king's small palace could barely accommodate the 5 giants. The king, wearing a golden crown and holding a golden scepter, sat on his false throne, his swollen jaw trembling. Human empire. You come from the sky, and you want us, the people of the earth, to submit. The Order shadows spoke calmly, as if everything they said was truth. You have no choice. What? The king sneered, I have 100,000 troops, and I also have. Before departing, Gibbs had a detailed discussion with Arsena, receiving advice from the original body servant. Everyone in the Legion knew that Arsena Dunn came from a backward world and could understand the natives' thoughts. The lawyer then considered that the original body servant represented the Gene Father, so he decided to adopt the latter's advice. Display strength, make the natives realize the disparity in power, and then make them, patiently, listen to his persuasion. The Order shadows instantly drew their guns, raised their hands, and fired. Boom! The wall on the left side of the palace disappeared with an explosion. The palace shook violently, and the support pillars trembled but held up the palace. The lawyer surveyed the terrified crowd and said to the king, who had fallen from his false throne, "This is the power of our weapons. Even your most elite knights in formation would be blasted to smithereens by it. Your weapons cannot cause us any harm. To make you ignorant people understand, I will give you one chance." The Order shadows slapped his chest plate with his right hand. Use your weapons and give my armor a volley. After that, you will understand. Really? The king, supporting himself with his scepter and climbing up from the ground, asked in disbelief. Although the giants' black armor looked thicker and stronger than the knights' golden armor, their Golden Lion dynasty's muskets were the best among all nations. A volley would surely turn the black-armored knight into a sieve. A flash of bloodlust flickered in Gibbs's eyes. The stupidity of the person in front of him made him almost unbearable. For a moment, he wanted to pull out his chainsword and, like a reaper, saw off the heads of these ignorant people. This was easy for him, he could do it. The backward natives posed a very low threat to him, and he also led 30 legionaries. But Gibbs immediately thought of the Gene Father's expectations, and reason triumphed over anger. You only have one chance. The king immediately regained his confidence. To ensure that the black-armored warrior would not use his powerful, heaven-punishing weapon again, he decided to mobilize his best subordinates. Mobilize the Royal Guard musketeers and surround him. A moment later, in the kingdom's training ground, Gibbs faced 100 of the Golden Lion Kingdom's best musketeers alone. Begin, don't waste time. As he spoke, the impatient king raised his hand and gave the order. Fire! Flashes of fire erupted as the Royal Guard musketeers raised their weapons and unleashed a storm of bullets on the black-armored warrior. By the standards of this era, their marksmanship was excellent, and most of the ammunition hit the black armor. White gunpowder smoke wafted up, obscuring everyone's vision. The king was both delighted and fearful. The black-armored warrior who had spoken so wildly was killed, but there were still 30 such warriors in the entire royal city, and they still possessed the heaven-punishing weapons. However, he had made arrangements. All knights had been mobilized. As long as they could surround and kill these black-armored warriors and obtain the heaven-punishing weapons, he could unify all nations. Just as the king was about to give the order, his pupils suddenly contracted. The black armor gradually became clear. The black-armored warrior was not dead. Gibbs casually patted himself down and, under the direct gaze of the false king's almost bulging eyes, walked up to him. Tall, he was as tall as the king sitting on the throne. The lawyer spoke in a condescending tone. As you can see, your weapons pose no threat to us, and our weapons can blast you to dust. You should now recognize the truth. We can destroy your false kingdom. You should feel fortunate that King Ning Lu has decided to give you a chance. Submit. The king's face was pale. Looking directly at the giant from close range, he realized how terrifying the other party was. The image of him walking out of the gunpowder smoke still lingered in the king's mind. The giant in front of him was like a terrifying creature from a myth. He asked in disbelief, if I submit to your king, can I still keep my land, my mortal? If you faithfully serve the king and implement his policies, then you will retain what you have. I choose to submit. The king said each word slowly, with humiliation and helplessness. Gibbs conquered the first kingdom, then, guided by the natives, led his subordinates to tirelessly continue conquering other nations. At the same moment, on Persephone Prime EX1, the team led by Kirkland progressed even more smoothly. This world was unified under a false king, indulging in arts such as music, poetry, and oil paintings. Their king, upon seeing the overwhelming military might displayed by the Order Shadows, immediately chose to submit. Now, he only needed to resolve one more problem. The king, representing the local populace, made a request. Through inquiry, he learned that the local population was sparse because they all suffered from dream disturbances. Whenever night fell and they entered dreamland, they would dream of various terrifying nightmares, being torn apart by man-eating giant fish, being pounced on by roaring black panthers. This prevented them from sleeping peacefully, leaving them muddled during the day and anxious at night. The king requested that those who had descended from the sky solve this nightmare that had plagued them for thousands of years. Kirkland decided to solve this problem to win the hearts of the local people. He summoned 3 squads of Order Shadows. Tonight, we will disperse throughout the royal city, observe everything, and find the nightmare plaguing the locals. That night, soft moonlight fell. The Order Shadows stood in the street, vigilantly watching their surroundings. In Kirkland's eyes, he suddenly saw a black cat. It walked out of the darkness with elegant feline steps. The Order Shadows keenly sensed that this black cat was special. Its steps had a unique rhythm, and its black pupils were like obsidian. More importantly, his spirituality was stirred. Kirkland immediately determined that the black cat was the source of the city's nightmare. Open black lens bracket. This cat is not simple. The Gene Father likes all kinds of strange creatures and items. He will definitely like it. Close black lens bracket. Thinking this, Kirkland tore off his gauntlet. He suddenly darted out, striding forward. The black cat keenly sensed the potential threat and turned to run. But the Order Shadows were faster. In a dozen seconds, he caught up with the black cat, which was darting left and right, and picked it up with one finger. Ning Lu soon received Kirkland's gift, 23 black cats. When he saw these black cats, he recognized them as the main ingredient for the sleepless corresponding to Sequence 7, Nightmare, the Black Dream Cat. One stellar month later, Ning Lu, having conquered Persephone, ordered the fleet to set sail. Bukayo Arshaven reported that he had discovered a world ruled by knights, which caught Ning Lu's attention. Chapter 114, Daxos Twin Star System. Night worlds are feudal worlds classified by the human empire as having advanced technology, ruled by an elite known as knight families. Most night worlds were established during the Dark Age of technology, when humanity expanded outward from Terra. The reasons for settling these worlds were mostly due to the demand for raw materials, fertile agricultural worlds and mineral-rich mining worlds. Some colonial ships, with advanced knight armors and their pilots aboard their fleets, became the pioneers of the Night Worlds. During the Age of Strife, these worlds, like others, were cut off from other human worlds by warp storms. During long isolation, Night Worlds developed into feudalism, with the nobility controlling the knight armors and the Night Worlds themselves. The first knight family was the Tyrannus family of Mars, who established themselves on Mars centuries earlier than any other knight. They knelt with the Mars sages before the Emperor, signed the Olympia Treaty, and were subsequently named the Glorious Forges and the Glorious First Knights. In Ning Lu's memory, the first knight world to submit to the Empire was Chryses. It would be discovered in 850 by a rogue traitor on a planet only a few dozen light-years from the Sun. Now, on the galactic star map, a knight-ruled world northeast of the Vostronia star system has been discovered by the 3rd Battle Group of the 11th Legion. Ning Lu issued orders to the 28th Fleet, assigning the Thousand Suns to depart towards the unknown southwest of Vostronia on the star map. Then, he ordered the fleet to set sail for the Daxos twin star system. Ning Lu sat on the command throne, tapping his fingers on the back of the chair. Open black lens bracket Vixtrix family, close black lens bracket. He remembered the Vixtrix family as staunch followers of Mars, who followed the chief Forgemaster during the Horus Heresy and became steadfast rebels. Ning Lu would not abandon or annihilate the Vixtrix family because of their future betrayal, for 2 reasons. On one hand, he knew that if he could make the Night World submit, Huang Laohan would be greatly pleased. This would be a cause for celebration for him and the Empire, and an excellent tool for political propaganda. The greatly pleased Huang Laohan would surely reward him. This would also be a major achievement for Ning Lu. He would be the first Gene Seed Primarch to conquer a Night World, which would bring him immense political prestige. On the other hand, memory is just memory, and the future can be changed. Ning Lu was also confident in subduing the Vixtrix family, as this family was one of the smallest among all knight families. Before the Horus Heresy, the number of knight mechs in this family was only around 140. Ning Lu's eyes flashed, and he thought to himself, open black lens bracket to completely subdue the Vixtrix family, showing strength is the first step. My combat power can suppress knights, but technology is also very important. The Vixtrix family steadfastly served Mars, not only because of their faith but also due to technological factors. Close black lens bracket. Thinking of this, he made a decision. Gabriel, come to my private office in 10 minutes ship standard time. 17 minutes later, Ning Lu used telepathy to make the tech sergeant, who had just become an omniscient, restrain his power. He then said, make good use of the power I have given you, and quickly research the Yogal technology. Yes, Father. While the fleet sailed towards the Daxos twin star system, at the Amando Training Center on Terra. Between the 3 towers piercing the sky, Iphigenia, Trion, and Malvo, there was a spacious outdoor training ground. Rain poured down from the iron-gray sky, cold and heavy. Wilshire shivered like the other boys, all trying their best to resist the onslaught of darkness, cold, fatigue, and tension. But unlike the other boys, although Wilshire's body also trembled slightly, a confident smile always bloomed on his face. For 2 months, he had been tested, scrutinized, hammered, shaped, humiliated, and tempered. After enduring one test after another, he had overcome pain and hardship. He kept his goal in mind, and he would never give up. The grim-faced instructor stood at the side of the queue. He held his head high, not even glancing at the boys. When Wilshire first arrived at Amando, he felt angry and hated the instructor like the other boys. But now he had no emotions towards the instructor. The other party was merely one of the obstacles in his life. You will be scrutinized. This is a personal test. Do not help anyone beside you. Strike the gong. As the crisp gong sounded, Wilshire began to run, wondering how long today's test would last. Through observation and summation, he already knew the purpose of the assessment. Each one was to find the weakest person, eliminate him, and also test their training effectiveness. To reach the gate of heaven, they had to constantly push themselves to improve, and to improve faster than others. While pondering, He and 33 other boys quickly stepped onto the track, swiftly entering their familiar and suitable running rhythms. Everyone was accustomed to inhaling through their nostrils, exhaling through half-open mouths, and slapping the damp track with worn sneakers. Wilshire held his head high, running at the front, as always. One boy couldn't keep up at the very beginning. His previous training injuries hadn't healed, and his muscles were stiff from the long wait in the cold. After stumbling a few steps, he fell to the ground due to uncoordinated movements, tears mixing with mud. He knew he had failed and could no longer become an Astartes, gallop across the galaxy, and serve the Emperor. Wilshire avoided traps, flew over deep pits, and scaled high walls, completing a lap first. Then, he saw the eliminated boy angrily pounding the ground, sprawled in disarray. He did not pause for a moment, nor did his speed decrease, continuing the circuit of the track. He gradually felt the soreness in his muscles, and the scratches on his calves throbbed under the beating of the wind and rain, but he had long been accustomed to pain. He would not be defeated by physical pain like that boy. When Wilshire completed the second lap, the eliminated boy had already been helped up by an attendant and taken away. He didn't know if the boy would be sent back to his original hive city or taken somewhere else. He didn't need to know, because he firmly believed he would not be eliminated. 3 hours later, the first voluntary quitter appeared. His head was aching more and more, and the raindrops felt like stones hitting him, making him tremble violently and almost unable to breathe. Wilshire swept past him. Was he sick from the cold rain? Open black lens bracket too fragile. You should have adapted by now. This isn't the first time this has happened. Close black lens bracket. It was a long time before the second voluntary quitter appeared. He had been too tired to eat yesterday and could no longer suppress the cramping in his stomach. Now he just wanted a hot drink and to stuff himself with corpse starch. The gong sounded, and Wilshire stopped. After 5 standard weeks of ship travel time, the fleet led by Ning Lu arrived at the Daxos twin star system. He immediately sent a message to Bukayo Arshaven, summoning the Lord to the Void Hunter to report the situation. Chapter 115. The Vixtrix family refuses to submit. Father, after I departed Vostronia, I successfully took control of the Zenith system, where I obtained a star chart. Bukayo retained his complete memories from before the modification surgery, but he quickly embraced his new identity and became more accustomed to addressing Ning Lu in this manner. Becoming Ning Lu's gene seed Primarch filled him with immense honor. He savored this new bond. This star chart provided me with information about 2 new star systems. After studying it with the navigator, we discovered it recorded a world ruled by knights. Ning Lu looked at Bukayo approvingly and spoke in praise. Your discovery is exciting. Now, tell us about this star system. Upon hearing the praise from his gene father, a smile involuntarily appeared on Bukayo's face. He quickly walked to the strategy table, took out the data pad he carried, and connected it to the cogitator in the strategy room. A green holographic image of the star system appeared. Just as this star system is named after twins, the Daxus Alpha and Beta planets orbit the system's star. They are on the same orbit, relative to each other. The other star systems in this system have nothing noteworthy and are not habitable worlds. Ning Lu nodded slightly, and he said with a smile. The Daxus twins are where the value lies, and they are also the reason I immediately set off after receiving your report. We must reclaim this star system. Yes, Father, the entire value of this star system lies in the twins. The Vixtrix family, after a long war of conquest, has become the ruler of Daxus Alpha, and in recent years, they have expanded towards Beta. Ning Lu tapped his finger on the back of his chair, asking the crucial question. I assume you have already had contact with them. What is their strength like? What is their attitude? Father, to my knowledge, the Vixtrix family possesses at least 79 knight mechs, possibly more, but likely fewer than 100. I met their Knight King Campbell and told him about the rise of the Terra-Human Empire, but he showed no interest. When I mentioned that Mars had sworn allegiance to the Emperor after signing the Olympia Treaty, he immediately showed enthusiasm and asked me more than a dozen questions. Ning Lu nodded. This did not surprise him and aligned with what he knew about the Vixtrix family. In his memory, when Mars' exploration fleet discovered this world, the Vixtrix family's bloodless submission became a widely praised story, and they subsequently only followed the personal will of the chief forgemaster. However, the Gene Seed Primarch had traveled thousands of miles not to be a pawn of the Mechanicus. Ning Lu decided to conquer this family and make them loyal to him, but considering the situation of the Vixtrix family, this could be achieved in 2 steps. After a few seconds of thought, he asked again, "What is the condition of their knight mechs?" Bukayo was well prepared and immediately replied, "From what I saw, it's quite bad. Although my information indicates they once deployed 79 knight mechs at once, that was nearly 1,000 years ago during the process of unifying the world. Their colony ships were dismantled upon landing to provide basic materials for the settlers, which means they cannot rely on the Holy Template for maintenance, and their Saint Relic maintenance officers are becoming fewer and fewer." The Lord of the Third Battle Group said with a smile, "When I met the Vixtrix Knight King, he only led 35 knight mechs. Even if that's not all they can deploy, it should be close." "Very good, you have gathered all the intelligence I need. Now, send him a message and inform him of my arrival." Ning Lu paused for a moment, realizing that the purpose of this trip was assimilation, not destruction. He decided to give the Vixtrix family ample time for consideration and preparation. "I will go to the surface one day from now to meet with Campbell Vixtrix. Afterward, in 10 standard ship minutes, come to my office, and I will give you a reward." Upon hearing this, Midnight Poet's heart stirred. Not only was this his 3rd bestowal, but it was also because he had gained Ning Lu's recognition. Bukayo chose to undergo the modification surgery precisely to better serve Ning Lu, and now there was a new layer of father-son meaning. A moment later, in the Gene Seed Primarch's private office, the shielding device was activated. Midnight Poet took a bottle of potion from his Gene father's hand, tilted his head back, and poured the dark, profound, gem-like gelatinous potion into his mouth. After containing his overflowing power, Bukayo looked at the Gene Seed Primarch. "Nightmare." Ning Lu nodded slightly and sent a thought pulse to Bukayo. "That's right, dream manipulation can forcibly pull people into dreams, and it is a core ability within the power system I bestow upon you. Becoming a nightmare is also when you undergo a qualitative change." Ning Lu knew that different pathways of sequence potions would undergo qualitative changes in abilities at sequence 7 or sequence 6. For the darkness pathway, this node is sequence 7 inches nightmare, gaining the core ability, dream manipulation. As for his Black Emperor pathway, the node is sequence 6 inches corrupted baron, and the twisting ability gained is a manifestation of the pathway's essence. Extraordinary individuals of the Black Emperor pathway seem to abide by rules, but in reality, they profit from them. Twisting is a further step for an extraordinary individual, from utilizing existing rules to actively twisting them. Unlike the judge, extraordinary individuals of the adjacent pathway, who are dedicated to maintaining order and revising rules. Extraordinary individuals of the Black Emperor do not follow rules, they twist them to serve themselves. Simply put, it means, my rules are the rules, and only rules that serve me are rules. However, he was still a considerable distance from twisting rules according to his own will. While Ning Lu was deep in thought, the newly promoted Nightmare bowed respectfully. "Father, I will surely make good use of the power you have bestowed upon me." The next day, as the sun's rays illuminated the Vixtrix family's palace on Daxus Alpha, Ning Lu, Bukayo, Arsena, and Gabriel boarded a landing craft and headed for the surface. As the landing craft passed through the atmosphere, still far from the ground, the Gene Seed Primarch's gaze passed through the window and looked down. In the aircraft parking area, the Vixtrix family's night mechs were lined up to welcome him. On their gray metal bodies, the top cockpit hatches, shoulders, and outer sides of the legs were spray-painted with green paint, making them particularly conspicuous. Ning Lu only glanced, confirming the total number of night mechs, 47. Open black lens bracket. This must be all the mechs the Vixtrix family can deploy, and some of them probably don't have sustained combat capability, close black lens bracket. The Gene Seed Primarch also noticed that, besides the knight mechs, only armed servants were there to greet him, with no civilians, no flowers, and no other ceremonial preparations. This indicated that Campbell was not greeting him with an attitude of submission. The honor guard's landing craft touched down first, and the black armored warriors stepped out, forming neat ranks, standing opposite the knight mechs. Subsequently, the Gene Seed Primarch, flanked by the Lord of the 3rd Battle Group, his original body servant, and his tech sergeant, exited the landing craft and walked towards the central knight mech. Chapter 116. The Night King directly confronts the terrifying soul pressure of a Gene Seed Primarch. 3rd update, seeking monthly tickets. Campbell was not seated on his mechanical throne, but neither did he descend to the ground. He stood in his knight mech, looking down at the approaching black armored giant. He watched him stop and look up to meet his gaze. Campbell, dressed in a green knight's suit, had deep brown eyes brimming with brilliance as he looked at Ning Lu. Having received knight training since childhood, his will was as strong as steel, and even the heroic souls of his ancestors in the mechanical throne could not affect him. He wanted to leave a deep impression on the Gene Seed Primarch. The next instant, his body trembled slightly, his brain fell into a momentary dizziness, and the antelope milk he had drunk and the yak meat he had eaten that morning churned in his stomach. Gene Seed Primarchs rarely allow their powerful souls to manifest externally. That power, transcending the mundane world, is difficult for ordinary people's senses to bear, and their bodies and minds face immense trials. As an extraordinary being, he was increasingly able to restrain this power within his body, so as not to affect mortals. But at this moment, he loosened the shackles, revealing a hidden side. Even Arsena, who was already accustomed to being with Ning Lu, couldn't help but pause for a moment in his thoughts. Campbell's face was pale. He turned his head and averted his gaze, relieved that the knights of his family would not pry into his condition. After a few seconds, he decided to speak, otherwise the knights would cast prying glances due to the prolonged silence. With astonishing willpower, Campbell kept his tone normal. Campbell, Night King of the Vixtrix family, the ruling family of the Daxos twin star system, welcomes your arrival. The Gene Seed Primarch reigned in his powerful soul, then spoke. King Ning Lu, 11th Legion, Gene Seed Primarch. He did not introduce himself at length like Campbell, nor did he title himself as the ruler of Vostronia or the conqueror of Persephone, but simply stated his name. The knights and servants of the Vixtrix family felt a certain power in his simple words. It overlapped with the terrifying shadows remaining in their minds, and they even felt that Ning Lu was taller than the knight mech. Campbell realized that the mechanical throne could help him. Disregarding the noble etiquette inherited from his ancestors, he plopped down onto the mechanical throne and quickly coupled with the neural interface. When the noisy voices of his ancestral heroic souls echoed in his mind, he was not as annoyed as before, but instead felt a strange sense of security. Campbell, don't be afraid, Grandpa is watching you. Campbell, be strong. You are the Night King of the Vixtrix family, my blood. Great-grandpa doesn't want to see you scared into wetting your pants. Quote. Campbell's fleeting good impression vanished rapidly, and anger surged within him. Shut up. He almost blurted it out, but fortunately, he bit his lips hard just before opening his mouth. Campbell felt that anger dispelled his fear. These old guys always helped him in such infuriating ways. He was not a child, he was the Night King, and he didn't need help. Campbell stubbornly raised his head and looked at Ning Lu. Ning Lu, welcome. If you are here to visit my territory, then you are most welcome. But if you are as rude as your Gene Seed Primarchs and want me to bow down, that is absolutely impossible. The Vixtrix family rightfully possesses its ancient territories and armaments. He said loudly. He no longer felt pressure from Ning Lu, he had already overcome himself. He spoke with a determined tone. The Vixtrix family only serves the god of all machines, I will only submit to Mars. Ning Lu chuckled softly and looked at Campbell. No, you will submit, he emphasized, submit to me. Noisy voices echoed in the Night King's mind, his ancestors stimulating him in their own way. Campbell, kick his butt hard. Who does he think he is? Campbell, you must teach him a lesson. This is your responsibility as the Night King. This time, Campbell agreed with his ancestors. He had to teach Ning Lu a lesson, so he said in a provocative tone. If you want me to submit to you, then you must engage in a duel of honor with me, in the manner of a knight. The Gene Seed Primarch looked at the Knight mech, its multi-barreled autocannon on its mechanical right arm, and the Thunder Gauntlet on its left arm, and couldn't help but think to himself. Open black lens bracket. It's been a long time since I've had a good workout. This is a good opponent. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu smiled slightly. All right, let's start now. Campbell remained silent. He didn't believe he would lose. The Dark Souls Glory was the most powerful knight mech, only the legendary god of machines could defeat him. But the ease Ning Lu displayed, and the terrifying pressure he had exerted earlier, still lingered over him. He couldn't help but feel an inexplicable unease. Could it be that he really couldn't defeat the so-called Gene Seed Primarch? Campbell was unwilling to believe it, but he didn't want to take risks. After several seconds of contemplation, the Night King devised a foolproof plan. No, the duel of honor I speak of consists of 3 rounds. If you win 2 rounds, I will submit to you. Ning Lu didn't hesitate for a moment and said confidently. Good. I hope you still retain your noble honor and knightly dignity, and keep your promise. Of course, I will never break my promise. So, what do you want to compete in? Campbell decided to employ a strategy to ensure his victory. The Vixtrix family is a knightly family, and knight mechs are our companions. To convince me, you must demonstrate the ability to awaken a knight mech. For the first round, I will send out a Saint Relic maintenance officer, and you will send out one of your subordinates. Both will simultaneously begin awakening 2 damaged knight mechs that are in slumber. The one that can maintain operation for the longest time will be the winner. As soon as the Night King finished speaking, noisy voices echoed in his mind, several heroic souls loudly refuting him. No, you cannot do that. This goes against the knightly spirit of fairness. The Saint Relic maintenance officer is more familiar with knight mechs than their people. That's not fair. Unless it's a wise man of the Mechanicus, no one can surpass a Saint Relic maintenance officer in this regard. At the same time, there were opposing voices supporting Campbell. Winning in a best-of-3 duel gives a huge advantage. We are knights, but even more so, we are nobles. This is a noble's winning strategy, utilizing advantages. Exactly. Even if this conflicts slightly with the knight's code, Campbell is the Night King, he can disregard those dogmas. That's right, this was a noble's strategy. Campbell stared at Ning Lu, watching to see if he dared to accept the challenge. All right. Ning Lu turned and looked at the omniscient. Gabriel, it's up to you. Campbell looked at the tech sergeant. He looked only slightly closer to the omniscient than the other black-armored giants. He had a servo arm on his back, but that was all. His degree of sanctification was not as high as that of the Saint Relic maintenance officer of the Vixtrix family. Follow me. The cockpit door closed, and he spoke into the communicator. 4. Prepare 2 damaged knight mechs. You will represent me in a duel of honor against the Astartes. The competition will be to repair a knight mech. You must win. A moment later, a synthesized mechanical voice came from the communicator. Night King, as you wish. Chapter 117, Standards for the Duel. Ning Lu led his team, following behind Campbell, as the verdant wheat fields rapidly swept past them. Serfs and servitors toiled in the fields. Feeling the ground tremble and hearing the roar of the knight mechs, they would stop their work, turn their heads, and salute according to the local Dark Souls customs. They would also glance out of the corner of their eyes at the black-armored warriors, whose movements were uniform, as if they were a single entity. Blade Peak, the stronghold and residence of the Vixtrix family, was built upon the towering Tariq Peak that pierced the clouds. At the foot of the mountain, 16 castles encircled the peak, serving as the residences for the various knight families who served Vickers treks. The steep cliffs provided a natural barrier, with numerous interconnected fortresses and redoubts concealed within the mountain hollows. This is a fortress. Bukayo Arshaven gazed at the mountain, speaking in Vostonian. His dark eyes scanned the surroundings, cautiously searching. For a unified regime, such defenses seem excessive. The Gene Seed Primarch discovered the reason before his sons. His eyes darkened as he spoke, reminding them. On the stone slabs of the ground, those marks are not all left by Knight mechs, there are other marks. Upon hearing this, all his subordinates turned their gaze to the marble ground. Over countless years, Knight mechs, grain trucks, and servitors had passed over it, leaving marks and destroying previous ones. The patterns on the marble ground were as chaotic as if a mischievous child had scribbled on them. Arsena analyzed with his powerful consciousness, Gabriel started from the graphics, and Bukayo relied on inspiration. After a few seconds, they gave their respective answers. Residual ether energy. The silver-haired psyker sensed the presence of warp energy. Huge footprints of some creature. The tech sergeant reconstructed enormous oval footprints from the chaotic marks. There seems to be something else. The nightmares, inspiration caught some abnormality, but he couldn't confirm it. Ning Lu nodded, affirming their conjectures. You have each captured and reconstructed a part of it. Open black lens bracket extraordinary creatures like the Black Dream Cat, massive in size, capable of manipulating psychic attacks, close black lens bracket. While they conversed, Campbell did not ascend the mountain. He strode to the foot of the peak and stood before a golden gate. Campbell raised his right hand and placed it on a circular disc in the center of the gate. He chanted in Darksos, I, Campbell Vixtrix, Night King of Darksos, command the mech armory gate to open. The runes of the mechanical throne flickered with a series of dazzling lights, followed by his arm and gauntlet, and finally, the circular rune on the gate lit up. With a rumbling sound, the gate opened, revealing a wide passage capable of accommodating 2 Knight mechs. As the gate opened, the lumen lights within the passage also illuminated, lighting up the marble corridor. Darksos Alpha turned and came before Ning Lu, speaking. The Knight Mech Hall of the Vixtrix family is a place of honor, you can only bring a portion of your people inside. All right. Ning Lu assented. He took Arsena, Bukayo, and Gabriel, following Darksos Alpha downwards. The Night King also only brought 4 mechs. The group descended, finally arriving at an open platform. Gabriel was immediately captivated as he stepped off the stairs. Hanging on the circular silver-gray repair stands were rows of green Knight mechs. In the center of the platform, 2 green mechs were hoisted out via an overhead cableway, clearly the objects for the competition. The tech sergeant conducted a professional assessment of these 2 war machines. Open black lens bracket preliminary assessment, both sustained moderate damage. The Knight mech on the left has damage to its right arm and left leg, while the one on the right has damage to its left arm and right leg. The extent of damage is similar. Close black lens bracket. As the tech sergeant was examining, Campbell called out loudly. Thor. A telescopic mechanical arm delivered a person standing on a repair platform to the group. His robe was half the green exclusive to the Vixtrix family and half Mars red. Gabriel looked at the Saint Relic maintenance officer. He quickly scanned him and saw that Thor, with his layers of goggles, had most of his body mechanized. The Saint Relic maintenance officer glanced at the visitors, and when he saw Ning Lu's towering physique, he was startled. Within Thor's logic, he could not comprehend how a human could possess such a body. The Saint Relic maintenance officer adhered to noble tradition, suppressing his curiosity, and did not use his bionic eyes to scan the giant. Then, he shifted his gaze to the tech sergeant, carefully assessing his opponent. Campbell opened his cockpit hatch and said to Ning Lu, On my way here, I pondered how to fairly evaluate this duel of honor. We should exclude subjectivity and evaluate from an absolutely objective perspective. Thor has prepared 2 mechs for the honor duel, their damage levels are similar. Ning Lu glanced, taking in the details of the 2 Knight mechs. Their arms had damaged weapon systems, and both legs had damaged power systems. He nodded slightly in approval. At least on this point, the other party upheld the fairness of a knight. I want to set 3 evaluation standards to objectively assess the duel's outcome. First is the time taken to repair the Knight mech. The one who finishes repairs first wins this evaluation metric. After the repairs are complete, the Night Mech's sustained operational time and the power of its weapons system will be tested by 2 Knight apprentices in the Night training ground. As the Night King spoke, dozens of the Saint Relic maintenance officers' apprentices descended from their operating platforms, curiously listening to everything. The apprentices, using translators and inference, understood the assessment criteria. An apprentice with a mechanical arm replacing his right arm walked over to a senior apprentice with mechanical tendrils implanted in his back, asking in the local Dark Souls language. Gino, the Saint Relic maintenance officer, is going to compete with the outsider. That outsider looks very tall, can Lord Thor win? Idiot, this is about repairing Night Mechs, not fighting. Lord Thor will definitely win. Even if that outsider's technical ability can rival a Saint Relic maintenance officer, he isn't as familiar with Night Mechs as Lord Thor. Lord Thor has spent his entire life here. The Gene Seed Primarch, having made preliminary analysis of the Dark Souls language on his journey, understood the conversation between the 2 apprentices. But he trusted Gabriel. He nodded slightly, agreed. Seeing that Ning Lu had no objections, Campbell accepted his arrangements, feeling victory beckoning. I have prepared a banquet for your arrival. Please follow me. All right. Everyone departed, leaving Gabriel and Thor to begin repairing the Night Mechs. After a lavish banquet, Ning Lu excused himself, citing the need to return to his ship to attend to official duties. Upon returning to his ship, he summoned Tierney to the command throne. Ning Lu selected 250 soldiers from the failed modification candidates, those who were quick-witted, calm-headed, and possessed excellent psychological fortitude, to form a reconnaissance platoon. Tierney hailed from the Nariangmal Hive city in the far north of Vostronia. He had passed the first 15 modification surgeries but was eliminated due to a strong rejection reaction during the sweat gland improvement organ implantation. Moments later, Tierney, clad in a yellow-green military camouflage uniform manufactured by the Vostonian military factory, arrived before the throne. He knelt on one knee. My king. Rise. Ning Lu tapped the back of his chair lightly. I have a mission for you. Your reconnaissance platoon will infiltrate Dark Souls and gather intelligence. Focus on intelligence regarding attacks by large local beasts. As you command, my king. Tierney accepted the order and led the reconnaissance platoon aboard a flyer, landing on Dark Souls Alpha to begin reconnaissance. Just as Gabriel was meticulously inspecting the Night Mechs, on the galactic star map, in the Tricon system southeast of Vostronia, the Lord of the 7th Battle Group, Sanchez the Hunter, slid his finger across a data pad. The Eldar of the Feral World, they should be taking the bait by now. Chapter 118. Hunting the Savage Wilderness Spirit Clan Part 1. The Tricon system is crucial in Ning Lu's future plans. It will be the industrial heart of his burgeoning nation. Ning Lu entrusted the Tricon system to Sanchez, who, along with 5 hunters from the 7th Battle Group, would complete the hunt for the Savage Wilderness Spirit Clan. The Tricon system comprises virgin worlds of the Spirit Clan, all of them lush paradise worlds. These virgin worlds were initially barren, but the Spirit Clan Empire, before the fall of the Spirit Clan, used advanced terraforming technology to transform these unusable planets into thriving, habitable worlds to meet their increasing residential demands. Ning Lu, however, knew that the future Imperium of man would occupy the Tricon system. Tricon main star, rich in mineral resources, would be developed into a casting world by the Mechanicus, while Tricon 2, IV, and V would become 3 night worlds, guarding the casting world. Ning Lu intended to eliminate the Savage Wilderness Spirit Clan entrenched here and develop the 5 habitable planets within the system before the Mechanicus arrived. Lord, a target has appeared at Hunting Ground A004. Julian, the leader of the guard, who is both a psychic and a hunter, handed an eye screen to Sanchez. Through the eye screen, the hunter had a clear view of the situation at Hunting Ground A004. A company of the Solar Auxilia's 333rd Regiment was dispatched there to hunt local wildlife, creatures with the body of a leopard but the head of a bear. In reality, they were one of the hunters' baits. Through a period of probing, observation, and engagement, he had gained a considerable understanding of the Tricon savage wilderness spirit clan. They would not tolerate outsiders destroying their environment. This was their weakness, and the hunter could set a trap. Sanchez handed the data slate back to Julian. That's 1st Company Captain Chesney's hunting ground. I trust his abilities. Monitor hunting ground A007. The large bait I threw out will surely hook the spirit clan. The hunter had prepared for this day for a stellar month, personally crafting traps and setting up ambush points. The Lord had also ordered all teams to use this location as a supply point for their operations. He believed that these ancient alien remnants, surviving in a savage world, would surely understand that striking a supply point would pose a huge threat to outsiders. As Sanchez pondered, Julian's excited voice rang out. Lord, the prey has taken the bait. The Lord of the 7th Battle Group quickly took the data slate and examined the image. Thousands of dinosaur riders launched an attack on the supply point. The skin of the savage wilderness spirit clan had evolved into a bluish-gray, and their cheekbones and brow ridges were inlaid with dinosaur tooth bone fragments. Their dinosaur mounts were slender and agile, with long, spring-like hind legs and exceptionally long lower leg bones. The dinosaurs' heads were low and elongated, with an upturned snout forming a unique concave surface, and their upper jaws were densely packed with dozens of serrated, curved fangs. Their hind legs had evolved into curved sickle claws, covered with a keratinous sheath, as sharp as a surgeon's scalpel. Their front limbs had 3 hooked claws, clearly indicating powerful gripping ability. The time for the hunt has come. The hunter said excitedly, striding out of the black tent towards a motorcycle. At hunting ground A007, the savage wilderness spirit clan spurred their dinosaurs, roaring as they launched an attack on the human supply point. A member of the savage wilderness spirit clan, holding a white bone spear, charged at the forefront, reaching within 100 meters of the human camp in an instant. Just then, his mount suddenly stumbled and fell. The savage wilderness spirit clan member reacted swiftly, decisively stepping on his mount's back and using the force to leap into the air. As he tumbled through the air, he wondered in confusion. Open black lens bracket. How could the monkey's trap be so well concealed that I didn't perceive it? Close black lens bracket. The spirit clan's perception was already far superior to humans, and this was even more true for the savage wilderness spirit clan living in the wilderness. Just as he was wondering, there was a sudden explosion, and a bolter round shot towards him at high speed. Before he could react, it pierced his spine and then detonated. Another savage wilderness spirit clan member's dinosaur, its left hind claw barely touching the ground, triggered an explosion and died instantly. The scattered fragments also killed another unlucky one. As the savage wilderness spirit clan bodies fell, dozens of their kin also died in confusion. The savage wilderness spirit clan behind them stopped in a panic, all turning their gaze to the rider of a dinosaur that was 2 heads taller than the others, sitting at the front. After several seconds of thought, the tribal leader raised his right arm and swung it vigorously forward, shouting in their localized spirit clan language. The monkeys must die. This is our home, our world. Disperse and charge. The dinosaur riders immediately split into several columns and rushed towards the supply point camp. The concealed traps set by the hunter were triggered one by one, and in every instant, a spirit clan member fell. But they did not retreat, nor did they stop. At the same time, the defenders within the supply camp reacted. The warriors of the 333rd Regiment's company stationed there took cover behind stacked crates and other barricades, raising their weapons to fire at the spirit clan. The dinosaur riders, armed with bows and arrows, raised their weapons and shot arrows at the monkeys who dared to fight back. The savage wilderness spirit clan, to escape Slaanesha's eternal hunt, chose to come to savage worlds and live a primitive, simple life. They learned to plant crops and gather natural resources by hand, like their ancient ancestors, but they actually possessed much of the advanced technology of the ancient spirit clan empire. Their manufacturing methods, which integrated psychic power and craftsmanship, produced weapons far more advanced than those of truly barbaric primitives. The wooden arrows easily pierced the solar auxilia's armor, and a single volley from the Savage Wilderness Spirit clan brought down more than a dozen elite soldiers. The dinosaur riders fired their arrows while riding their mounts, their agile movements allowing them to smoothly draw their bows and fire accurately at their opponents even while galloping at high speed on the uneven backs of their dinosaurs. More than the beams fired by the monkeys, it was the despicable traps that affected their attack. The Savage Wilderness Spirit clan used their superhuman perception to find traces of some traps. Disposable bolter activation devices covered in dust, those fragile things would break after firing a bolter round. And those grenades, too, were located and locked onto one by one. But the despicable monkey who set the traps seemed to have anticipated their discovery. He had set up multiple, chained triggers within the traps. As a Savage Wilderness Spirit clan member carefully avoided the buried grenades, his mount triggered an imperceptible thin wire, and a grenade sprang up sharply, accurately hitting him. The hunter, with his superhuman intellect, had laid out multi-triggered, layered, three-dimensional traps around the camp to welcome his prey. By the time the first Savage Wilderness Spirit clan member charged into the camp, hundreds of Savage Wilderness Spirit clan members had already fallen during the charge. As a dinosaur rider excitedly raised his spear, a massive explosion suddenly rang out behind him. A series of buried Mark 19 melta-bombs had detonated. A scorching inferno erupted, and the intense thermal explosion melted the Savage Wilderness Spirit clan, along with their dinosaurs, who had just regrouped into a formation. The hunter, who had just arrived at the hunting ground, admired his masterpiece, feeling as if something inside him had also melted. Sanchez's eyes flashed, locking onto the Savage Wilderness Spirit clan tribal leader who had luckily avoided the explosion and was fleeing in disarray with his guards. He sensed that this was a big catch. Chapter 119, Hunting the Savage Wilderness Spirit Clan Part 2, 3rd Update, Seeking Monthly Tickets. Despicable monkeys. Avenge our kin. The Savage Wilderness Spirit Clan leader let out a bestial roar, and the 2,000 to 3,000 Spirit Clan members scattered around him, still fleeing, would not give up. The monkeys must be killed. The Savage Wilderness Spirit Clan members roared in anger, charging from all directions towards the Order Shadows, who wore black armor and had 7 crimson arrow insignias painted on their right shoulders. Dinosaurs leapt high while galloping, and a rain of arrows enveloped the 7th Battle Group warriors. Sanchez raised his hand and fired a shot, a bolt round precisely blowing apart a Savage Wilderness Spirit clan member's head. The engine of a motorcycle ridden by an Order Shadows was struck by an arrow, spinning and crashing into another motorcycle. He was forced to leap off, dodging the attack. An arrow shot rapidly, easily penetrating his Mark II expeditionary power armor. Sanchez galloped at high speed, witnessing his battle brothers dying under the Xenos' attacks. He wasn't blinded by anger, he used his bolt pistol to blast the Savage Wilderness Spirit clan, while calmly thinking and searching for the Order Shadow's advantage on the battlefield. The Order Shadow's eyes suddenly lit up. He keenly noticed that while the Savage Wilderness Spirit clan's weapons were powerful, their range was inferior to bolt weapons, and their side even had the advantage of higher ground. The 7th Battle Group's Lord immediately issued an order in the squad channel. Maneuver, utilize range advantage, provide fire cover, strike the enemy. The Order Shadows immediately executed the Battle Group commander's order. They rapidly circled the Savage Wilderness Spirit clan, simultaneously raising their guns and uniformly unleashing a hail of bullets into one area. The Savage Wilderness Spirit clan had long unleashed their wildness in their primitive lives. They lacked the strict discipline of the Astartes, and their battle formations were scattered. The Savage Wilderness Spirit clan leader saw his kin falling in droves, their numerical advantage rapidly diminishing. As Tricon's most powerful Savage Wilderness Spirit clan warrior, he knew that he must kill the enemy's general, and he had already locked onto his target. He spurred his dinosaur, accelerating and charging towards his opponent like an arrow. The Savage Wilderness Spirit clan leader rose, took a few steps on his dinosaur, launched himself into the air, and leapt towards Sanchez. The same thought flashed through the hunter's mind. Despite holding the advantage, he was still losing subordinates. As long as he hunted down the enemy chieftain, the Xenos' morale would plummet. Sanchez leapt, smashing his motorcycle into the dense ranks of the savage wilderness spirit clan, heading straight for his prey. Relying on superhuman agility, the savage wilderness spirit clan rapidly knocked and shot arrows in midair. After Sanchez became a hunter, his strength, speed, reaction, and control over his body were enhanced to varying degrees. With a slight twist of his body, he dodged the arrow, simultaneously flicking his hand and firing a bolt round. The Order Shadows and the Savage Wilderness Spirit Clan attacked each other in midair, simultaneously twisting their bodies to avoid each other's attacks. The Astartes' speed was inferior to the Savage Wilderness Spirit Clan's superhuman agility. He relied on his keen perception, forcibly twisting his body to avoid arrows multiple times just as they were about to strike his black armor. A hint of surprise flashed in the Savage Wilderness Spirit Clan leader's eyes. He drew 5 arrows at once, firing them in rapid succession almost instantly. Sanchez twisted his body to the left, trying to dodge the first arrow. The hunter instinctively felt that the second arrow would shoot towards the position he would be in after dodging. The hunter swung his sword fiercely, striking the arrow in the nick of time. With a clang, the arrow fell to the ground. The hunter allowed his instincts to temporarily take over his body, as 3 lightning-fast arrows grazed past him. Seeing the black-armored monkey evade his deadly hunting skills and now only 2 meters away, the Savage Wilderness Spirit Clan leader threw his bow at his opponent, simultaneously drawing his longsword. Compared to the swords of his kin on the craftworld, the longsword wasn't as luxurious, but it was more elegantly shaped than a human noble's longsword, gleaming with a water-like luster in the sunlight. The Savage Wilderness Spirit Clan leader elegantly swung his sword, aiming directly for Sanchez's legs. A cold glint flashed in Sanchez's eyes. In that instant, from a perspective beyond the physical world, he captured the Xenos' sword-swinging angle and trajectory, as if the Savage Wilderness Spirit Clan's attack was in slow motion. The Order Shadows swung his sword down, using Osbar Vaya's 23rd principle. As Vostronia descended, individuals massively joined the 11th Legion. The way of Osbar Vaya was also brought into various battle groups. Among them, the 23rd principle, striking weaknesses, was most favored by the Order Shadows. Hunters especially loved this one. Sanchez's sword strike was faster, swifter, and more precise than the Savage Wilderness Spirit Clan's. It wasn't that his burst of speed at that moment surpassed the Spirit Clan's speed advantage, but rather that his Gene Father's subspace insight allowed him to anticipate the enemy, making his attack speed faster. Tricon's most powerful Savage Wilderness Spirit Clan member was already too late to make any move, his pupils widening in astonishment little by little. The chainsword roared, blood splattered, and the hunter completed his hunt. Just as the 7th battle group lured the Savage Wilderness Spirit Clan into a trap for a hunt, Tierney also made progress on Daxus Alpha. By kidnapping guards and serfs and interrogating them with a translator, he obtained intelligence. There is a type of giant beast locally called the unicorn blue rhino, which attacks human settlements every harvest season. Among them, a small portion of variants have horns that can release lightning. Even rarer are those with white horns, whose calls can cause dizziness from over 100 meters away. Tierney was not satisfied with verbal intelligence. He communicated with the tech sergeant. After the Order Shadows learned that he was carrying out a mission granted by the Gene Father, they provided him with assistance. An experimental model developed by Gabriel after he led a team to study the Yogal's arc-thrower guns. The tech sergeant assessed that it could paralyze most giant beasts. After Tierney obtained the hunting tools, he led his subordinates into the forest. After marching for 5 stellar days, his team found their target. A group of light blue rhinoceros-shaped creatures were drinking by the river. Besides its skin color, its horn was also thicker and longer than that of an ordinary rhinoceros. Tierney saw several rhino-like giant beasts raise their heads, knowing that the animal's keen intuition made them sense the approaching danger. He immediately gave the order, attack. The 50 most excellent marksmen among the scouts had all undergone visual control organ enhancement. The marksmen raised their arc-hunting rifles and fired at the blue rhino herd. Moo! Moo! Several blue giant beasts, many times larger than ordinary rhinos, ran angrily for more than 10 meters before weakly collapsing to the ground. Tierney wasn't complacent about the results. He noticed that one of the giant beast's horns emitted dazzling lightning. Lightning tore through the forest, striking directly at the gathering points of several scouts. In the lightning storm, a scout was instantly struck, bleeding from his mouth and nose, and fell to the ground. An enraged Tierney also realized this was an opportunity. The intelligence he obtained stated that the unicorn blue rhino could not continuously unleash lightning. Chapter 120 Beast Tide. Tierney sprang out, charging towards the unicorn blue rhino, while simultaneously raising his hand to fire a bolt round. Although he hadn't completed the path to heaven, his body had undergone secondary development stimulated by drugs and hormones, reaching a height of 2 meters and 3 centimeters. The bolt pistol he used was much larger than the mortal version, a modification by the Legion's forged servitors. He avoided the most valuable horn, aiming instead for the unicorn blue rhino's front left leg. The hardened adamantine warhead pierced through, and with a loud bang, the unicorn blue rhino was sent flying, tumbling to the ground. Tierney leapt onto its head, swinging his sword to sever the glowing horn at its base. Having completed the hunt, he immediately called the pilot for extraction. While waiting, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that one of the blue rhinos had a white horn. Tierney summarized his experience hunting the unicorn blue rhino in his mind. Lightning paralysis is effective against white-horned ones, but useless against those that can discharge electricity. This is likely because they are already accustomed to it. As Tierney boarded the transport ship and slowly ascended, he stood by the window, observing the forest below. Suddenly, his pupils contracted. He noticed that the distant green forest looked as if it had been torn apart by one strip after another. His superhuman vision focused on one of the torn forest strips, and he then saw unicorn blue rhinos arrayed in a straight line, heading directly towards the human settlements. Tierney immediately recalled that the local harvesting season for Daxus Alpha would begin in 5 days. He immediately pulled out a high-definition camera to record the scene. Tierney returned to the Void Hunter and presented his spoils to Ning Lu. After inspecting them, Ning Lu discovered that the white horn was the main ingredient for the Arbiter's corresponding Sequence 7 Interrogator's potion. He praised the resolute Tierney, saying, "Well done. My lord, I also have another noteworthy discovery. I learned from the serfs that the local harvesting season will begin in 5 days. And in the forest, I found tribes of unicorn blue rhinos gathering towards the human settlements. This is very valuable intelligence." Ning Lu's eyes were deep. While acknowledging Tierney, he also considered how to utilize this intelligence. This is an opportunity that can be exploited to accelerate my conquest of Darksos. Ning Lu knew that winning the duel was necessary, and his strength could make Vickers Trek submit. But this was not everything, especially considering the local culture's loyalty to Mars. After a moment of thought, he spoke to Bukayo beside him. "Prepare for battle. Your battle group is to intervene in this harvest and defend against the unicorn blue rhino attack." "Yes, father. I will eliminate them and bring their horns back to offer to you." Bukayo knew Ning Lu's preferences and decided to please his Gene father as he had before. He then questioned Tierney in detail to gather intelligence. Bukayo learned that in addition to the giant beasts, during each harvest season, strange rat-like humans would also emerge from the shadows to plunder and steal valuables. After grasping all the intelligence, the Lord ordered preparations for battle. Just as the third battle group was preparing for battle, deep within a mountain on the surface of Daxus Alpha, the apprentices of the Saint Relic maintenance officer were astonished to find that the not highly sanctified foreign giant suddenly accelerated his movements. His servo arms moved rapidly over the night mech's body, and the flashing electrical sparks crackled. A low-ranking apprentice asked a high-ranking apprentice in surprise, "Ginola, why did his movements suddenly speed up?" Does he know he can't win and is just messing around on the holy Mars, or has he really found a way to modify it? Ginola did not answer immediately. His bionic eye captured the foreigner's movements, and he used a logic engine to analyze them. Moments later, he spoke in an incredulous tone. He really found a way to repair it. Gabriel's superhuman senses heard their conversation, and he couldn't help but praise the Gene Seed Primarch in his heart. Thanks to the Gene Father's bestowal, I am able to comprehend the mysteries of the night mech. The tech sergeant had indeed encountered trouble at first. When he was selected to study on Mars, Titans and related machinery were not the focus of his studies. The relevant knowledge he acquired was merely scattered fragments, unorganized and incomplete, gained while studying other subjects. When Gabriel first began inspecting the night mech, he couldn't even find a suitable starting point. Any mistake in repair could lead to systemic failure of the ancient mech. Just as the Savant was struggling, his fragmented knowledge surfaced in his mind. Those parts of the Mars sage's lectures that he hadn't understood, the broken knowledge recorded by his superhuman memory, quickly began to be comprehended. After grasping the principles, the originally scattered knowledge began to form threads, connecting isolated points to create a web of knowledge. The veil covering the night mech before him was lifted, and he quickly devised a repair plan and began to implement it. 5 standard days later, Ning Lu received news that Gabriel had completed the repair of the night mech first. He led Bukayo and Arsena and his other subordinates back to the surface. Before the door to the treasury, Campbell Vickers Trex congratulated Ning Lu with noble grace. Ning Lu, congratulations. Your subordinate's technical artisan has achieved victory. His brown eyes held a hint of worry, yet he still spoke with a confident tone. But this does not mean you have won. The Saint Relic maintenance officer told me that he will complete the repair work within 12 standard hours. After that, we will conduct a fair test at the testing ground. I believe that the Daxus shield of the Saint Relic maintenance officer will ultimately achieve victory. Ning Lu noticed that only 2 night mechs remained in the welcoming formation. He also didn't sense their machine spirits in the surrounding castles or on the mountains. They must have already been deployed to deal with the attacks during the harvest. He released his senses, feeling his surroundings. He immediately sensed the slight tremor of the ground, and a massive beast horde was rushing in this direction. He then spoke, saying meaningfully, I think there will be a more suitable target to test the night mech's combat power. They are not works of art for display, but knights that gallop on the battlefield. Campbell looked at Ning Lu, and a hint of agreement appeared in his brown eyes. Then his thick eyebrows furrowed as he pondered the other meaning contained within the words. After a few seconds, he asked, You know about the beast tide? I know, and I can sense it. If you need help, my warriors are happy to provide assistance. Ning Lu said with a smile. This would both win the favor of the local families and acquire potion materials. Thank you for your kindness, the Night King said stubbornly, but we can handle it. As soon as he finished speaking, the Darksoul's Glory's internal communicator beeped. When Campbell answered, a panicked voice came through. My lord, the beast tide has begun. This time, the scale is larger than any before. Chapter 121, The Legionaries, Overwhelming Victory. The Night King received images from various defense nodes on the Darksoul's Glory's embedded data slate. At defense node A15, hundreds of unicorn blue rhinos, divided into 5 teams, charged towards the Dauntless. Their running caused the very ground to tremble. The horns of the 4 giant beasts at the forefront of the pack glowed with dazzling blue light, whistling as they struck the Dauntless's metal hull. Campbell could feel the furious roars and mournful cries emanating from the ancient machine spirit. My lord, requesting support. Before the knight could finish his words, he abruptly fell unconscious, and the communication channel went silent. Through the shaking image, Campbell knew that the white giant beast had launched a psychic attack on the knight. His will failed to resist the psychic impact, and he fell into a coma. At this moment, only with the help of other knights nearby could he escape danger. But the Night King no longer had enough combat-ready knight mechs to form the standard, 1 old, 2 new, combat team. He could only scatter all the knights to various defense nodes, hoping the scale of the beast tide was not large. The Night King's wishful thinking was mercilessly shattered by the cold reality. He saw in the shaking image that several meter-tall giant beasts had already surged forward like a tide towards the Dauntless. The ancient Night Mech was crushed in an instant. Open black lens bracket. After this battle, how many Night Mechs will be left? Close black lens bracket. Campbell thought mournfully, his brown eyes still seeing those vile, diminutive subhumans on other tactical screens. They clamored, like every harvest time, emerging from their hidden sewers and rat holes to take advantage of the chaos. Seeing this, Campbell knew he was powerless to stop those ratlings. Blocking the beast tide already forced him to respond with all his might. He knew that even if he could repel the beast tide, he knew that after paying a huge price, he could repel the unintelligent beasts. Those locust-like ratlings would strip the serfs, and even the knights' castles, bare. He now had only one choice, to seek help from the Gene Seed Primarch before him. After a second's hesitation, the Night King decided to set aside his pride. He stood up and spoke with sincere urgency. The scale of this beast tide far exceeds anything in the past. Dark Souls needs help. I ask you, commander of the Human Empire's 11th Legion, to dispatch your warriors. The Vixtrix family will remember everything you do for us. He paused, then made a concrete promise. After that, the Vixtrix family will sign an alliance with you. I will provide you with assistance, Ning Lu said with deep eyes and an unquestionable tone, and I will win the subsequent duel. You will submit to me. Campbell had no time to argue the point, he spoke urgently. Then, please dispatch your legion immediately. They have already been ordered to move out. Ning Lu raised his hand, pointing to the sky. The Night King followed his finger, looking up at the sky, and immediately saw countless dense black dots in the azure sky. They grew larger and larger, revealing their black hulls. The warriors of the 11th Legion descended from the sky. Compared to the scarce Night Mechs, the Legionaries were numerous. In addition to the 4 full-strength companies of the 3rd Battle Group after replenishment, there were also 20,000 Astartes yet to be delivered to the various battle groups. Every 10 Order Shadows formed a squad, marching in synchronized steps to meet the beast tide. A single volley of concentrated fire cleared a large area of the beast tide. Order Shadows who suffered psychic attacks would immediately receive timely rescue from their battle brothers. The Order Shadows, inheriting the Gene Father's superhuman perception, locked onto the panic-stricken Leydelin ratlings. With a single charge, they used their chainswords to cut down the subhumans, who were not worth a single bolt round. The knights on various battlefields were astonished to find that the giant beasts and ratlings, which had plagued them for countless generations, were overwhelmingly defeated by the black-armored warriors. Within an hour of the Order Shadows joining the battle, the battlefield situation shifted from defense to an even offensive-defensive balance, and then rapidly transitioned to a one-sided pursuit. Ning Lu reviewed the battle reports from various fronts. He was satisfied to see the Order Shadows implementing his philosophy, calm, finding weaknesses, and delivering fatal blows. Even Sarmiel's first company was influenced by the new Legion culture, maintaining its formation. He activated his comm headset and gave orders to Tierney. The hands of the Leydelin ratlings are good spoils of war. The hands of the Leydelin ratlings, who were naturally prone to thievery, were the main ingredient for the sequence 9 inches the thief potion. Considering that collecting their dirty and weak hands would be an insult to the honor-bound Astartes, Ning Lu did not force his progeny. As you wish. Tierney did not hesitate, immediately accepting the order and leading his scout platoon out. On the edge of the battlefield, they located a Leydelin tribe of several hundred people, running into the farmlands. Fire! The warriors of the scout platoon raised their guns and fired. Flashing beams of light and electricity struck down over 100 Leydelin ratlings. The panicked subhumans turned and raised their guns to shoot. The Leydelin ratlings, natural marksmen, nimbly rolled on the ground, and with fluid movements, raised, aimed, and fired the stolen, varying quality firearms in their hands. Immediately, dozens of Vostonia Auxiliary Army soldiers were hit, but the bullets harmlessly ricocheted off their black armor. The ordinary ballistic weapons in the hands of the Leydelin Ratlings posed no threat to the well-equipped carapace armored scouts. Another round of precise firing from the Vostronia warriors accurately hit the small figures kneeling in the rice paddies. When the Leydelin Ratlings realized that their weapons posed no threat to the enemy, and that the enemy possessed marksmanship as excellent as their own, their morale immediately collapsed. They looked enviously and longingly at the enemy's superior equipment, then scattered in panicked flight. Pursue. Tierney gave the order, and the warriors of the scout platoon launched precise strikes against the fleeing Leydelin Ratlings, with only dozens of lucky ones ultimately escaping. After the battle, Tierney drew the combat short knife he carried. Compared to a normal person's weapon, it was already the standard of a short sword. The scout platoon leader gave an order over the comm channel: cut off their hands. Then, he walked to the corpse of a Leydelin Ratling, squatted down, and used his short knife to cut off the dirty little hand that had stolen countless treasures. At the same moment, the Night King received a report from the Holy Mars, which had just arrived on the battlefield, stating that the Beast Tide and the Vile Rat Pack had been routed. It was now pursuing the Unicorn Blue Rhino herd. He looked at Ning Lu in shock. He realized that the 11th Legion not only possessed powerful warships capable of warp travel, but also tens of thousands of black armored warriors. Their combat strength was not as great as that of a knight, but their numbers were 100 times their own. Even the Vixtrix family in its prime could not contend. If Ning Lu wished, he could kill every knight, including himself. As Campbell was filled with dread, the voices of his ancestors' heroic spirits rang out. Campbell, do not fear. The Night King of the Vixtrix family will not fear enemies. That's right, he has agreed to the duel. As long as we win, we can remain independent. Quote. The Night King regained his courage. That's right, just win the duel. Chapter 122, a decisive victory in the first duel. Despite the Saint Relic maintenance officer's best efforts, the Daxus shield still missed the last chance to suppress the Beast Tide riot. Having lost the evaluation for repair speed, Saul, after a moment of silence, realized that Gabriel was a powerful tech master, a difficult opponent to overcome. The Saint Relic maintenance officer decided to add a logical factor for victory, and he used his communicator to contact Bowen, a knight apprentice of the Delixia family. Bowen, the Delixia family is a loyal servant of Vickers Trex, and the most glorious among the many families loyal to the Night King. You are the best among the knight apprentices, so I have decided that you will pilot the Holy Daxus shield, win the duel, and defend the honor of the knights. Knights and mechs are a single entity. An excellent knight will greatly please the spirits within the mechanical throne, allowing the mech's abilities to be perfectly utilized. My lord, I am willing to serve you. Bowen's tone was firm. I will pilot the Daxus shield to win victory for you, and for Vickers Trex. The next day, the remaining 42 knights, piloting their mechs, arrived at the knight training ground on the west side of the mountain where the Vixtrix family resided. They nervously watched the two new knights who had just completed their anointing ceremony. The knight training ground was built in a valley. The Night King stood beside the Daxus shield and the Holy Mars. He glanced at Ning Lu and his subordinates, his gaze lingering for a moment on the black armored warrior with extended servo arms, before turning his attention to the two towering knights. Your duty today is to verify the repair effectiveness of your mechs on the training ground. You must do your utmost, as required by the Knight's Code. Yes, my lord. After performing the master servant salute, the two knights climbed into their cockpits. After coupling with their neural interfaces, they activated their power transmission systems, controlling their mechs to stand within two red circles where detection runes lit up. Campbell looked at Ning Lu. If you have nothing to say, we shall begin. Of course. The Night King immediately gave the order, initiate test program. The Saint Relic maintenance officer's mechanical tentacles tapped on the control panel. A moment later, with a rumbling sound, two test targets made of rock rose. They were 16 meters thick and 5 meters long and wide each. Campbell pointed to the two test targets and introduced them to Ning Lu. These two test targets are made from Darksos Alpha, the strongest turquoise. Only the thermal cannons of Night Mechs can destroy the test targets. Seeing Ning Lu nod, he gave orders to the two knights. Fire! Alvarez quickly obeyed the order. Bowen had always been the best among the knight apprentices, he felt no pressure, but his knight's pride made him strive for his best. As power was input, the Holy Mars' right arm thermal cannon activated. The ground trembled beneath its feet, and the target data of the test target 200 meters away filled his mind. A flash tore through the valley, and the scorching explosion of overheated energy instantly engulfed the test target, melting it. At the same moment, the Daxus shield's thermal cannon also destroyed the turquoise test target. Second test, prepare. Third test, prepare. For 3 consecutive times, the thermal cannons of both knight mechs successfully completed the test. Although it seemed like a draw, with both mechs in good condition, a smile of assured victory appeared on Ning Lu's face. The Gene Seed Primarch's superhuman perception had keenly detected that the Daxus shield's power system was overheating, and its weakness had appeared. Proceed to the next test, the Death Chainsword. The Death Chainswords on the left arms of both mechs roared to life, and they began to stride forward. In an instant, they rushed to the first turquoise test target, and with a single swing of their swords, the massive stone block was shredded. The two knight mechs did not stop, continuing to charge towards the next test target. Just 2 steps after the Daxus shield began to run, Bowen suddenly noticed that the power system on the control panel in front of him lit up red. Open black lens bracket temperature overheating. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket cooling system failed. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. Saul hesitated. He should have stopped immediately for the Saint Relic maintenance officer to inspect. But he knew the consequences of doing so. His father, the patriarch of the Delixia family, had sought him out before the battle, instructing him to achieve victory and defend the honor of Darksos. Saul also felt the roar of the heroic spirits echoing in his ears. Boy of the Delixia family, don't be afraid, it's stronger than you think. Quote. The disturbing voices of the spirits made the young knight make up his mind. He charged forward and cut down the second test target. Open black lens bracket, only one left. Close black lens bracket. Just as Saul thought this, the red light on the control panel flashed urgently. No! The young knight cried out unwillingly. The Daxus shield's power system failed, and the running knight mech crashed heavily to the ground. The loud thud also struck the hearts of many knights and retainers. They had not expected the Saint Relic maintenance officer to fail. The Saint Relic maintenance officer was stunned for a moment before recognizing the reality. He quickly ran towards the Daxus shield. Campbell's eyes darkened. He stepped before Ning Lu and spoke. You have won the first duel. The Saint Relic maintenance officer was completely defeated by the Omniscient in his most familiar field. He completed the repair 10 stellar hours later than the tech sergeant. The repaired weapon system was less stable, and the mech's continuous operating time was much shorter. Ning Lu turned and looked at Gabriel with appreciation. Well done. Gabriel couldn't help but smile, having received praise from the Gene Father. Father, I have not failed your expectations. Only then did Ning Lu turn and look at the Night King. For the second round, how do you wish to compete? Campbell was silent for a moment. He re-evaluated the strength of the black-armored warriors, and after iterating a new plan, he spoke. I would like to conduct a team confrontation. A knight from the Hitra family and his 2 retainers will face your offspring. In Darksos, we usually operate with knights and retainers working together. Although the Night King found the Astartes to be powerful, they were still no match for knight mechs in one-on-one combat. To demonstrate fairness, he had considered having one knight lead 10 retainers to face them, but after witnessing the Astartes' combat power, he decided to limit the number to 3. The combat power gap between 3 and 10 retainers was not significant. The core of the combat power was the knight mech, with retainers merely providing auxiliary support such as flank coverage. However, based on the tactical reports he received, there was a significant difference between 3 Astartes and 10. Ning Lu glanced at the number of knight mechs and understood that the reason they did not use mech formations but rather mixed formations of knight mechs and retainers was due to their small numbers. Good, he turned to Bukayo. you will go out, and you pick 2 others. Yes, father. Nightmare bowed in response. Chapter 123, Dream Manipulation. Bukayo stood on the training ground, flanked by 2 adjutants, both of whom were sleepless. The Baron of the Black Duke Court issued commands to the 2 knights in Vostonian. After the battle begins, you will immediately charge and each take down one of his plasma gun-wielding attendants. After that, you will work together to take down the knight mech. On the right shoulder of the 2 order shadows beside him was painted the emblem of the 3rd battle group, a deep black full moon. To the eyes of an ordinary person, that pitch black moon was almost imperceptible against the black armor's paint. The 2 adjutants, who had recently been seeing their battle group leader in dreams, immediately understood and replied. As you command, Dark Lord. As a devotee of darkness, Dark Lord was his unique self-appointed title, distinguishing him from other lords. Nightmare's pitch black eyes turned to the knight mech opposite him, and his black eyes instantly deepened. At the same time, his spirituality spread out, using the extraordinary ability, Dream Manipulation, on the knight, forcibly pulling him into a dream. Lord Hitler was waiting for the Night King to give the command to start the duel, his ears filled with clamorous voices. Lord, today is your big chance to show your mettle. Our Hitler family has served the Delixia family for generations, and now you finally have your opportunity. As long as you win, as the strongest knight besides the Night King, you will surely gain his favor and allow the Hitler family to surpass Delixia. Lord, you must win. For your honor, for the Hitler family, for Vickers Trex. Lord listened to the encouraging words of his ancestral spirits, his fighting spirit soaring, and he responded with full confidence. I will definitely win. Just then, his eyelids suddenly grew heavy, and the surrounding clamor gradually faded. Having had no time to rest for several days due to the beast tide, fatigue swept over him at this moment. Lord forced himself to stay awake. His powerful will, honed day after day, could overcome physical exhaustion. But he felt too comfortable, like a stuffy summer day, lying in bed, enjoying the cool breeze. He couldn't help but yawn comfortably, his head slowly drooping. Kid, why are you still sleepy when the duel is about to begin? Wake up, use your will to overcome fatigue. In Ward's mind, the annoying voices were suddenly dispelled, and the scenery before him abruptly changed. The Night King's Darkso's glory vanished from sight, the black-armored warrior also disappeared, and the entire arena was gone. Ward, without attendants or his knight mech, stood alone in a hazy forest. The knight stared blankly at his surroundings. The entire dark forest seemed to be covered in a thin, misty veil. The Darkso's forest was dangerous, with despicable Ladolin rattlings and dangerous unicorn blue rhinos. Realizing this, Ward immediately reached for his waist. He felt as if he had been lying down for a long time, experiencing that distinct dullness, like his first attempt at piloting a mech. He was like the battle robots called into service by the Mechanicus, those that hadn't been activated for hundreds or thousands of years, his rusty limbs slowly and stiffly drawing a noble longsword from his waist. As a knight, weapon training was also a compulsory course. With the longsword in hand, Ward immediately found his confidence. He surveyed his surroundings, chose a direction, and began to walk. After walking dozens of steps, a dozen or so armed Ladolin rattlings suddenly appeared in his sight. The knight reacted quickly, immediately rolling to the ground and hiding behind a tree. He didn't stop, giving the Ladolin rattlings time to surround him and launch a ranged attack. He charged, rapidly, towards the nearest subhuman. Ward felt he wasn't at his best, but fortunately, the Ladolin rattling was also stunned and unresponsive, allowing him to cut it down with one sword stroke. The knight didn't stop. He kicked over the corpse, drew his longsword, and immediately rushed towards another Ladolin rattling. Outside the dream, Campbell loudly announced the final rules. The one who is knocked down is considered to have lost. He paused, then shouted, "Duel, begin." Then, he saw 2 black-armored knights charge at extreme speed, instantly appearing before the 2 knight attendants and delivering a punch. The 2 ordinary humans, who had undergone some mechanical modifications, were instantly sent flying like broken kites, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. Campbell's mouth twitched. Those foolish black-armored warriors, targeting the attendants, how stupid. This was enough time for Ward to swing his arm and knock down the two black-armored warriors with a power punch. Open black lens bracket him. Why isn't the Dark Souls glory moving yet? Close black lens bracket. The enraged Night King immediately cursed at the knight through the communication channel. Ward, what are you doing? Get moving, defeat the enemy. Campbell nervously looked at the other black-armored warrior, and seeing him also standing there dumbfounded, he breathed a sigh of relief. Unaware that Nightmare also couldn't move when using dream manipulation, and had to rely on his teammates to attack, he secretly rejoiced. Open black lens bracket. Fortunately, that battle group leader also made a foolish mistake. There's still a chance. Close black lens bracket. Campbell saw that the night mech still hadn't moved, and he roared in anger. Idiot! Are you asleep? Damn it! Get your ass moving! The Night King abandoned noble etiquette and swore profusely. His only response was the quiet static in the communication channel, and the Dark Souls glory still standing motionless in place. Damn it, Ward, I'm going to kill you! He shouted, angry and helpless, as he saw the two black-armored warriors rushing towards the night mech. He watched, perplexed and helpless, as the two unopposed Order shadows instantly reached the Dark Souls glory from both sides and crashed into the night mech. A night mech with its power system unactivated was nothing more than a nearly 10-meter tall metal frame, directly knocked over by two speeding metal war vehicles. I lost. Campbell grudgingly admitted defeat to Ning Lu, then, unable to suppress his rage, he strode towards the training ground. At the same moment, in the dream, Ward bravely cut down a dozen ladle and rattlings. The knight panted heavily, wiping sweat from his forehead with his arm. This was not a glorious victory, but it is worth mentioning. I used my longsword to cut down a squad of ladle and rattlings without taking any damage. With satisfaction, he emerged from the dream. Immediately, angry shouts rang in his ears. Ward, the honor of the Hitler family has been stained by you. Ward, I don't have a grandson like you. What happened? Ward, waking from his dream, asked in confusion. Before he could get an answer from the ancestral spirits, he saw a tall figure appear angrily before him. Open black lens bracket. It's the Dark Souls glory. Close black lens bracket. Ward recognized the Night King's mech. Open black lens bracket. Why am I lying on the ground? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Ah. The duel. Close black lens bracket. Just as he remembered his responsibility, he saw a huge fist smash down violently. Night King, I. Accompanied by a piercing screech, the cockpit was shattered, and Ward, suffering a heavy blow, passed out. Having knocked out the sleepwalking knight, Campbell's anger still hadn't subsided. He walked grudgingly towards Ning Lu, stating unwillingly, I will submit to you. The Night King kept his promise, but the battle just now was bizarre and foolish, and he completely couldn't understand it. But that defeat was caused by my knight's foolishness. I still want to duel you. I want to know if you, a Gene Seed Primarch, are as powerful as your black-armored warriors claim. Chapter 124, Gene Seed Primarch's Superhuman Speed. Good. Ning Lu immediately accepted Campbell's challenge. He knew that to completely conquer this night world, demonstrating his personal strength was a necessity. Then shall we begin now? The Night King said eagerly, wanting to defeat the nightmare left in his heart by the strange scene he had just witnessed with a victory. On the training ground, the Night Mech and Ning Lu were 1 kilometer apart. On one side stood the knights, their servants, and the Saint Relic maintenance officers. On the other side stood Bukayo, Gabriel, and other Legion warriors, along with Arsena. Campbell, inside the Dark Souls glory, asked with some uncertainty. I crave an all-out fight, but I'm not sure if I can do that. As he spoke, he raised his right arm, and the multi-barreled autocannon roared and spun. The Night King did not want to bring destruction to Dark Souls for a moment's pleasure. If he accidentally killed Ning Lu, he had no doubt that the black-armored Legion warriors, who regarded him as their father, would turn this world into ruins. No matter. Use your full strength. Open black lens bracket, this way it will be more interesting. Close black lens bracket. A clamor sounded in Campbell's ears. The heroic souls also felt aggrieved and confused by the previous defeat. Campbell, since he said so, don't have any reservations. Hit him with everything you've got. Yes, Vickers Trex's knights can die in battle, but they will not lose their glory due to cowardice. The Night King cast aside his worries and shouted with high spirits. Then our duel begins. The knights watched the training ground nervously, all secretly praying to the God of all machines for the Night King. Open black lens bracket. Great God of all machines, we pray that you cast your gaze upon Darksos, and we pray that you grant strength to the Night King so he may achieve victory. Close black lens bracket. Seeing Ning Lu nod, Campbell immediately activated the multi-barreled autocannon, which had already locked onto its target, and its 4 barrels accelerated their rotation. The multi-barreled autocannon emitted a piercing, deafening shriek, and shells burst forth like a torrent, a dense rain of bullets firing towards where the Gene Seed Primarch stood. Ning Lu moved. The Gene Seed Primarch charged into the rain of bullets. A giant as tall as he normally would be slow and clumsy, but his genes had no such flaws. He was perfectly designed, running like a hurricane. He was like a black lightning bolt, weaving through the bullet rain, even faster than the furiously roaring bullets of the autocannon. Campbell discovered that the Darksos Glory's auto-aiming system was completely unable to lock onto Ning Lu. Beep, beep, beep. A piercing screech echoed through the cockpit. The Night King did not give up. He activated the manual aiming system, moving his right arm rapidly at high frequency, firing towards where the black lightning was expected to appear. Da da da. The shells struck the black lightning, then passed right through. What they hit was merely an afterimage of the Gene Seed Primarch. Boom, boom, boom. The shells slammed into the ground, and smoke billowed. Campbell knew he hadn't hit his opponent, that superhuman speed and agility were incomprehensible. Open black lens bracket. Is this a Gene Seed Primarch? Close black lens bracket. The Night King thought in fear, realizing he could no longer track Ning Lu's movements at all. He nervously scanned the panel, finding that the auger array and other automatic scanning systems, even at maximum power, couldn't detect a single trace. Open black lens bracket. Pull yourself together, he's coming. Quickly activate your gauntlet. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You must rely on your combat instincts to defeat him, to beat him, with your fists. Close black lens bracket. Campbell accepted the advice of his ancestral heroic souls. Since the autocannon couldn't strike his opponent, he could only rely on his iron fist, on his combat intuition honed by 1,000 trials. The power system activated the thunder gauntlet on his left arm, and a blue energy field shimmered with dazzling light. The Night King's mind quieted. He sensed the changes around him, searching for the powerful aura. Suddenly, he felt an aura like a colossal beast charging directly towards his chest. Campbell let his combat instincts drive his body, guiding the power system, and moving the gauntlet. The blue energy field sliced through the sky, smashing forward. Ning Lu, having leapt into the air, sensed the gauntlet coming towards him and felt a touch of surprise. This Night King indeed had some skill, being able to track his figure even when he was moving at full speed. But that was all. The Gene Seed Primarch forcefully twisted his body in midair, defying physical laws, and leapt towards the Night Mech's cockpit. The next instant, he was already in front of the Night Mech. Golden light flashed, and a punch slammed into the cockpit. Rumble. With a loud bang, the cockpit wall was torn to shreds. The remaining force undiminished, the Darksos Glory swayed, unable to maintain balance, and crashed heavily to the ground. This loud bang also struck the hearts of all the knights. Their Night King, the most powerful knight, Campbell Vickers Trex, had been defeated. The Saint Relic maintenance officer was the first to recover from the shock, running to the Darksos Glory and rescuing Campbell from the mechanical throne. The Night King's green knight suit was tattered and scorched, and his face was ashen. Campbell stubbornly broke free from Saul's support. He straightened his clothes and walked over to the Gene Seed Primarch. The Night King knelt on one knee, right hand on his chest, and bowed his head, saying, Lord Ning Lu, I, Campbell Vickers Trex, swear my allegiance to you. The knight's code and noble honor prevented him from breaking his promise, and at the same time, Campbell was deeply shaken by Ning Lu's terrifying combat power. His extreme speed left the Night King barely able to react, and he defeated the Darksouls glory with a single blow. Perhaps, only the god machines could contend with a Gene Seed Primarch. The other knights also recovered from their shock. They opened their cockpits, descended to the ground, and knelt behind the Night King. We swear allegiance to Lord Ning Lu. Whatever your command, we shall fulfill it. The accompanying imperial scribes officially recorded this event as follows. 30. The Gene Seed Primarch Ning Lu of the 11th Legion discovered the first night world in the Darksouls star system, located within the Daxos twin star system. The warriors of the 11th Legion defeated the beast tide plaguing the local area, rescuing the people from dire straits. The Gene Seed Primarch and his sons won all 3 honored duels proposed by the world's ruler, Night King Campbell Vickers Trex, earning the loyalty of the first night world for the Imperium. After Ning Lu conquered the Daxos twin star system, he ordered Gabriel to assist the Saint Relic maintenance officers in repairing the night mechs. Then, he gave orders to the Astropath, commanding him to send this good news to Huang Laohan's flagship, the Bucephalus. On the other hand, he ordered his subordinates to record a series of subsequent itineraries for propaganda, including the formal swearing-in ceremony of Darksouls and the Gene Seed Primarch's conversations with the patriarchs of various families. Of course, this included both scenes of knights in neat formation and the wheat fields and natural scenery of Darksouls. These were all propaganda materials showcasing the achievements of the Great Crusade. When Terrans saw them, they would feel genuine pride and support the continued progress of the Great Crusade. This was also what the Emperor and Mikado needed. They would use similar political propaganda methods in the celebrations for each Gene Seed Primarch's return to Terra. Without receiving a reply from Huang Laohan, Ning Lu first received a report from Howard Fend. He sat on the command throne, listening to the original body servant's briefing. The Lord of the First Battle Group reports that he has successfully conquered the Trano star system and the Brenna star system, which you ordered him to conquer. At the same time, he also reported the discovery of traces of Eldar activity in these 2 star systems. The Lord also successfully captured a squad of Eldar and is currently interrogating them, but as of now, there have been no gains. After a moment of thought, Ning Lu decided to go and investigate the situation. At the same time, he would reinforce the first battle group and appoint Howard as an Inquisitor of Sequence 7. Ning Lu immediately issued the order, set course for the Brenna star system. Chapter 125 Building a treasure hunting team. During the Void Hunter's voyage, Ning Lu first convened Mikkel and Malina for a briefing. The chief apothecary, holding a data slate, began to speak. Father, the modification surgeries for the 73,311 candidates from Vostronia's 29 regiments have all been completed. Ultimately, 41,523 New Order shadows were born, with only 404 unfortunate deaths, thanks to our apothecary. After Malina Scala accepted the praise with a smile, Mikkel continued. The remaining failures survived and became members of the auxiliary army. 19,438 people did not complete the first modification surgery, while the rest, on average, underwent 11 modification surgeries. Their combat effectiveness is generally stronger than other auxiliary army members. Very good. Ning Lu nodded in satisfaction, activated his psychic vision, and looked at the apothecary. He carefully examined Mikkel and found that the apothecary's body had not reached a state of overall balance. Instead, it was mixed with red and white. You haven't yet mastered the power I bestowed upon you. Father, as you can see, I haven't. Being busy overseeing the Legion's modification affairs has left me with no time for anything else. At the same time, the herbs I've collected are difficult to combine. So far, I've only formulated 5 types of medicine for treating common human ailments like diarrhea. They are useless for Astartes. After several seconds of contemplation, Ning Lu spoke. The Tricon system is still in its pristine state. You will find the herbs you need there. Temporarily designate the Tricon system as a large-scale modification point. Based on his understanding of Huang Laohan and Mikado, the Emperor and Mikado, upon learning that he had subjugated a night world, would summon him to Terra for a welcoming ceremony and celebration, announcing the allegiance of the first night world. At the same time, the Gene Seed Primarch had also been monitoring the construction progress of the Legion's Rongguang Nuang class battleship. The last report from Mars was received when he first arrived in the Darksos system. According to the report, the Great Sage in charge of the construction project estimated it would take another 1 year and 11 months of Terra time to complete, so it was time to return to humanity's homeworld. I have already received a report that the second battle group has taken over the Crystal Mirage's defenses and begun expanding into neighboring star systems. All other Vostronia regiments have boarded ships and are returning. I will order them to proceed directly to the Tricon system. Father, I will do my utmost to bring more Order shadows to the Legion. Ning Lu nodded slightly, then turned to Malina and said, "The Tricon system is rich in mineral resources, it will become the Legion's future forge center. Wojciech Bellic will be responsible for this after completing the shipyard construction on Vostronia's moon. But what I want is not a Vostronia with higher production capacity, but a thriving new world. Malina, you will be responsible for all matters except industrial aspects. You also have veto power to reject projects that harm the ecological environment or are not conducive to sustainable development." Ning Lu believed that his many children and extraordinary individuals could surely establish an industrial world with greater development potential than Old 13's Co's, a world with a beautiful ecological environment and immense industrial capacity. The Tricon system will be the future pearl of the Obscurus sector. Malina paused for a moment before speaking. "My lord, I will do my utmost. You need not worry about not being up to the task, you will gain new power. Carrie and 16 other attendants have also passed my test. In 1 standard ship hour, bring them to my private office, they will be your assistants in the Tricon system." 1 standard ship hour later, Ning Lu watched as Malena's 16 attendants all drank the cultivator potion. He then used telepathy to transmit the packaged standard extraordinary basic knowledge pack to them, which included common sense, meditation, psychic vision, and techniques for collecting remnants from other deceased recipients. Subsequently, he turned his gaze to the newly advanced Sequence 7 extraordinary individual of the Mother pathway, who was restraining her power. Malena's full lips parted slightly as she whispered, "Harvest Priest." She looked at Ning Lu. "I understand what you mean, and I will not disappoint you. I believe you." Upon hearing this, Malena's flawless face filled with a smile. She reported on the progress of another matter she had recently taken over. The pregnant female space monkey is due to give birth within 10 stellar days. Its body structure is vastly different from a human's, so I cannot confirm the exact time. She stated that this was the most precise conclusion she could reach after a comprehensive examination combining her extraordinary abilities and biochemical psionics. Ensure the safe birth of the cub. As you wish. After she led the 16 newly advanced extraordinary attendants away, Ning Lu opened his communicator and sent a message to Tierney. "Come to my private office in 10 minutes. A moment later, Ning Lu returned to his private office from the Nation of Disorder, holding the Marauder potion. Open black lens bracket. If my plan to raise the space monkey cub goes smoothly, this might be the last time I formulate a potion. Close black lens bracket." As he pondered, he felt Tierney arrive at the door and raised his right arm. "Come in." Hearing this, Tierney pushed the door open and immediately saw the monarch open his palm, revealing a bottle of great potion within. "You completed the task I assigned you earlier on Daxus Alpha. This is my reward for you. Thank you for the monarch's bestowal." The reconnaissance squad leader did not hesitate at all, directly taking the potion and drinking it down. A moment later, Marauder, following the information transmitted into his mind by the monarch, restrained his power. He whispered, "Marauder." "Exactly," Ning Lu said, "but what I want you to steal are not ordinary valuables, but treasures. Your mission is to use your agile skills to enter ruins, navigate traps, defeat guardians, and steal the remaining treasures. You must also learn the languages of civilizations like the Eldar. Once your abilities further improve, your target will be alien treasuries. Ning Lu silently added in his mind, open black lens bracket not just the Craftworld Eldar, but also the Dark Eldar, the Black Library, and even Chaos factions, the TOE, the Space Necrons, close black lens bracket. My lord, I understand. I will certainly not betray your trust. I will bring back those idle and wasted treasures and alien treasures to present to you. 5 standard ship days later, Ning Lu received a communication from Malina. My lord, the space monkey cub has been born. I have examined him, and he is very healthy. Send him to my office. A moment later, Ning Lu looked at the small, orange-red space monkey cub in his hand. He nodded in satisfaction and praised Malina, well done. After the female psyker left, Ning Lu sent the space monkey cub to the 3rd layer of space in the Nation of Disorder. After observing for a while, he did not detect any signs. Open black lens bracket. It must be that my authority is not yet sufficient to perceive the invisible power of rules. Perhaps, upon advancing to Baron of Corruption, or a higher level extraordinary individual, I will be able to perceive it. Close black lens bracket. After a 12-week voyage, Ning Lu's fleet arrived in the Traina system. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.